Hello. Welcome to our Planning Commission meeting. Today is Thursday, December 11th, 2025. Can we begin the meeting by doing the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Do we have verification of legal notice? Thank you. There's nothing in our consent agenda. We do have some time before our 9:05 item for public input. This is the time for anyone in the public or here on Zoom or in chambers to speak about an item that is not on today's agenda. The podium is open, so you will have 3 minutes. So as long as that topic is not on today's agenda, you're welcome to come to the podium. In the meantime, we will wait for our 9:05 item, and we'll take a look in the Zoom room to see if there's any hands for public input. Okay, thank you. All right. Yeah, so we'll just take a few minutes. All right, it is 9:05, so we'll begin with our first timed item. Public hearing for item 6A, 9:05 a.m., consideration of proposed major use permit PL 25-13, UP 21-15, and mitigated negative declaration IS 21-16 for commercial cannabis cultivation of 19.6 acres of outdoor canopy and a type 13 distribution, self-transport only. The applicant is Rancho Lake LLC. The location is 19955 19986 20110 and 22222 Grange Road in Middletown. The APNs are 014-209-08 and 014-300-02, 03, and 04. And this item was continued from the November 13th, 2025 Planning Commission meeting. Staff?
Good morning, Commissioners and Chair. Mic check, mic check. Are we on? Okay, perfect. My name is Mary Claiborne. I'm a Senior Planner at the Community Development Department. For your consideration today is Major Use Permit PL 2513 for UP 2115 and IS 2116 Rancho Lake LLC project. The applicant and consultant are present in chambers, and the applicant's consultant has prepared a brief presentation following staff's presentation. The permit today consists of up to 854,840 square feet, which is collectively 19.6 acres of outdoor commercial cannabis canopy area within a 34-acre cultivation area, 5 6,000 square foot harvest storage and staging engineered membrane structures for seasonal use, and the total parcel size combined is approximately 1,627 acres. The site is located approximately 4.5 miles east-northeast of Middletown. The closest community growth boundary is approximately 1,450 feet south of the Hidden Valley Lake Community Growth Boundary. This is a zoning map here. There is some different zoning on the project parcel itself. However, all cultivation activities are proposed on the land designated as agriculture, which is here. The site description. The terrain is predominantly mountainous with flat valleys at the base of the slopes. Elevation varies from approximately 930 feet to 1,710 feet above sea level. A perennial Class 1 water course traverses the northernmost section of the property from west to east. An intermittent Class 2 watercourse flows from west to east through the northwest portion of the site. There are several Class 3 watercourses that run from south to north, ultimately feeding into Puta Creek. All setbacks from watercourses have been identified within the project site plans, and no surface water diversion is proposed. Existing uses and land use improvements at the site include internal compacted dirt road and gravel access roads, a residence, 5 accessory agricultural structures, and 2 groundwater wells. The surrounding land uses are rural, agriculture, and open space with existing residences, ranches, and vineyards. The proposed features include up to 19.6 acres of outdoor canopy area within the 34-acre cultivation area, 5 6,000 square foot harvest storage staging engineered membrane structures for seasonal use, 2 120 square foot sheds for chemical, pesticide, and hazardous material storage. This includes things like fuels and any soils that would need to be contained as well. 1 10 by 12, which is a 120 square foot shed for office and security use. 20 5,000 gallon water storage tanks for irrigation and fire suppression. An employee parking area with 14 standard spaces and 1 accessible space. An on-site portable accessible restroom and hand washing facilities. 6-foot galvanized woven wire perimeter fencing with access using metal gates secured by padlocks, security cameras, and additional internal road access improvements to meet Public Resource Code 4290 requirements. Regulations reviewed for compliance include the Lake County General Plan, the Middletown Area Plan, the Lake County Zoning Ordinance, and California state regulations. There are no conflicting policies within the general plan. However, there are no specific policies at this time that do address commercial cannabis cultivation within the general plan. The general plan goals and policies reviewed for this project include land use, health and safety, and noise. The parcel proposed for cultivation is zoned agriculture and has been used to farm oats and hay and cattle grazing since the 1900s. The proposed activities are agriculture in nature and are consistent with the current and past use of the property, the surrounding existing uses, and existing zoning. The proposed harvest, storage, and staging engineered membrane structures for seasonal use will be erected in July of each year and deconstructed in December. The intent is for there to be little to no evidence during the winter months and spring seasons of the cultivation activities that had occurred during the summer and the fall the previous year. No permanent foundations for these structures are proposed. The project is consistent with all required setbacks from water resources, development regulations, as well as local and state regulatory requirements related to water quality and contamination. A cultural resources assessment was prepared by Natural Investigations with an intensive pedestrian survey of the proposed cultivation area and adjacent areas. The resource assessment concluded that there are no tribal cultural resources or cultural resources located at the project site. No formal response for consultation was received during the AB 52 notice. The project analysis includes the Lake County Zoning Ordinance, Article 7, Rural Lands, Article 8, Rural Residential, Article 5, Agricultural District, Article 35, Floodway Combining District, Article 36, Floodway Fringe, Article 27, Uses Generally Permitted, and Article 33, Waterway Combining District. Tribal comments were received from the Habemetal Pomo of Upper Lake Tribe during the AB 52 tribal notification period. This did occur on May 28, 2021, and it was sent to local tribes with Aboriginal territory. The deferral to Middletown Rancheria was received by the Habemetal. However, Middletown did not respond at that time. But with that, Rancho Lake, the project sponsor, has voluntarily entered into a cultural resources monitoring treatment agreement with Middletown Rancheria, even though the consultation was not requested. A mitigated negative declaration is the proposed CEQA environmental determination for this project. All identified impacts can be reduced to less than significant with mitigation, and public comment period occurred from November 1st, 2023 through November 30th, 2023. On February 7th, 2025, minor modifications to the initial study were made by staff to correct typographical errors and inconsistencies, to reflect the reduction in scope for the clarification, and in order to strengthen existing analysis and mitigation measures. Modifications were also made to the cultural resources and tribal cultural resources section to further separate the two resources at the desire of the Planning Commission. These changes do not trigger recirculation of the initial study because they are minor in nature and do not result in new impacts or mitigation measures that were not previously analyzed in accordance with CEQA Guidelines Section 15073.5. The CEQA initial study found that the project could cause potential impacts to the following resources: aesthetics, air quality, biological resources, cultural resources, hazards and hazardous material, hydrology and water quality, noise, tribal cultural resources, and utilities and service systems. A point of interest for this project was the project scoping. There were several revisions of this project. The Rancho Lake project was originally submitted to the Community Development Department on April 5th of 2021. To ensure compliance with setback requirements from waterways, the existing PG&E utility easement, and to address operational considerations, the scope was revised multiple times, resulting in reductions to both the cultivation area and the canopy size. The final proposal was revised from 73.4 acres of canopy to 19.6 acres of canopy. Another point of interest for this project is hydrology and water resources within the project area. Puta Creek, a perennial Class 1 watercourse, flows from west to east through the northernmost portion of the project parcel. Crazy Creek, an intermittent Class 2 watercourse, flows from west to east through the northwest portion of the project parcel and into Puta Creek. Multiple unnamed intermittent Class 3 watercourses flow generally from west to east through the project parcel and into Puta Creek. The project meets 150-foot setbacks from Puta Creek and 100-foot setbacks from all other creeks and watercourses. According to the hydrogeological assessment report, the proposed cultivation operation has an estimated annual water use requirement of approximately 49.2 acre-feet per year. The recharge rate is estimated to be approximately 793.2 acre-feet per year. The report concluded that the site can sustainably produce the water needed to meet the project demands. The drought management plan submitted by the applicant identifies best management practices per the State Water Resources Quality Control Board's general order to conserve water resources during normal times and in times of drought. The applicant intends to reduce their outdoor canopy area and water usage by approximately 10% during declared drought emergencies. Recommendations include adopting mitigated negative declaration IS 2116 for use permit PL 2513, also UP 2115, with the findings listed in the staff report. The major use permit recommendations include to approve major use permit PL 2513 UP 2115 with the proposed conditions of approval and with the findings listed in the staff report. And that concludes my presentation. I am available for any questions or comments.
Thank you. Are there any questions so far on the staff report from the commission?
Yes. Good morning, everyone. I do have a few questions in regard to the acreage. Again, with the transition of this project over the time and it's scaling down, there was also in our report, as in one of our green sheets was also brought up, that there's a differing total acreage that was talked about. So in one of the green sheets, it says there was 1,246, 1,847, or in our staff report, it says 1,626, that the all-encompassing acreage involved in this project. Can you identify what the actual number is?
So the actual acreage of the project parcel's canopy is going to be the 19.6 acres within the 34-acre cultivation area. The biological assessments did include the much larger area because those were written for the project when the project was originally proposed as a much larger project.
So I think the question was exactly how big is the entire?
The proposed canopy is 19.6 acres within the 34-acre cultivation area.
Which is it within 1,600?
So is it the 1,627 total acres? Because on the staff report, it says parcel size. It's listed here, 1,627 acres total.
Sure. So that is the total acreage of all of the project parcels that are used for clustering as well.
Right, and so that leads to my next question, as far as what is clustering and how does that relate to when we're looking at a project, as you keep coming back at us and saying it's 19.6 acres in a 34 cultivation zone. So what's clustering and why are we evaluating a total of 1,627 acres?
Sure. So with commercial cannabis canopy for outdoor canopy, the ratio is 20-1. You must have 20 acres for every 1 acre of outdoor cultivation. With that, density can be transferred for clustering parcels within a project so the project can meet its full amount of proposed canopy, regardless of the individual parcel size, but the collective parcel size of all of the parcels included within the project.
Okay, thank you.
So I have that brings up a question. If this project is approved, will those clustered parcels be required to be included in this, so they won't be able to be sold?
So with that, there is a section in Article 27 that does discuss clustering and co-location of parcels, and there is a deed restriction that is required for all parcels within the project to list that the density has been transferred to this project. If there are if one of the project parcels is sold and there's not enough acreage to support the project, that would necessitate a review or a modification of this project by this board to scale down the size of the project. So a deed restriction is required transferring the density.
Okay, thank you. I have a question also in regard to Grange Road. The report says that Grange Road will have a secure metal gates installed. Yet Article 27 on page 118 says gates shall not be constructed across driveways or access roads that are used by neighboring properties. Can you speak to that?
Yes, that gate is existing, and it's my understanding that all those who need access through that gate do have access through that gate. We have had this issue in the past, and I did speak with former Public Works Director Scott DeLeon, and he had stated that new gates are not to be constructed. However, if they are existing and all parcel owners do have access, it's a non-issue.
In addition to parcel owners, then CDD staff will also have access to that gate for inspections and, of course, fire emergency vehicles.
So with that, a Knox box is required at that gate for emergency responders to have access into the site 24/7. When CDD schedules our annual inspections, we request gate codes at that time as well, so we have access.
Okay, thank you. In regard to the growing season, the staff report also refers to the cultivation season, kind of uses the two words interchangeably, so I'm assuming they mean the same. But what is the growing season on this parcel, and are there two harvest periods, summer and fall, or is it just one?
I would actually defer to the project consultant to discuss operations at the site.
Okay, then we'll get to that.
Go
Go ahead.
Can I just, on that same question, you said that when it's not the growing season, everything will be removed and put back to,
Original state.
okay. Explain how that's done. How does that work?
Sure. So the membrane structures, the 6,000 square foot drying structures, are to be erected and then completely taken down in an effort to prevent the concrete slab foundations for permanent structures. So with that, they will be tied into the ground securely and then removed once the season is completed.
Okay,
To Monica's point, is there one season? Is there two seasons? Is it going to be up 6 months during the year? Or what is the cadence of that?
I would defer to the project's consultant to discuss operations.
Okay.
Okay, and then in regard to those membranes, it would have been nice if we had some photographs of what those actually, you have?
I do have
Okay.
a rendering of what they could potentially look like.
Okay,
Just one
because
moment.
we've all seen, different structures removed at different times of the year, yet the framework still remains and it still, has a look.
Actually, give me just one moment. I need to share the screen. So this is the example of the membrane structure that is being proposed, and there is the proposal for 5 of these structures. And with that, there would need to be, in this area, some type of rack or tiering system, as these structures are not load-bearing, so cannabis cannot be tied to the structure itself to be dried. So there would be internal rack systems within these structures, and then these structures would be erected and then demoed with a demolition permit each year during the growing season, well, following the growing season.
And so that means that when they're removed, it looks like ground?
That is
Complete
correct.
ground?
That is correct. And they do need to be stowed and stored away,
Okay.
or else it would be considered a code enforcement violation for open and outdoor storage.
So would they be stowed on site?
I anticipate that they would be. However, I would defer that question to the project consultant as well.
And were this to be approved, is the removal part of the approval?
Yes.
And who will monitor that?
The demolition permit that's issued by the Building Safety Division.
So the Building Safety Division will go out and monitor to make sure that that has happened.
Yes, the building inspector would go out to confirm and then final that permit.
That would be done on an annual basis?
Yes.
Thank you.
But,
So, oh,
go ahead.
no,
But the other buildings and the 20 water storage tanks would remain, of course, I presume.
So the 120 square foot storage sheds would remain, and then these buildings would be put away.
And the water tanks?
The water tanks would remain on site as well.
One more question. It said that the area was designated agricultural. It's not prime farmland?
This area is not considered prime farmland
Just,
in this area.
Just
It's
designated
not,
agricultural?
sorry, this is not part of the farmland protection zone,
yeah,
which would require greenhouse cannabis canopy.
okay. Thank you.
and I have a question, and this is just a question of curiosity more so, is the cannabis waste, it says, well, where would the cannabis waste be disposed? So what is a waste disposal facility, and where's that located?
Sure. So we have a couple of different options that are allowable uses. On-site cannabis vegetative waste storage does need to be secured with perimeter fencing or with wattles or completely covered. And with that, we find that most cultivators actually compost on-site and use their compost as soil amendment. However, that is not required. The other option is to chip the cannabis vegetative waste materials and use that as ground cover, which would then provide some relief from water evaporation from outdoor cultivation. Additionally, there is Quackenbush Mountain Resource Facility that does take vegetative material, and cannabis waste is one of those items that they do take there at that facility.
Okay, great, thank you. I also have some questions, and this here may come after the applicant's presentation, but I do have some questions about the water tanks. Also, power, PG&E, and wind power is going to be provided to the property. And, yeah. I guess I would hold off on my other questions until after we hear more.
I have a question about where's the closest residence to this project?
Approximately 800 feet. And the requirement at this time is 200 feet.
I think the document says 1,000 feet.
Does it? I stand corrected.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions or?
I have several questions, but I think they're more appropriate for the applicant, if the applicant is present.
Okay, so we have a presentation from the applicant. All right, we can do that now.
Good morning, members of the commission. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present our project to you. We've been diligently working on this for quite some time, and we're very grateful for this opportunity.
Just one more
My name is
second. Please
my
state
name
your-
is Jim Comstock. I live at 19955 Grange Road, Middletown, on the site of where this project is proposed. I'm going to describe for a few moments our deep generational presence in Northern California agriculture. Our family roots go back to California agriculture to 1841. That's a little before even I was born. And presence in Lake County agriculture since the late 1800s. And there are 4 generations of my personal family working on the Middletown Ranch of where this project is proposed, beginning in 1942. And ranching is a family identity for us. My father, grandfather were ranchers, and actually 2 of my great-grandfathers were ranchers in this area. One in the founding families in Alexander Valley. They were Bidwells and the Alexanders, and I come from the Bidwells. And another one in the Granville Prairie Swift, one of the Bear Flag Revolt gentlemen from a long, long time ago was my great-great-grandfather also. So ranching, it's not an occupation. It's a multi-generational way of life for us and for many agricultural families. I was born and raised on the ranch, raised my children there, and I live in the house that I was born and raised in. I'm 75, almost 76, and I've spent my entire life, with the exception of time in college and 4 years in the United States Navy, for which I'm very proud of my service, around and on that ranch. So our roots are extremely deep. And to us, stewardship of this historical land is extremely important. Our ranch is the largest remaining family-owned parcel that is still in its original state from the Gwinnett Land Grant, which was established in 1845. Surrounding ranches, most have been sold, subdivided, or developed. And we as a family, we've remained committed to preserving our ranch as a whole as that. It's something that we take extremely seriously, and that's why we're still there. We have great pride in long-term stewardship of this unique and historic landscape. And there are many challenges to maintaining a ranch over such a long period of time. Agriculture has a history of adaptation as time goes by. Across the generations, the ranch has attempted many forms of agriculture. Originally, always cattle. There have always been cows, still are, and of course will remain that way. There'll always be some cows. Walnuts, of which there are a lot in Lake County, pears, hay, and for animal crops, cattle, sheep, and hogs. And my dad was a very well-respected horse trainer here in Lake County for years and years and years. And as you all know, ranches have to evolve and adapt to survive economically. Even within the cattle operations, adaptations have to be required. We originally had Hereford cows, of which we had a commercial herd and a registered herd. Eventually that transferred to Angus, as Hereford cattle were not as prevalent as they had used to be. And persistent economic hardships. Anyone who's been a rancher for a long time or a farmer knows that there are economic hardships in doing this. None of the agricultural options that we had produced enough revenue to cover the taxes and the insurance on a long-term basis. Ranching alone has never been financially sufficient. And always a lifetime need for second jobs to make ranch ownership possible. I always maintained a second job to do it. And you know, I was fine with that because it took whatever it takes to keep the ranch is what I've always done and what our family's done. And excuse me if I might get a little emotional about this because this is vitally important to our family. Well, there was a turning point. My father unfortunately died at age 58. I was quite young at the time when he died. I was 28 years old. And we as a family faced the strong possibility of losing the ranch because of inheritance taxes. On the day of my dad's funeral, one of my uncles was there with us, and he asked me, we were leaning over the hood of my dad's Chevy pickup, and my uncle said, well, you think the ranch can be kept? And my initial belief was it seemed impossible for us to keep it. My uncle's encouragement, he said, quote, they're not making any more land in California. Let's see what we can do. He was an attorney. He was not a rancher. Well, through incredible sacrifice, creativity, and unbelievable amounts of hard work, the ranch remains still in our family 47 years since my dad's passing. We're still there. And we don't plan on going anywhere. So looking ahead and trying to ensure the ranch's future, we have a desire for long-term stability. I want my children to face a future where the ranch is secure and not endangered. And this project is essential to that stability. Our commitment to minimal environmental impact has been at the highest priority with us. To keep the land protected and ecologically in contact. We've rejected many more lucrative commercial and industrial development projects due to environmental harm, and we just didn't do that. Our goal has always been to sustain the ranch through responsible agriculture. Well, so why is cannabis the right choice for our ranch? There are many, many potential crops for examine. Traditional agriculture cannot financially sustain the ranch. And some of the alternative options would have probably brought more profit, would bring much greater destruction to the landscape. We ended up, after much thought, that cannabis was the best sustainable option. Provides economic viability required to preserve the ranch, allows the family, our family, to continue agricultural stewardship rather than sell or develop, which we adamantly do not want to do. This minimizes the environmental impact compared to other realistic alternatives, ensures future generations can keep our ranch intact. That is our goal. I'm old now. I have children and grandchildren participating in the ranch, and I want them to be able to continue that through many more generations. So in conclusion, our commitment to stewardship, the ranch is a cherished legacy involving over 180 years in agriculture in California. Our family's goal to preserve the ranch in its natural and agricultural state for generations to come. So cannabis is the project path forward. It supports both the land and our family's continued presence on it, offers sustainability, environmentally and economically and historically. And we thank you for this opportunity, and we ask that you respectfully consider this and allow us to pursue this, which is a legal activity now in our county. And thank you. And do you have any questions for me?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for your presentation and giving us the history and background on the ranch and your family. So thank you for that.
Okay. Did you have a question? Is it acceptable for me to accept questions?
Yes, you can accept questions from the commission.
Yes, thank you. That was delightful. My family also came here in the mid-1800s.
Good. And you're still
We
here.
knew each other. I have a couple concerns. This package was very difficult to read because there are so many editions of it. You know, it's been 4 years. So the things that I read might have changed. So I just wanted to clarify. I have a big concern about air quality. The property management plan mentions fugitive dust, exhaust from diesel and gas motors, but fails to mention fertilizer. Dairy manure is highly fragrant. Will the compost be disked in before covering with plastic?
These questions would be best answered by the consultant to the specifics. And when he makes his presentation, you can ask him those.
Most of my questions are of this nature, so.
Okay, it'd probably be best for him to answer those.
Okay,
I'm an old-time farmer. He knows the specifics on some of that a lot better than I do.
great, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
So, excuse me, but just, I have a question, you know, and of course, not for you, Jim. I'm sorry. I have a question for staff, actually, in regard to this process. While I appreciate, and of course, living in a small community in Middletown, I'm very familiar with Mr. Comstock's background, the family background. But I was hoping, when you said that we had the applicant was giving a presentation, that we would hear information about the project itself. So I guess my question is that forthcoming?
Yes, that is forthcoming. With staff's recommendation, it may be best to move forward with the project consultant and then hear from the other parties during public comment.
That sounds great. Just a process question. When we're on the topic, am I allowed to interrupt and ask a question? Is that?
I think it'd be best to finish the presentation, then we'll
Okay.
come back for questions.
With respect, I'm okay with that. I appreciate it. I sometimes get nervous, and if I have a little bit of a dialogue, it helps me, but it's your choice, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, we'll just run through the presentation, and then we'll do questions at the end.
Yeah, and sorry, I'm sorry, my name is Trey Sherrill. I'm the consultant for this project. So I want to start out by saying that it's been I've been very grateful to have worked with the Comstocks over the last 4 years. I'm grateful for this opportunity to present this project to you this morning, and thank you for your time and consideration. Could we go to the next slide, please? So this is the Comstock Ranch, and I know there was some discussion about the acreage of the ranch. So the parcels that were associated with the application are all on the south side of Puda Creek. There's one more parcel on the north side of Puda Creek that's included in this image here. That is also part of their ranch, and that's the discrepancy on the acreage here from what's in your application. This just shows, where the 34 acres, where the project will be located in respect to the ranch overall. Next slide, please. So as we started out, another discrepancy was like 74 something acres. That was the overall cultivation area with 61 and a half acres of canopy. That was the original application. As mentioned, we've reduced it several times through this process. We got rid of the field to the west there because that field is somewhat visible from residences in the Hidden Valley Lake community. And so that was the first one we got rid of. And then we started chipping away at the field to the right until we got to our current proposal today. Next slide, please. So, that got turned. Okay. Well, this image is supposed to show distances to it's over 700. The cultivation area is over 700 feet from Puda Creek, over 250 feet from the nearest property lines, and over 800 feet from the nearest neighboring residence. Next slide, please. So this is a list of concerns that have been repeatedly brought up from the owners of a neighboring ranch. And so I thought they made a good outline of just the concerns to address. Groundwater availability and well interference. We have the hydrogeologist that has been working with us on this project here, and he's going to come up and talk at the end. And so I'm going to skip over that one for right now, and then I'll start out with wildfire evacuation, emergency access, and then go on from there. Next slide, please. So this is an image. There'll be 4 images: wildfire evacuation, emergency access. The access road to the property is paved. It's about 15 to 16 feet wide, the paved surface. And we do propose some improvements to that road. There was a topic brought up about the gate. We do intend to improve that existing gate because that gate is about 14 feet wide right now to bring it to 20. The Article 27 item you brought up, that's about not the cultivation area or gates controlling access to the cultivation area could not prevent people from accessing their property. This gate right here is not used. It's used to access the cultivation area, but the cultivation area is far from here, and there's other branches off of that road. So that's the gate. There will be gates there, but there are no properties beyond the cultivation area. So yes, we propose improvements to the existing gate, improvements to the road. As the bottom right corner, you can see where this is like one of the areas where the paved surface is only like 15 feet wide because it's starting to crumble on the shoulder. So these are improvements that would need to be conducted to adhere to 4290 emergency vehicle access compliance. Next slide, please. So we're referring to the proposed harvest, storage, and staging areas. They're two things. They're areas as well, like areas on the ground as well as proposed tents. We have to meet these three conditions as well as before even issuing the building permit. The building permit application will have to be reviewed and signed off by the Planning Division, Environmental Health Department, Special Districts, Department of Public Works, the South Lake County Fire Protection District, and the Middletown Unified School District, with mitigation fees paid to the latter. So it's not only do we have to meet these requirements, but then we have to jump through extra hoops. So probably for the first year, maybe multiple years of operation, those structures would not be up. All processing would occur off-site during that time. Their plants would be harvested and transported directly to a processing facility. And then next slide, please. So one of the other issues that were brought up repeatedly is concerns with pesticide drift and conflicts with adjacent organic farmland. 6 pesticides are proposed for use on this project. 5 of the 6 are Organic Materials Research Institute listed, OMRI, and the one, next slide please, the one pesticide that is not OMRI listed is this green cleaner, which uses organic soybean oil, but the reason it's not certified organic because it uses sodium lauryl sulfate, which is a surfactant in this case, but sodium lauryl sulfate is a surfactant widely used in personal care products such as shampoos, body washes, and toothpaste, and as an emulsifier or thickener in certain foods such as marshmallows and dried egg products. And then remember, the cultivation area is over 250 feet from the neighboring organic property. So the chance, these pesticides, there's no chance that they would contaminate the certified organic pasture because of the distances, but the products themselves pose no risk. Next slide. So I took this issue very seriously, and I spoke to people at the Lake County Department of Agriculture, the California State Organic Program, and the USDA National Organic Program. And my purpose of talking to them was trying to find out, could any of these products potentially harm the organic certification of neighboring property? And they all came back to me as like, it's not a valid argument, and this is why. Every one of them pointed me here. And the example that was used is, if you have organic walnut orchard, and your neighbor is not, it's not your neighbor's responsibility not to contaminate yours. It's your responsibility to provide a buffer from your neighbor. Not that, I want to be clear, I don't believe there's any chance whatsoever that any pesticide could ever drift over onto the neighbor's property. But this was like, I felt like it was necessary to bring this up because all 3 of these agencies were like, this is just not a valid point. Next slide, please. So farmland protection zone inequities. We do have the Comstock's attorney, Tim Kasuni, in the Zoom room, who wants to make a comment on this, but I just want to make a quick statement. There's a little dot at the bottom right. That's the proposed cultivation area. As you can see, is very far from the 4 farmland protection zones that were established via Ordinance 3101, which was unanimously passed by the Lake County Board of Supervisors on December 15, 2020, and the Rancho Lake application was submitted in 2021 after the farmland protection zones were established. Additionally, changes to the farmland protection zones were considered by the Lake County Board of Supervisors on July 8th of this year, but the majority of supervisors had no interest in revisiting or expanding the farmland protection zones. Thank you. And with that, if we could please allow Mr. Kasuni to speak on this issue.
Do we see him there on Zoom? All right. Please state your first and last name.
Yes, Timothy Kasuni. Can everybody hear me? Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, great. Yeah, my name's Timothy Kasuni. I'm with the firm Kasuni Law in Sacramento. I have been retained by Rancho Lake LLC. Just a few comments on the issue of farmland protection zones. I was in receipt of a letter dated November 11th, 2025 from Peter Lucchetti. To the extent that is considered part of the record, I did a formal response to that letter and sent it to Ms. Claiborne on December 8th. So my response should be in the record. I'm not going to read the letter, but the gist of it is that it appears to be that Mr. Lucchetti is somehow seeking an amendment to the farmland protection zone to somehow include his property. And therefore, because I suppose if it's approved for inclusion of Mr. Lucchetti's property, somehow the project should be denied. There's several procedural and substantive problems with that. First of all, that kind of an amendment, it requires a dedicated agendized hearing before the commission and ultimate approval before the board. None of that was done. There's no separate agenda item for consideration of an amendment to the farmland protection zone. And furthermore, even assuming that there was an amendment, this project has been grandfathered. The application has been deemed complete, and it would not apply retroactively. Third, as Trey mentioned a few minutes ago, on July 8th, 2025, there was an agendized hearing before the board on the issue of consideration of a summary of cannabis policy recommendations. There was a letter submitted on the issue of amendment to the farmland protection zones. That was shot down very quickly and concisely by the board, to the extent that the planning commissioners want to look into that. If you look at our at 6 hours, 2 minutes, 50 seconds, there's an express statement by one of the chair of the board stating, quote, there is no interest in looking at farmland protection zones again. So that would be the extent of my comments on this. This planning commission has no authority currently in consideration of Rancho Lakes project to be even thinking about an amendment to a farmland protection zone. It is not agendized, and it has already been shot down by the board last July. Be happy to answer any further questions any of the commissioners might have on this issue, but that would be the extent of my comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for your comment. Are there any questions regarding this issue from the commission?
I don't have questions, but I have comments if we're going to open up FPZ discussion.
I don't think it's part of the project or
Right,
anything
so,
to do with it. So.
so to that point, I would say that everything we just heard is somewhat irrelevant.
Yeah, that's correct.
So,
Yeah. All right.
Thank you. Now, next slide, please. Addressing cannabis odor emissions. This is a modeling, a graph from modeling that was its odor concentration versus distance. It was originally conducted for the Yolo County Cannabis Ordinance Environmental Impact Report. This version was adapted and incorporated into Sonoma County's Cannabis Ordinance Environmental Impact Report. Basically, the purpose of showing it is just that odor intensity declines with distance, with normal atmospheric dispersion and dilution, with the greatest reduction in odor concentration occurring in the first 500 feet from the source. Next slide, please. And I bet this is, yeah, again, sorry, this is, what it was showing here is that, we're all aware that cannabis cultivation can generate objectionable odors when the plants are mature or flowering in the cultivation areas or when being processed. after harvest. No significant odor impacts are anticipated from the proposed cultivation operation due to the generous setbacks provided from property lines, neighboring residences, and outdoor activity areas. In this case, the proposed cultivation area is located well over 1,000 feet from the nearest neighboring primary residence and over 800 feet from the secondary residence on the neighboring property. Additionally, most, if not all, processing activities will occur off-site within a California licensed processing facility. Next slide, please. So now getting into the groundwater availability and well interference topic. I call this the Comstock-Lucchetti subwatershed, but basically, if you can see, there's a series of streams that flow generally north into Puda Creek, and in the mountains that surround these two, that are all a part of these two ranches and surround them, basically force all water through the two ranches. Excuse me. As of right now, there is one dominant existing water user in the subwatershed, the 110 acres of irrigated pasture that uses over 104 million gallons of water per year. There are also 3 residences within the subwatershed, estimated to each use approximately 163,000 gallons per year. Next slide, please. The proposed cultivation operation would increase water usage within the subwatershed by approximately 16 million gallons per year, which is a 15% increase to what is already being used in the watershed. The existing and proposed water usage is less than the estimated groundwater recharge during severe drought years for the Comstock Ranch alone. That doesn't even take into account the I believe it's over 500 acres of the 276 Ranch. I'll give you and if it's okay, I'm willing to answer any questions about water usage at this time.
I have a question on the odor. What are the mitigating? Thank you. What are the mitigating processes that you're going to employ to make sure that that's contained?
Well, it's just atmospheric
distance?
dispersion. Yeah, just distance and dispersion. We located the proposed drying facilities on the opposite, like away from the neighboring ranch. So those would be, aside from just atmospheric odor generated from plants being out in the field. More odor is generated when it's concentrated in a building and then released, and so we've put that as far away. So those areas would be well over 1,000 feet from the neighboring residences. Does that make sense? There's another study that was done for the Yolo County.
So you're relying on just distance to mitigate the odor, no other sort of mechanical
Outdoor cultivation.
filtrations or any of that kind of thing?
It's not practical for just plants out in the field.
Oh, no, I meant for your,
Oh, for the building?
yeah.
Oh, no, it would have carbon filtration as well.
Oh, it does, okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't ask
No,
the
sorry, I'm
question
sorry,
very clearly.
I misunderstood. Yeah.
Thank you.
Next slide, please. That chart showed basically a 76% decline in odor concentration over 500 feet. That's what that chart was for. That basically, Yolo County, Sonoma County, when they reviewed that modeling, they determined like 500 feet is enough distance to reduce like the odors to less than substantial. Is how things are worded for CEQA compliance. Dang, another one that got turned. So I'm going to present a chart here. I just wanted to show you where the data comes from. The data comes from the Hidden Valley Lake Community Service District, Coyote Valley Groundwater Basin Monitoring Reports. Next slide, please. Also including these reports are the water rights reports from the neighboring ranch. As mentioned in their letters, they have a senior water right, which allows them to take 320 acre feet, over 320 acre feet from Poudre Creek each year. Some years, like in some of my notes, 2018, they self-reported that all of the water came from Poudre Creek. And other years, as they reported in 2022, all of the water came from their wells on site. And it's my understanding, based on conversations, that their diversion facility, the facility that takes the water out of Poudre Creek, when the creek is low during drought years, it doesn't function correctly, or it doesn't function adequately enough. And so therefore they switched to well water. But I just want to show where this information comes from on the next slide. There's a chart. And to me, this chart summarizes the water in this sub-watershed I described earlier. There are 2 monitoring wells that the Hidden Valley Lake Community Services District monitors every month, and they have been doing so since 1998. And then, so that's the orange and the green, and that shows, and as the hydrogeologist will talk about later, you see the 2 wells, one's shallow, one's deep, and they move together and sink, which is indicative of an unconfined aquifer. The yellow bars indicate periods of drought. These are declared periods of drought. If you will notice that during periods of drought, the groundwater level goes down, right? The lowest lows are during the periods of drought, and the highest highs are during when there is no drought, which is exactly what we would expect. But I'm sorry.
So this is over the last 26 years?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And then the gray bars are the water that's extracted from the well based on those water rights reports. And you can see, when it's a drought, the gray bars are there to begin with, and so the taller the bar, the more water is taken out of the groundwater, more out of the well, and so therefore the water level drops. It's exactly what we would expect, but the water levels still stay between 930 and 915 feet of elevation. We're talking about 15 feet difference here in fluctuation, which is a very small amount. And then the blue line, that is a trend line applied to one of the monitoring wells. And you can see there's actually just barely an upward trend here as far as water use. Even though this amount of water, 320 acre feet are taken out of the aquifer some years, there's still an upward trend at the monitoring well at this location. All right, next slide, please. All right, this one is trying to show, some things got a little squirrely there too, but so we were supposed to have a hearing on May 9th, 2024, but the neighboring ranch said that they were experiencing shortages of water, and so they were going to have GHD conduct a groundwater study from May to November of 2024 and produce the report. And the next slide. So I asked all this year. I had asked staff if they had received a report, because that's what we were waiting for. Like that, we were supposed to have this hearing at the beginning of last year. It didn't happen, and that was the reason why. So we're like, okay, we're waiting for this one. I kept asking. Staff said we have not received a report. So we went and we're like, okay, we'll take the concerns that were voiced in that GHD letter that caused the delay, and we'll try to address them ourselves. And so on the left is the technical memorandum and the response to comments letter. And then after we produced that, we received the letter on the right. It was dated May 9th. And so I assumed that that's when it was produced, but it wasn't available to us at the time. And so that's why we did what we did. Next slide, please. So they called it the Luchetti Ranch Hydrologic Well Assessment, and it contained a couple of omissions, which I believe led to some flawed analysis. And so a couple of things. If you see the chart at the right, they imply that this is the same groundwater well where I presented that data from. So the monitoring well where I presented the data from earlier. But as I'll show you, that well did not exist until 1998, which they admit there. But then at the top they say, monitoring well AB has been monitored dating back to the 1950s. That's a different well at a different location. And to compare them, it gives the impression that groundwater has been going down since the 1950s, but it's a different well, a different location, most likely closer to Poudre Creek, and so the depth of water would be higher because the ground would be lower at that location. So I feel like that was misleading. But then the reason I think that the omissions were intentional, and I'll show why, because it was not convenient to the narrative. So they state that, down here, to obtain well construction information and identify nearby off-site wells, the Department of Water Resources DWR well completion report database was reviewed. Ag 1 and Ag 2 well completion reports were obtained from DWR database, while monitoring well AB was not, likely due to its construction predating the submission requirement. No well completion report was identified for the Lucchetti on-site domestic well. And they also go on to say that they couldn't find the well report for the project well. So project well report and it was included in our reports that they reviewed and wrote this paper in response to. Next slide. The monitoring well reports are included in the Hidden Valley Lake Community Services District monitoring every year. They're included in that report. Next slide, please. And this just shows you, this is the DWR well report website. This is the geographic information one they have two. And they have our well, the project well right there, and then next slide. And then here, this is from the database they say they went through, and it was created, this was in there. I pulled this so I received their report on a Friday. On Monday, I went in and pulled it, and it was right there. And it was created in December 22nd, 2021. So it was always there. That's the reason why I believe, it was inconvenient. And the reason why, the reason why I believe it was omitted is because if they'd had analyzed the reports, they would have to come to the conclusion, as we did, that this is an unconfined aquifer. And if that was the case, then they would have to admit that the calculations we use that show no interference or negligible interference between the project well and the neighboring wells. So because of the calculations used for an unconfined aquifer. But because they didn't have because they didn't have these, they used calculations for a confined aquifer, which result in a greater radius of influence, greater radius of well interference. And therefore, I believe they chose to do it in that way because that was the only way to show theoretically some kind of impact from our well and the neighboring wells. Next slide, please. But one of the things that was really useful in the study that Lucchetti ran, hydrologic well assessment, was the test that they performed. So there's two wells on the Lucchetti Ranch. One of them, Ag Well 1, that's the well that's about 500 feet from the project well. Another well, Ag Well 2, it's about 550 feet from Ag Well 1 on the Lucchetti Ranch. They pumped Ag Well 2 at 650 gallons a minute for 82 days. It wasn't quite continuous, but it was almost continuous throughout. There were some periods where they shut off, but not for a long period of time. And over that period of time, they pumped more than 4 times the amount of water in 82 days than we will use, that our project will use in 180 days. So 4 times more in 82 versus our project in 180. And the reason I'm bringing that up is even with such strong pumping, it had a less than 2 foot impact on Ag Well 1. Like the water level in Ag Well 1 dropped less than 2 feet, even though they pumped so much over such a short period of time. And these are all in the same unconfined aquifer, all these wells. And so that proved the analysis that we had performed before, that there's no way that the pumping rates, once again, over 4 times more, it only went down 1.7 feet. The water storage for our project is 100,000 gallons. It's not even, it's not even 100th of what was pumped. And then also, so 1.7 feet, even with such extreme measures were taken, all of the wells on the project property and the neighboring ranch are over 100 feet deep. So it's just a very insignificant impact. And with that, next slide, please. And well, this is shows where these wells are. Once again, the project well, 500 feet from Ag Well 1, Ag Well 1, 550 feet from Ag Well 2. I don't remember off the top of my head what the Lucchetti Ranch domestic well and the monitoring well distances are, but they're over 500 feet. Our modeling said that there would be no impact or a negligible impact, and this test proved it. And to elaborate a little bit more on that is the hydrogeologist that we had help us work on this project. Lee? Yeah. Yeah.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Lee Hurwitz, and I'm a certified hydrogeologist and the president of Hurwitz Environmental Services. I prepared the hydrogeologic assessment report and the technical memorandum for this project. Today, I just wanted to give you a brief summary of our assessment and the findings, starting with the regional groundwater conditions. The site's located in the Coyote Valley Groundwater Basin, which has been designated by the Department of Water Resources as a very low priority groundwater basin. And long-term monitoring in this area has shown stable water levels. Seasonal fluctuations do occur, but the aquifer reliably recovers each wet season, including after the recent droughts. And overall, the data has shown that it is a resilient and sustainable groundwater system. In 2020, the State Water Resource Control Board determined that the groundwater in this basin is not part of a subterranean stream. That means that groundwater extraction here does not require a State Water Board water right, and claims of material injury only apply if pumping measurably affects stream flow. Our analysis showed no measurable effect on stream flow in Puta Creek. For assessing well capacity and the potential for well interference, we used both field data and modeling in our evaluation. A well yield test was performed at the site in July of 2021, which represented a controlled dry season test during a drought year. The project well was pumped at 355 gallons a minute for 6 hours and produced over 145,000 gallons during the test. This is 66% more than the site's peak daily groundwater demand and almost double its average daily demand. The water levels in the well also recovered to 73% of its pre-test water level in just 40 minutes after pumping had stopped. The well testing showed that the well and the aquifer are more than capable of meeting the site's water demand and that aquifer recovery is rapid.
Can I just ask a question since
Sure.
you're on this page?
Yeah.
I think this is the well test that I had a question about.
Yeah.
I'm looking at it on your property management plan, and it says that the total drawdown was 113 feet during this test. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct.
This was the well test on February 11th, 2021.
No, this test was done in July 6, 2021. I think there was might have been two well tests.
Okay, this was, well, this was in the management report, and it concerned me because that's a significant.
No, I believe the
drawdown.
drawdown was 37 feet in the test well at the time.
Okay, and the one in our package, it says total drawdown 113 feet.
What was that date again?
February 11th, 2021. Well owner, James Comstock. Well location, 19955 Grange Road. It has the longitude and latitude.
Does it have a pumping rate? I'm just curious.
It says water level 22 feet, estimated yield 300 gallons per minute, test type airlift.
Yeah, that wasn't that. Oh, airlift, and that might have been during the installation, potentially, because when you do an airlift test, they put air down. They put an air pipe down to the bottom of the well, and they put high pressure air in there, and it displaces all the water in the well. So when you do an airlift test, it takes out. It's considered a 100% drawdown test.
Oh, okay, that would explain it. It says total depth of boring 160 feet and total depth of completed well 140 feet.
Yeah, so they probably had the air pipe down at 140 feet.
Well, perhaps
And they-
Mr. Comstock could answer when the well was dug. I mean,
I can give you that. I have the.
Yes. The exact dates, I think it's January of 2021.
well, that would
Early
explain it.
February.
Okay, thanks. I mean, that's concerning. Thank you.
Are you talking about the
We'll have the exact date here.
the well completion report?
January 25th,
Yes.
2021.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
So yeah, then this was more of a controlled test to try to get to the well, figure out what the well's capacity was. It was sustainable. And so you try to get a controlled drawdown. Okay,
Excuse me?
yes.
Chair, if we're going to ask questions during the presentation, I do have a lot of questions about that analysis. So, or should we wait till after he finishes?
Trey, after the hydrologist completes his assessment, are there more topics that you're going to be hitting on?
No, I had 2 more slides, but I can cut those and we can.
Okay, we'll do questions after the hydrology report is done.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. We said the water levels in the well also recovered to 73% of the pre-test water level in just 40 minutes after pumping. The well testing showed that the well and the aquifer are more than capable of meeting the site's water demand and that the aquifer recovery is rapid. For the long-term assessment of well interference, we used the Tice analytical method, which requires a constant pumping rate when you're doing that equation. So we use the average seasonal rate of 60.5 gallons per minute over the entire 180-day dry season. This is intentionally conservative and represents the average pumping rate if pumping was continuous during the entire season. In reality, the well is going to pump for short intervals, roughly 3.5 hours a day, not continuously. And since we know the well recovers very quickly, the actual drawdown will be smaller and shorter lived than the Tice model predicted. However, our modeling showed that less than 3% drawdown would be expected in the nearest neighboring well, which is far below the 10% threshold typically used to define an adverse effect. To put this in context, the GHD transducer study conducted on the neighboring property provided real-world data that aligns with our modeling. In that study, pumping of one of their wells at approximately 650 gallons a minute for 82 consecutive days resulted in only 1.7 feet of drawdown in a well about 500 feet away. And the aquifer recovered 95% within 3 hours after pumping stopped. These measurements directly support our Tice model and confirm the aquifer's rapid responsiveness and limited well interference. We've also reviewed some public comments about the water and the wells in the area, as well as some feedback on our report from GHD. And I'd like to briefly address a few of those comments today. We have heard that wells are shutting off, that the neighbors' wells shut off during heavy pumping, and that this is a proof of aquifer stress. And it's our opinion that the well shut-off events that have been reported are best explained by well performance limitations and not by aquifer stress. The GHD transducer study shows that groundwater levels recover rapidly after pumping, which is the opposite of what you would expect to see in a stressed aquifer. Pump shutoffs are very common in older agricultural wells, where issues such as screen fouling, internal friction losses, pump wear, and overall well efficiency can limit performance. In addition, differences in well construction, such as screen length, casing diameter, completion depth, and pump settings, can cause nearby wells in the same aquifer to behave very differently. And the rapid recovery observed in their data makes it clear that these shutoffs reflect well performance issues and not regional groundwater depletion. Another claim that we have, or comment that we have heard, is that the aquifer is confined and therefore the Tice model that we used wasn't appropriate for measuring long-term drawdown. But we reviewed regional data and local monitoring wells, as Trey mentioned, and it showed that the shallow and deeper screened wells behave similarly and that the water levels rise and fall together. This indicates an unconfined to a leaky unconfined aquifer, and therefore the Tice model that we used is appropriate and is widely accepted in this type of alluvial setting. We had one other comment that the project well test was not done during the dry season, And there was some typographical error in the J&K well yield test that said it was performed in March of 2021, when in fact it was July 6th, 2021. If you look further into the data, it's clear that that is the correct date and that the March date was just a typo on the front page of the report. So the test was done during the dry season, during a drought year, and is representative of those conditions. In conclusion, every line of evidence, the pump test, our modeling, the decades of monitoring data, and the GHD transducer study point to the same conclusion. The project's groundwater use is sustainable and will not cause significant adverse effects to neighboring wells, water rights, or the regional aquifer system. And from a hydrogeologic perspective, this project fits well within the physical capacity of the aquifer and the long-term behavior we observe in the basin. Thank you, and I'm available if you have any questions.
I have a question. So will you plan on using the well 24/7 throughout the growing season? So what will your hours of irrigation be?
Well, we would be pumping to storage, so irrigation could occur over 12 hours a day, but pumping to the tanks would occur between 4 and maybe 8 hours a day at the most.
Okay, that solves a lot of problems because I'm thinking about how your drawdown, it might go below the well of your neighbor, and if you just limit your use to a certain number of hours and communicate with your neighbor, the problem's solved.
Yeah, and that's actually, I know I said I'd cut the last two slides, but the next slide actually touches on that, is like, even in the GHD, the transducer study, they say that, they basically had to calibrate for our, the 49.1 acre feet. And so it goes to an average pumping rate of, so theoretically 30 gallons per minute, 24 hours a day. And there they even say it'd be less than a foot of interference. And then just since we have the slide up, they even indicate, they say drawdown in the Lucchetti pumping agricultural wells is in excess of their specific capacity. Translation, they pump the wells too hard, and that's the reason why they experience well shutoffs. And even the study that was performed for that 276 ranch concluded that.
Just a note on that, I don't think it's appropriate for us to evaluate that without Lucchetti's contribution, but I don't think it's really relevant to my decision, so thank you.
Ready for questions?
Well, I have questions. I mean, if we're going to dive into this before finishing the overall applicant's presentation.
That's it.
But in regard to what the hydrologist shared with us, in regard to a study, a test that's done in early July, and that's early July, it's not late July. The test was done in early July for only 6 hours. Has there been a test done at the end of the season, September, October, or now November, to at a longer test time period to check the performance of the well after we've gone through a season?
We have not done any additional tests, but to clear, the well is not being used. It's set static, so we wouldn't expect other than seasonal variability. And then I'm going to ask Lee to explain why the test done even at the beginning of July was sufficient for these purposes.
Okay, before that, okay, so let me, because I kind of feel like this is kind of going back and forth, and again, being from the Middletown area, I understand, what we have here is we have property and property owners, and that, we talk about communication with the well as we move forward in use of it. That communication line needs to be open, and I don't know that it's been open with this process. So part of this is kind of like going back and forth, studying each other's things. And so I want to pull this back. I'm not really looking at, I do believe from all the analysis that there is adequate water in the area. My main concern and my questions actually have to do with Puda Creek and the impact and effect of this well on Puda Creek. And nowhere in this material does it tell me how far this well, because we also have a situation as we review cannabis projects, I believe as has been discussed in this particular project, is the well went in before. Of course, the well is currently installed, and so it's considered to be an existing well on the property. It has not, as you've just stated, the well has not been used. The well is basically the specific use, I think we all can agree, is for this upcoming possibly, approval proposed cannabis project. So we don't really know exactly the performance of this well. As you just said too, we haven't done a test. The well hasn't been used as it's proposed to be used. But also within all of this information, because it's not part of the project, it hasn't been something that's really talked about. How far is that from Puda Creek? And Puda Creek is a public resource, and that's kind of where my concern lies, is what is that potential impact on Puda Creek?
The impacts to Puda Creek they're analyzed, potential impacts to streams and neighboring wells was analyzed in Section 5 of the Hydrogeologic Assessment Report. As previously mentioned, they were determined to be negligible.
By what analysis was that determination to be
Do
negligible?
you mind speaking to that? Lee,
6-hour test in July, I don't know if that,
Sure. Well, July 15th is typically considered the start of the dry season.
correct.
So July 6th is a week early, but it was a drought year. So I would argue that would probably still be considered a dry season test. 6 hours is long enough to show that the well could supply the water that was necessary for the project, as far as almost double the average daily water supply.
I don't contest that.
So that's the value of that test. And it also, with the 6-hour test, we're able to perform a radius of pumping influence analysis. And the radius of pumping influence, I don't have it on the top of my head. It was like 200
feet.
and something feet, which was about the distance to Puta Creek. So it was right there where the pumping radius would get to about Puta Creek. And that was based on a 6-hour pump test. But in reality, pumping was going to be 3.5, 4 hours a day. So we felt like the impacts were negligible.
And how far is that well from Puda Creek?
It's right at that boundary of the distance of the
230.
radius.
230 feet?
Yeah.
Yes.
So in your report, you also, because I always look at the disclaimers also. So the groundwater systems in Lake County, and this is from the report, that the groundwater systems in Lake County are typically complex and available data rarely allows for more than a general assessment of groundwater conditions and delineations of aquifers. The report goes on to say that the analysis is based on limited available data and relies significantly on interpretation of data that is from disparate sources and disparate quality. So again, that doesn't leave me in a comfortable zone of knowing exactly what those potential impacts are to Puda Creek.
Okay, I understand. That's just our legal disclaimer, by the way. That's
Yes.
standard boilerplate for every single report we do in every county.
Nonetheless, it's there.
It's a protection of liability for our
I understand, but it doesn't leave me in a
but
field.
the report itself, I think, speaks for itself. And what I said about the radius of pumping influence and the distance to Puta Creek and the length of the test and the length of the expected pumping for the project, I think answers the question.
Just a point, very recently, this conversation has happened in the Big Valley area about the pumping and the effects on the various waterways. This was primarily with the hitch spawning, And there was no reliable data. In fact, the state of California was trying to gather data. So there's the relationship between pumping and the effect on the waterways, the streams, the creeks, has really not been
No.
quantified.
There are ways to do quantify stream depletion from pumping, and it's complicated, and it relying on stream flow, stream gauge data, and we also did an assessment we did a stream flow assessment in our report that also talked about there's various methods for evaluating stream flow. There's quantitatively to try to figure out what cubic feet per second where you're going to have a reduction in stream flow after a period of time. But there's also a way to do it that evaluates the stream flow reduction and frames it in a perspective of how is that going to affect the ecology or fish and wildlife. And so we did that latter one in our report, and we found that there would be a negligible effect on aquatic life.
I have a question. What is the CFS of Poudre Creek at that time of year? Does anyone happen to know? At that nearby location?
What type of year? Because I mean, there's the
During the growing
USGS has a gauging station that's not that far from there. I believe it's upstream a bit, and
Just
maybe
roughly?
a mile. It varies month to month.
Are we talking 500, 2,500?
No.
While he's looking that up, maybe you can answer this question. What's the elevation difference between the pumping, where the project's going to be, and Poudre Creek? How much lower in elevation is Poudre Creek? Do we know those things?
I believe it's 15, 20 feet.
Yeah, 15, 20 feet is the elevation from the ground surface to like the bottom of Poudre Creek. The project well was screened. I'm trying to find that right now. It is screened between 60 and 120 feet deep. So Poudre Creek, so from ground surface, Poudre Creek's 20 feet below that. The well is cased 60 feet and then screened 60 feet.
Okay. Thank you. I think this is a really important issue, but I have a good grasp of the size of this project. I'm a farmer myself. In fact, to Sharon's comment about the Big Valley water, one of the things that I noticed was when my neighbor upstream irrigated, and this is when pair farmers were flood irrigating, the creek ran, which means that the water was going down and spreading over to the surface that was 12 feet below. Do you understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Now, we have different soils in Big Valley. There's clay, and I think that it's ancient lake bed, so it creates a barrier.
Yeah.
So there are so many issues here. But what I think is important to consider is the size of this project in relation to the size of Poudre Creek. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
The volume.
And that's what I'm trying to get you, like what it is right now, the CFS. It's
Yes.
dropped. Like,
And I would think that also, again, from living here in the area and from paying attention to waterways as well, is that the Poudre Creek, the flow in Poudre Creek is considerably different in July than it is at the end of the season. So, we run into that. I too am a farmer and rely on water. And at the beginning in July, we still have ample water. So in October, so when we come to harvest for the grapes, not so much.
So I have a question. Does Poudre Creek ever dry up at this location?
I'd have to defer to the Comstocks for that.
Okay.
Hey, Jim? Yeah. Does Poudre Creek ever dry up at your property?
The surface of it does.
But it's on
Okay.
the surface.
Traditionally, it has.
Okay.
Forever. There's the USGS gauge, known as the Gwinnett gauge, that gives the stream flow. It's been there forever.
Yeah, I'm trying to, but all I'm getting I'm trying to get the CFS, but all I'm getting is the stream flow height. Yeah, I have a hard time getting.
And we can come back and discuss this. You can take some time, because we still have a long way to go to finish the presentation and to go through public comment. So perhaps you can look up that information and we can revisit.
Yeah, I'd just like to say that my concerns have been allayed. I don't feel like this size of a project is going to have a significant impact on, but that's just my guess, from what I'm understanding here, the distances, my experience.
Yeah.
Sorry, just wanted to say that, that with cannabis irrigation, yes, there's the peak of irrigation season is in like July, August, September. But when the stream is at its lowest in October, we're not irrigating heavily because that's when the time where you want to prevent mold and you want to reduce moisture in the plant.
And presumably, nobody else is depending on the water in Poudre Creek at that time because naturally it's not there.
Yeah.
That was my concern.
Are there any other questions or?
I have questions in regard to the tanks. So that we have a well that's very high performing, and this is kind of a general, for me in understanding as far as the cannabis operation as well. But we have moved to using tanks. All cannabis operations has just become, kind of natural that we have 25,000-gallon tanks on a property, which never happened before. And I'm going to give just a brief story because I did serve as planning commissioner once in quite a few years back. And I remember we had a housing project coming before us in Lakeport. And somebody wanted to subdivide their property and put housing on their property. But because it was an area in Lakeport where water was somewhat scarce, they wanted to put in a holding tank, much like these holding tanks that we're using for cannabis now. And we actually denied that project then because the thought was, if you've got to have a holding tank for water, then there actually is not enough water resource there to provide for the project. Hence, the project was denied. But yet now we're in a different time, different crop, and we're moving forward and we're putting, like I said, 20,000, 5,000-gallon tanks on a parcel. And so my question is we have a high-performing well that you don't plan to use for many hours. You said 3 to 4 hours during irrigation. Why so much storage, and why not, as other farming practices, use ponds?
I'm glad you asked that. Well, to start with, for ponds, we would have to do off-site water storage ponds. They're generally discouraged from Fish and Wildlife and the Water Board. Water storage, however, is generally encouraged, and that's to reduce impacts. And then the reason why is to have consistent, you want to have a large volume of water stored is so you can sip water out your well, store it in your tanks, and then have pressure to get to all, because we use drip irrigation. And so drip irrigation requires pressure even all the way out to the very end, or else the plants that are furthest from the water will not get enough, while the plants that are closest will get too much. And so this is a management technique that we've developed to conserve water resources and to effectively distribute the water.
Right. And as a grape farmer, that's what we use, pond.
Yeah.
We do the same thing, drip irrigation. So, but you're right, you probably get more pressure out of tanks. However, the natural aesthetic of the environment is disturbed by 25,000-gallon tanks.
Our intent was to try to. I designed this project. I designed it after meeting the Comstocks and their wonderful land there. It's beautiful, and I wanted to be able to leave it as close as possible to the way we found it every year. So that's why instead of proposing a permanent, processing building out there, that's why we went with the temperance, so we could break it down and leave it. And so the idea is from January through May, the property looks like it does now, and then from May through December, it's generating revenue for the family.
How many permanent buildings are there going to be?
Just a couple storage sheds, just like the 120 square foot storage sheds. There's no permanent building like a metal building on a concrete slab. There's nothing like that proposed, and that was intentional.
So all the structures there will not be on concrete slabs.
No, ma'am, no.
And the water tanks will be on gravel?
It will be compacted, decomposed granite, or gravel, compacted gravel.
Okay, not cement,
Yes, ma'am.
not concrete, okay.
Yeah.
I had a question for the staff. How many other cannabis projects are there in the area that have been approved, and how many are in the queue?
Well, Ms. Claiborne will go ahead and look that up. But what I also wanted to point out, if I may, is that water storage tanks are also required as a part of the fire requirements. So just wanted to also point that out.
Right, and so to that point, how many of those 25,000-gallon tanks are for fire storage? And what do those tanks look like versus the plastic tanks?
So the total water storage for NFPA storage, which is a building code requirement with the fire district, will be determined at the building permit stage by the fire district. So they will advise the project consultant how many gallons have to be specific for the structures in which they're erecting.
And it's, oh, go ahead.
Oh, I'd just like to point out that I think that your design decision was good for the neighbor because instead of using water 24/7 at a lower rate with a bunch of valves and having somebody out there opening and closing valves 3 times a day, you're using it a limited time so the neighbor will have access. It won't be dropped all day long. So
Yeah.
I didn't do the actual math on that. I'm just thinking about it.
And I think there was a question earlier before I started my presentation about power. There, one of the reasons we select the location where the well was drilled was selected is because there's already a power pole there. There's a power drop available at that location. We're not able to get that power drop until we have the use permit. PG&E won't allow it because we don't have the use yet. But that's the reason. And then another power drop would also be required for the proposed drying structures if we even decide to move forward with the structures. Like I said, the area, we wanted to protect the area so that plants, if we're transporting harvested material to a processing facility, we need to have a place to like set it down clean, but while we're waiting or while we're loading it onto the vehicle to transport it.
So with PG&E, when is it expected? If the permit was issued, when
As soon
is
as possible.
PG&E power expected to be supplied?
As soon as
I
possible.
mean, you're not on like a 2, 3, 4-year waiting period for PG&E, or?
I don't know. They won't, you can't get very far in the process until you have a use permit. They do, like, they won't, and you have to have an electrician that will communicate and have a plan for how it's gonna be connected to the sources. It's a pretty complex process, just like the building permits. You go through a lot of different agencies before
I know, but I guess for staff, I mean, I've seen in other reports that there's at least a projected timeline for access to power, to a power source. So, but in this project, we have no projected timeline?
No.
That's a question
Not
for
to our knowledge. PG&E did review the project in relation specifically to the easement on site. There's an easement to the east, which is one of the reasons why the cultivation area was scrunched down even further. So there is an existing utility line and connection, which I think helps the timeline, but we don't have a specific timeline as far as months or years.
Wow.
Well, they can probably put in a generator if it's
Yeah,
Okay,
I'll use an example at a project in Kelseyville that we do have there, and it was 4 to 6 months. It was a well that was on PG&E. The power pole was still there, just like this, but it had been disconnected a long time ago. We're trying to get power back to that well, and they gave us 4 to 6 months to actually energize it.
If we're ready to move on to another topic.
No, while we're on PG&E, I have a question. So with PG&E, the report also indicated that there would be additional power by solar panels equipped with battery storage and backup systems. So what is that additional power and backup system? Are we talking a generator? And again, the report kind of spelled out that this would be used for security cameras and lights.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so I guess I just, have questions around that is how much power is needed? And if there's a pole there, why aren't we just tapping into the power from the pole?
Well, it's cost prohibitive to run electricity all around, 34 acres. It's a lot easier. The security cameras, security lights they use, it's about 1.5 foot square solar panel. You can mount it on a pole or mount it to the roof of the 120 square foot buildings, mount it to the fence. And then the battery is, it's about a 2-inch square or 2-inch cube that goes into that equipment. And that's how, during the day, the sun energizes the solar panel, it goes into the battery, and then so it runs, all day and all night for security lights and security cameras. But that's generally going to be the only thing run off of solar on this project. And it's just because we don't want to be running power all over the place, It's a lot more efficient just to have, and that would be more of a disturbance too, to run power all over the place.
So there's not going to be a solar installation, it'll be just small panels on existing structures?
Well, there are no existing structures, but yeah.
No, but when you say fences and...
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. I could see them trying to use those solar trailers. I've had a project before you guys before. They're specifically made for powering well pumps in the Central Valley, the company that produces them. So I could see if it's going to be 6 months to a year before we could get that well energized, that I could see that running a smaller operation off of solar power the first year off of one of those trailers could be an option that we might need to explore. But hopefully we'll be able to get the power from the...
So the solar will not be any sort of ground installation?
No, ma'am, there is no proposed ground-mounted solar poles or anything like that.
Commissioners, if I may, I have an answer to the question for pending and approved projects within a 1 and 3 mile radius.
Oh, thank you.
Within a 1 mile radius, there are 0 pending and 0 approved projects. Within a 3 mile radius, there is 1 pending project and 3 approved projects. However, of those 3, 2 of those are active and 1 is likely to expire.
Say the 3 mile one more time, please.
1 pending, 3 approved.
And what are the size of those projects?
I would have to analyze those individually.
I have a quick question about fencing.
Yes, ma'am.
I see the fencing will be around the grow area. Are there any other fences proposed? I'm concerned about wildlife.
No, there is the 3-string barbed wire around the property, but no.
None of those
just
6 to 8 foot things?
No, ma'am.
Thank you.
So I have a few cultural resource related questions, but I wanted to ask the chair if I know the flow is the commissioners ask questions, but we're already an hour and 40 minutes into this project application, and the public is here. I don't know what their schedules are, if we need to open it up sooner rather than later, if people have to go. I just would hate to continue on another hour without the public input. I have a few questions that I could hold off on till the end. I'm just looking for some direction or guidance from the chair.
Yeah, if you'd like to proceed with your questions, and then we'll open up public comment after those
Okay,
2 questions.
thank you. So just real quickly, the 2 questions I have related to tribal cultural resources and cultural resources is, was mentioned that the applicant has an agreement in place with Middletown Rancheria. Is that a signed agreement, or is it's a signed? Okay. And then also, in terms of there being no cultural resources within the project site, there is reference to sites within the contiguation of the parcels. Without disclosing the location, can you give me an approximate distance of those sites in relationship to the project site?
It is at least 700 feet from the project site, and it is a known site, and we've had members from the Middletown Rancheria out, and the Comstocks are aware of the site and have protected it the whole time that they've been there. And we, knowing about this site early on, we engaged the Middletown Rancheria right from the start, and which is why there was no consultation, because we entered into that agreement in advance, like, hey, we want to be respectful, and we understand the significance.
Okay, and why I asked the questions in terms of distance is if there's access to the Middletown Rancheria of use of that site, and if there's any obstructions from, in terms of viewshed, that site and location or any type of use. So I'm not aware of that, and that might not be something that was disclosed, but that's a concern I have without knowing all the discussions with the tribe. The third question I had was regarding the drying structures. Can you explain what the tie down is, how they're grounded? And so what raises my concern with that question is the ground disturbance, how much ground disturbance. And then when we're talking in the cultural resource reports, not the actual report, but our initial study, we're talking 15-meter transects, and that's 49 feet between each site that's looked at. And so that's a lot of distance where cultural material can be missed. And so if there wasn't a focused pedestrian survey, there's the opportunity for cultural resources to be missed. And so I'm trying to understand if that survey included the area where these structures are going to be, or these tie downs are going to be.
Yes, to start, yes, the cultural resource assessment that we have performed did include the areas where the temporary structures would be. You're right. The 15-meter transects is a large area. This is a large area, 34 acres. And at the time, it was like the 74 acres when we originally had it done. So it was a very large area at that point in time. The cultural resource monitoring and treatment agreement we have in place that is fully executed would require monitors on site anytime there's groundbreaking activity. And we fully intend to adhere to that. And then as far as access to the culturally significant site, I can't say that because it's not my property. So we'd have to, for the Middletown Rancheria. But so far, I can tell you that any time we've had any requests by particularly the Tribal Historic Preservation Officer to come out, it's absolutely, come on out, let's go check it.
Okay, and then in response, what is, when you're talking about as preserved, in what ways have that site been preserved? Is it done through an act, or is it just the family saying, we're preserving it, we're not touching it? Is there an actual agreement in place that says it's being preserved?
It may be better for them to answer that, but I can tell you that that area has not been touched. This field that we're preparing to go into, I'll let you.
If I can address that, this is a farmed area, has been farmed for over 100 years. We've only been there for 83 years. It's never, ever a concern to touch that. Never have, never will. And years ago, we could have just done that. Out of respect, the local tribe family, been intimate friends of our family forever. We absolutely respect and have protected that diligently for the entire time. There was never any written thing, we just did it. We respected it, protected it, have, and always will. Hope that answers that adequately. There were never any written agreements ever before.
Yeah, no, I understand, and I appreciate the sentiment around that relationship, but I'm thinking, and I like the investment in terms of your family saying, we want to be here. And so I'm thinking 100 years down the road, if there's no agreement protecting that land, it can change in the future, and so that's why I bring that question up. And
Yeah, I don't know how that proceeds from this point. I can just tell you what's happened to this date.
And to that point too, that's, while I appreciate the close relationship that the Comstock family has with the Middletown Rancheria, it would have been nice in our report for consideration to have had some indication or some response from the Middletown Rancheria for that to be part of the AB 52 and part of our documents here. So,
Commissioners?
I wish we could provide you with more specifics, but we can't. And And then another thing that had occurred during this, in the 4 years that we were working on it, is the tribal historic preservation officer for the Middletown Rancheria changed. It's a new, I just met him 1 month ago. So we were working with the previous historic preservation officer, and I'm sure that the new one is aware of this site, but he's not been out there, so we've got to develop that relationship going forward. That's just, things change.
Also, Chair Chavez, if I may, AB 52 is a very clear process from government to government. The county does not have the authority to require an agreement, a monitoring agreement with a specific tribe. So that would not have been part of our staff report.
Thank you, Director.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Also, I'd like to clarify that to your request, Commissioner Rosenthal, information gained during an AB 52 consultation from any tribe is protected information. The county cannot provide that information to the public. And unfortunately, you're an appointed official. If we provide one of you information, we have to provide all of you that information. And once we provide the commission the information, it becomes public. So any information gained from the tribes is put in a confidential part of the file, and it would not be attached to the information that's provided to you today. If you have general questions, such as the ones that have been asked today about agreements and things like that, and whether or not there are in fact maybe any impacts that have been addressed, then certainly you can ask those questions. But the specific information that was shared by tribes is not something the county can share. However,
I'll keep it very, very simple and very general. I was not asking for disclosure of any information. I was only asking, it would have been nice to have some acknowledgement in our report that the conversation did happen.
yes, and that would be certainly something that your commission can ask for. Yes, and however, the tribe could also.
Not asking for anything more.
Yeah, and tribes could also provide information, any information that they choose to provide. It's just the county cannot provide it.
I understand that, but just in our report, just to know that conversation occurred would have been helpful.
I did see it somewhere. I can't remember where.
Yeah.
Well, there was there was no response. There was a response from a tribe because all tribes were notified, and there was a response from a tribe outside the area that then transferred the response to Middletown Rancheria, saying that they were the tribe.
But there was also a note about something else.
Can clarify that?
Yeah.
Yeah, just if it's of assistance, on page 13 of the staff report, under tribal comments, it does note that Habemiddle Pomo of Upper Lake deferred to Middletown Rancheria. There was not a request for formal consultation. However, Rancho Lake LLC has voluntarily entered into a culture resources monitoring and treatment agreement with the Middletown Rancheria. So it is on page 13. Not sure if that's what you're looking for, but I just wanted to clarify that we had that information in the staff report.
And the county has a copy of the cultural resources monitoring and treatment agreement in the file for this project, the fully executed version.
And so they're going to be involved with, like you said, they're going to be on site, but are they involved with the training for your guys' staff?
Yeah, that's part of the agreement.
Okay, great to hear. And then just the last part, any information on the drying facility, what that's going to look like in terms of ground disturbance?
So they will be putting down some kind of fabric just to keep dust from getting up into the area. So laying down some fabric, erecting these, metal frame structures. Oh yeah, the anchors. So earth anchors. That is, but they're like you drill them into the ground, and that's how they're secured. So it will be drilled into the ground, but it won't be excavated. And then there's a fabric, engineered fabric that goes over the structure. So as far as ground disturbance, they're going to be laying on top of the ground. Like the majority of it will be laying on top of the surface of the ground. except for initially, there's probably, the first time you do it, there'll be a little bit of blading just to smooth things out, and the monitors would be on site for that. And then lay down the fabric to keep the dust out of the structure, erect the metal skeleton of the structure, earth anchors into the ground to secure the structure to the ground so it didn't blow away, and then fabric over the top of that.
So with that, there's going to be no soil spoils or anything for a tribal monitor to look at when it's drilled into the ground?
No, I don't believe so. There, if anything, it would just be a small pile at the very top.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I'd like to open up public comment for this item.
Before we do that, Chair, may I request a break?
Sure, we'll do a 10-minute break. It's 11, so we'll be back at 11:10.
Who's ever in charge of the thermostat, could they turn it up just a touch?
All right, folks, welcome back. We'll continue our meeting with our first item. We had moved on to public comment. So we welcome anyone from the public that wishes to speak and comment on this item. So you'll be given 3 minutes. And the podium, there's a sign-in sheet where you can sign in your name, and be sure to just state your first and last name on the microphone for the record.
Good morning still. My name is Claude Brown, and I'm a resident of Hidden Valley Lake, and my property overlooks the northeast corner of Comstock's property. And I want to say the Comstocks have worked for 4 years to get this going. I kind of find it hard to believe it's taken that long. But in any case, I fully support the project. I've been assured by Jim himself, which he's done everything he's ever told me in the 15 years I've been around here, that I can sit on my deck at night, have my cocktail. The only thing I'm going to hear and smell is my bourbon and Coke. So I just want to say that hopefully we get beyond whatever the issues are and get some business and revenue coming to the county and to the Comstock family and to everybody else involved. I do believe it is a fair project, and community development's done their utmost to make sure all the rules and regulations are followed, and that it should move forward, and we take it from there. If I have a problem, I'm sure I can call Jim and we'll have a talk. But he's been a man of his word ever since, and especially protecting that property. I've heard stories of people in Pewter Creek fishing and him saying, hey, you need to move over to the side and protect his property. So he's not going to let this business venture destroy the property or the region as a whole. So I have no fear about what's going on. As far as the aquifer and the water in the area, as a former board member of HVL CSD, that aquifer is amazing. It is truly amazing how it serves that community. And I'm the first one who's going to say, I want my water at Hidden Valley. I'm not going to worry about it. We've done test after test after test, and they showed it here recently. Every month they do a test of drawing that thing down, even during the drought, drawing it down how fast it replenishes. So that's just personal opinion. I'm not speaking for the board there, new board. I've been off of it a couple of years now. But I hope you guys will go ahead and approve the project and move forward. Thank you very much for your service.
Thank you for your comment.
Hi, good morning. My name is Bill Wilson, and I would like to address odor, please. The county says the application process requires a property management plan that includes air quality section explaining how the operation will not degrade the air quality. It also says inspections by the county and air quality officials to ensure that the odor control systems are effective and prevent public nuisance. But we were told there are no mitigating other than maybe airflow. And the other question is, has anybody checked to see where the normal airflow is and towards where? If there's 19 acres of canopy, that means there's going to be at least 40,000 cannabis plants at 2,000 plants per acre, which seems to be a normal thing. 12 feet tall, there is going to be an airflow. And I have heard for so many cannabis growers and consultants now that say only a few people will be bothered. That isn't acceptable. That morally is not acceptable. There should be mitigation on odor. There are fences. You can put screens up fences. There's vegetation screening, which of course takes years to grow. There are measures, but I don't see any air quality measures in any of this plan. And I think we need them. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
My name's Peter Lucchetti. I am the neighbor to the Comstocks, and I'd like to make several comments. I'm going to need more than 3 minutes, so I'm going to ask the chair if he would yield me more time than the 3 minutes that's allotted for public comment. A lot has been said here today.
We'll stick to the 3 minutes. Could we restart his time?
My name is Peter Lucchetti. I'm from 21333 and 21565 Grange Road. I'm the neighbor of the Comstocks. I want to be clear that we've farmed our ranch immediately adjacent to the field where they're proposing to grow cannabis for 56 years, uninterrupted. We produced a crop of cattle on that farm. We also farm in several other locations in California and have a long history in California, just as the Comstocks do. Regarding my letter to the board, I'll ask you to read it carefully and thoroughly. There are many issues in the letter that I believe raise questions about this application. And I feel that the substance of these issues rises to the level of a fair argument that we need to go into full sequel. I'll highlight a few of the issues. Adverse water supply impacts. My hydrologist is the same hydrologist that's monitored the aquifer for 28 years for Hidden Valley Lake Community Services, just Brian Crawford. His comment at this point is, in its proposed location and pumping regime, the well that was drilled by the Comstocks for this project will cause material adverse impacts from the Lucchetti Ranch water supply. The risk exists even in years with normal precipitation and will be exacerbated in dry years. Now, I don't have enough time to present my whole case as the applicant has, but I wish to present my whole case. Piecemealing of the application. You can't piecemeal an application by saying something pre-existed when it did not. They're saying the well pre-existed. The well did not pre-exist. It was specifically drilled for this project. Wildfire risk. They've acknowledged in their presentation the road is 16 to 18 feet wide and 4290 requires 20 feet. So that's the flaw in the application that needs further review. But more importantly, they've entered into an agreement with the Guanac Valley Resort to allow evacuation of the entire Guanac Valley Resort in a disaster, 4,000 car trips, through their property, which affects the road we all use in common. So this project cannot be reviewed today without a full evaluation of the risks associated with that possibility. Pesticide use. I think it's self-explanatory. They've acknowledged there's no odor control process for this project, and that needs to happen, and it's required by law. Farmland protection zone. There's been comments made by their counsel about my request, it's attachment 3 to my letter, that we do an amendment to the zoning requirement, allowing my prime farmland. I have prime farmland. I'm going to say it again. Prime farmland gets the same equitable treatment as everybody else's prime farmland that has FPZ protection in Lake County. And I'm insisting on this. This is a critical issue for me. I don't think I should be prejudicially treated. Odor control, I think, is self-explanatory. As I said, they don't have it. But here's my...
The time
like
is
to
up, but
finish.
I'll extend another minute to your time.
I'm asking for 2 minutes, please.
Okay, we'll do 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Are you with anyone today that can give you their time?
She's yielding.
Okay, we'll do two more minutes.
Thank you. Programmatic EIR consistency. The director of CDD recently in November presented to the Lake County Board of Supervisors that they should consider doing a programmatic EIR for all of cannabis in Lake County. The fact that the lead agency CDD recognizes this need, potentially significant impacts specifically quoted were for hydrology and odor control, constitutes substantial evidence that an EIR is required for this project as well. I want to say this in closing. We do not believe this application should either be accepted or rejected at this meeting today. We don't wish the Comstocks hardship or harm. What we wish is for you to respect our 56 years of history in the cattle business immediately over the fence line. There's several issues that haven't been properly addressed and resolved. We want to refer this application back to CDD and go into full CEQA and allow us to tell our side of the story, just as they've told their side of the story here at the table today. The Lucchettys respectfully expressed deep frustration with this process. We have repeatedly tried to communicate directly with the applicant and their advisors, and we've had no success at doing that. They refused to speak to us. We invited them to participate in the well test that we ran, which didn't last a few hours. It lasted 6 months. We had sensors in the wells for 6 months. What we wanted to do is put sensors in their well, sensors in our wells, and run them all together during the dry period and find out how that affected things. But they refused to cooperate with that and did not want to join me in trying to solve this problem. And I had to spend considerable amount of time and resources to make it happen. So, a neighbor running a successful 56-year-old cattle business should not shoulder the burden of enforcing proper CEQA review. Should not be on me. I'm not trying to enter the cannabis business. They are. It is necessary for CDD and the applicant to do the necessary work to perfect this application before it goes back to this commission. So we again conclude by saying, we are not asking you to accept or reject. We're asking you to defer and get the work done. And then we can go about the business of properly reviewing this. It hasn't been properly reviewed. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Chair Chavez,
Yes, Director.
if I could just clarify the matter about the programmatic EIR, I presented it to the board as an option that they could consider, specifically regarding water and odor. And the board said that they did not feel that they needed a programmatic EIR to address odor impacts. They were comfortable with the position where we're taking of increasing setbacks from offsite residences, but they did express interest in water, but not specific just to cannabis, but noting that it did have other applications. Okay. I didn't want the Planning Commission to have the wrong idea based on Mr. Lucchetti's input. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Chavez, members of the Planning Commission. If I can indulge the staff to maybe bring up that odor graph that was presented by the applicant, because I want to touch on that. It's
Could you please state your first and last name?
Oh yeah, sorry, Tom Lasik, resident.
Sure.
The reason I want to bring that up is I know that we just had a conversation about this, and being a mathematician by education, a graph is always great. Was there a minute ago? Please don't dock me time for this piece. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Okay, so this is a classic inverse square graph. It's pretty typical. When you talk about things like odor and light and things like that, it diminishes over distance. And this is I think I would encourage CDD to consider this as they're going through the ordinances based on the recommendation that the board had about having some sort of scale on this. But I think the interpretation that was given by the applicant is not quite correct. And let me just put this in context. Several of you have been to my property or to my neighbor's property during the Wellness Ranch permitting process. What's there today is a minor use a cultivation site, which is about 10,000 square feet, which more or less is a quarter acre. That's about 800 feet from my property. The odor is barely tolerable at 800 feet for a quarter acre, and it diminishes over space. Now, they're saying that they're going to be about 800 feet away from the nearest residence, but they're talking about 19.6 acres for the same space. So to achieve the same amount of tolerance, if a quarter acre, if at 800 feet is tolerable, and you now increase that by 80-fold, that is very problematic, okay? So to say, well, it diminishes over time, that's actually very true, but you have to look at the quantity that's going there. There's nothing on this graph that shows what's actually tolerable. Nobody's saying that you're going to sleep around. You know, if you look at the very left of the graph at 0, you're not going to be sleeping inside the canopy bed. That's just going to drive you nuts. There's a certain distance where it becomes acceptable. They have, and what I'm saying is that at least for most people, and probably not because Mr. Bill here, Bill Wilson, he's 800 feet away and he can't sleep at night for his situation. So if you look at this graph, that would be around 500 feet is tolerable.
If we could wrap up the comment.
Yeah, my point is that at a quarter acre, 800 feet is probably fine, but we're not talking a quarter acre, we're talking 80 times that, 84 times that. So the distance needs to be further. Or are you just going to drive people nuts with odor? Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Good morning. My name is Erin Cherry, and though my name may not say it, I am a Comstock. I'm Jim Comstock's daughter. I grew up on the ranch where my dad still lives, and I grew to love the land. It was part of me. But as most children do, I don't know that I fully appreciated it until I left. I left for school, I left for jobs, and I got married. And luckily, my life situation was such that I was able to move back. And while I don't live on the property, I do live in Middletown. And I'm raising my family here in Middletown. I have 3 children. And I personally am out on the ranch just about every day. And my children are out at the ranch as much as they possibly can be. And I have shared the love of this land with them. And the importance of this project is to preserve the land that I love so much. I apologize, I get a little emotional. It means a lot to me. My whole life, I've heard my dad, my parents, working hard to keep this land, and I am so impressed that the creativity, maybe a little bit of luck and a lot of hard work, it's still here. The ranch is still here and part of my family. I'm forever grateful for that. And it is a constant discussion in our family how we can keep it so. And when the cannabis operation was first presented to our family, I will tell you, I was against it. That did not sound like something I was interested in. However, because I love the land so much, I did look into it instead of just completely dismissing it. And the more I learned about cannabis operations, the legal cannabis operations, I learned most of my problems were from my experiences with illegal grows around the county. As I know many people are, that was my first experience with cannabis. And the more I learned about the regulations and the controls, I began to look at this as a possible way to save our ranch. I love the land. I'm out there. I love the native plants. I love hiking the hills, everywhere on it. This project will allow us to use 2% of the land. 2% of the land, and the land we are using has been previously farmed for many years. It allows the 98% of the property to be preserved in its natural state. That is so important to me. to be able to keep this land and to preserve it as it is. I hope you will consider this project to be able to support my family and our roots here and be able to preserve this for my lifetime, my children, and hopefully future generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Good morning. I'm Kevin Smith. I live on Grange Road. My grandkids are the 5th generation in Middletown, and I have the utmost respect for the Comstocks and Jim. I've done a lot of work for some of the legal grows that are here in Lake County, and I will have to say that they are as nice as any vineyard in Napa Valley that I work at. But on the other hand, I've worked for quite a few illegal grows here, and that's somewhat working for the Lake County dump. I think anytime we can get a chance to get one approved that meets all the regulations and meets all the standards, I think we should do it and eliminate some more of the illegal grows that are causing all the problems in this county. This site is a perfect site, in my opinion, for a grow. It's out of the public sight. Nobody is affected by it. There's very few people that are near this project at all. So in my opinion only, but I feel this is a perfect spot for this grow. We're going to have grows in this county. They're going to happen. And I think this is a very reasonable spot for this grow. So I hope you do approve this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Chair Chavez, members of the commission, my name is James Comstock. I'm Jim's son. I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you today. I'm going to try to make my remarks very brief. I did want to say I'm very mindful of the things that Commissioner Brown brought up. I don't know a lot of folks know this. My wife's Native. She's a member of the Klamath tribe and of Fort Pig Sioux. I get a little emotional talking about this. We're guests on this land. We've been here a long time, but that's nothing compared to the history of this land. And legal agreements aside, which I'm not opposed to, we're committed to protecting this land and to working with our tribal partners in that. I really appreciate those comments. In that same vein, we want to be good neighbors to everyone. We want to consider always how our neighbors are affected by what we do. In that vein, when we first considered this project in 2020, my dad and I reached out to Peter Lucchetti, and we went and talked to him and told him what our plan was. We invited open communication and asked to work together to be good neighbors. Over that period of time, I logged more than 25 contacts with Mr. Lucchetti, trying to work with him and his family for mutually agreeable solutions. Early on, I sought input from him on facility placement, on the security plan, and we incorporated his requests into our project. On a site visit with him in April of 2021, Mr. Lucchetti seemed to be on the same page with us and said that his family would write a letter in support of our project. He sent me an email in May of 2021 saying, "We're rooting for you." Sometime in July of 2023, we advised him that we're reducing the size of the project. We were shocked in November of 2023 to receive a letter from him asking us to withdraw the project and demanding to see our contracts, business documents, and proposing that he partner with us in business ventures. At one point, he proposed selling us water for the project. In December of 2023, we attended a mediated meeting with community development here at the courthouse. It was adversarial and unproductive. We met again in May of 2024. We listened to Mr. Lucchetti's concerns. He offered no alternative solution except for dropping the project. In May of 2025, he sent correspondence suggesting a fence line resolution, that we speak over the fence line, but declined to offer any resolution or proposals to us.
If you would like to wrap up your comments.
I will, thank you. We've made exhaustive efforts to work well with our neighbors. We want to. we have to consider all of our neighbors, and this project impacts the least of our neighbors in the most accommodating way we possibly can. We ask for your support in this, and I thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Sarah Bodner, and I'm a consultant that's had the pleasure of working with the applicant on this project over the last few years. I'd like to start by thanking the community development staff for your diligence in this project. It's been a complex one that's involved many rounds of revisions, and thank you for bringing it forward very thoughtfully. I have participated in the conversations that have been mentioned here today with community development staff and the neighbors and the Comstock family. I've also toured the property with community development staff. And all of the input that's been received through this 4-year period, which has led to continuations and modifications, has all been very thoughtfully incorporated. And so what's before you today is very much ready for your consideration. There's been an excellent team of professional consultants that have addressed the environmental concerns, and community development staff has run down every single concern that's been raised, explored it, looked at mitigations, and determined that this project, as proposed, will not have significant environmental or community impacts. I'm asking you to support this project not because these are good, thoughtful people and operators, but this project meets all of the land use requirements, and it's a model project for what we want to see here in Lake County. It's where we want to see cannabis grown, in the way we want to see cannabis grown. And I respectfully ask you to approve this based on its accordance with the land use laws. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. We'll take a look in the Zoom room. I believe we have a few hands. Okay, so we'll take our first speaker. Betsy, please state your first and last name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, commissioners. My name is Betsy Kahn. I'm the editor and sole proprietor of the Essential Public Information Center. As such, I cover many of the governmental activities in the county. In this particular context, I am concerned only about one question, and that is whether or not the state adjudicated water master for Poudre Creek was consulted to determine whether or not there would be any impacts to the creek itself from the proximity of the well, since, as I understand it, the edge of the effective area is right at the creek or in the creek. I think this is a crucial determination. I apologize if I missed the reference, but I think that y'all should consider that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. We have another hand in the Zoom room. And our next speaker is Donna. You'll have 3 minutes. Please say your first and last name.
Thank you, commissioners. Donna Makowitz, Red Bed Audubon Society. Part of our mission is protecting birds and their environments. In the past 4 years, only one plant and bird survey was done for this project on February 8th and 9th of 2021. So no endangered plants that bloom in the spring could have been identified. Same with birds. Not mentioned in the natural investigation surveys also were bald and golden eagles, burrowing owls that are now listed as endangered as of 10/10/2021, tricolored blackbirds now listed as California species of special concern, as was the raptor not mentioned, the merlin, all listed since the 2021 Winterfield study. These species can be verified on eBird at Cornell Labs, a long-time online citizen science program. Multi-seasonal bird surveys are necessary for CEQA compliance, especially for larger projects and those impacting sensitive habitats, because different birds use them for different reasons, wintering, migration, breeding, across seasons, requiring broader surveys to meet Migratory Bird Treaty Act and state laws with specific protocols for sensitive species like the burrowing owl. And we need to think about the year-round, multi-season focus and checks to avoid more habitat loss and more species loss. Thank you for considering my comment.
Thank you for your comment. I believe we have another hand in the Zoom room. Oh, that looks like that's all the hands in the Zoom room. I'll take another look here in the chambers if anyone wishes to speak before we close public comment. All right, we'll close public comment and bring it back to the commission for further discussion or considerations.
I have a sort of a comment about Betsy's question. Was the water master of Pewter Creek consulted? Because it's an adjudicated creek, I'm understanding?
Trey Sherrill, consultant for the applicant. No, the water master was not. It's not. We weren't taking water from Buda Creek. As the study, there was a study and a legal decision that came down on Coyote Valley pertaining to the Hidden Valley Lake Community Services District. The study concluded that water in the Coyote Valley aquifer system is percolating groundwater and therefore not subject to water rights. The hydrogeologist alluded to that it's actually on in his report. And so therefore there was no concern. Plus our modeling indicated that the well would not impact flow in Buda Creek. And so therefore we did not feel that it was necessary to reach out to the water master. Okay, go ahead. Sorry. Or do you?
I had questions in regard to the drought management plan. So, and I don't know if this goes to the applicant or to staff, but in the drought management plan, it speaks to, well, number one, there's a drought management plan that is presented. It goes back and forth between, in the staff report, it talks about or alludes to that the drought management plan will be active all year round. But yet, in the conditions of approval, it speaks to just during emergency. So if there's a declared drought emergency. But then some of the agreement, I'm sorry, as the staff mentioned in discussing the staff report, there was a condition, a 10% reduction of water use, which would be from 49.1 or 0.2 acre feet to 44.2. And you know, in a severe drought situation, that's really not very useful or helpful. And so with the drought management plan, I'm just wondering, will the drought management plan be implemented year round? And can the conditions of approval be beefed up so that in case a drought emergency is actually declared, that there would actually be some mitigation measures that would actually help with the situation?
I can answer that question, those series of questions. With that, operations would include water use management, and that would reduce water use for irrigation. The reduction of canopy and the reduction of water use during a declared drought emergency is proposed at 10% by the applicant. The commission does have within their power to amend any conditions as necessary. So that would be amendable to the commission.
Okay, so that's what I would suggest, that there be something that's more impactful in the conditions of approval, such as reducing the plant. I mean, you know, sometimes it's basically we just don't plant for a season. You know, that's happens in farming on a regular basis. As far as if there's no water, the crop is reduced as a series, basically an annual crop. So there's a reduction of, other options, could be a reduction of crop. It could be even, as far as dry farming, which again, you have different farming operations that end up doing that when we are in a serious drought situation. So yes, I would encourage that we change the conditions of approval to beef that up.
And if I may provide a little bit of history to the drought management plan and the hydrological analysis requirement. In July of 2021, the Board of Supervisors had implemented Ordinance 3106 that required a hydrological analysis for any land use project. This also incorporated a drought management plan. This was specific to measures to reduce water use, and the specific to the size of the canopy or the water use is open for interpretation, to which these applicants did choose to utilize the 10%, but there is no specific regulation that would require anything further.
Go ahead.
A question about a comment that was made, and we recently have reviewed the Gwinnett Valley project here. I don't recall that this Grange Road was listed as a potential exit if there was any fire issues. No, I don't know that, it just is, that was an interesting comment.
I can speak to that. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. That is part of the revised and approved MAHA project. In case of emergency, they were improving the abilities for evacuation, lowering the impacts on the highway by allowing just that one emergency use through Mr. Comstock's property on Grange to get to Grange Road.
And
it's not going to all other times except for in case of an emergency evacuation, there will be a locked gate there.
Right. But there was a comment made earlier that the roads for this project needed to be improved. I wondered if there was connection between any of that and whether or not we need to think about it. But we've talked on so many projects about fire and exits and roads. It just is like, oh my goodness.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd like clarity on that as well. I believe there was a comment from the public about Hidden Valley Lake using Grange Road as an exit.
There was no comment or recommendation for a traffic study for this project, so we did not feel that it would be necessary.
And to add on to that, if I may, that in the traffic analysis in the initial study, it specifies and discusses how the project would produce up to 24 daily trips on a regular basis, and then 40 during peak operational or harvest season hours. Mm-hmm. The threshold from the state, I know we've discussed these, I believe, before, but for the CEQA analysis is typically 120 trips or more trigger that traffic analysis, or if Public Works or another department such as ourselves recommends it based on the certain situation of that property.
In the project presentation, it was a comment was made that improvements needed to be made to the road. So, just sort of how did all these things fit together as far as and do the improvements need to be made before the project goes forward?
So yes, I can speak to that. The improvements are for Public Resource Code 4290 for the appropriate width of the roadways, and then the gate, the access gate. And with that is included within the initial study. The roadways would need to be 4290 compliant at the time that the structures were erected.
But not before the project is approved.
Not before the project is approved. No, we would not require any improvements to any parcel prior to project approval. As a matter of fact, we require the baseline conditions to remain the same during project application. That way, nothing changes on site and the initial study is still accurate.
I see. Thank you.
So for really quickly jumping on that, so the road improvements for 4290 are within the parcel? That's correct?
That is correct.
I have a quick question, and this is my last question. Management plan states the grow area will be disked, and I'm concerned about the plastic mulch being used. How will it be cleaned up when the project is terminated, or will it forever be in the soil?
No, public comment was closed. It's a
Oh, he has
question.
a good point.
It's a question to the applicant.
And I can talk about the road, the Gwinnett thing too, if you just so desire. But to answer your question, the plastic is pulled up. It's laid down while they're disking and furrowing. It's laid down, and then with the drip lines, and then it's pulled up. It's pulled up by hand and then balled up and taken to Quackenbush.
So the term plastic mulch refers to a sheet of plastic, not
Yes.
a shredded product?
Yes, it's
Okay,
a
thank
sheet of plastic, and the purpose is to keep soil moisture in the soil. It's a water
understand.
conservation.
Thank you, that answers my question.
And
So as long as you're there, and we're talking with you, so these, on this project too, the plants will be in the ground, not in pots?
correct.
Okay. And in regard to the drought management plan, so now the drought management plan was based on the State Water Resource Cannabis best management practices to conserve water year-round. Is the applicant amenable to making, beefing up conditions of approval to follow the drought conditions year-round rather than just the statement of the 10% reduction in a declared drought emergency?
So the operator that would be doing that, he's currently has the flu and he's not here with us at the moment. The Comstocks are the co-applicants, and I don't want to speak on his behalf.
Okay.
So I'm sorry. I would have to stick with the drought management plan that was previously agreed to, at least for now.
Okay. Odor control, that has been, as we all know, odor and water and roads are topics of expanded conversation when we talk about cannabis projects. And for the odor, I know for myself, it being in this position and reviewing and trying to become better educated, I had listened to the Sonoma County hearing, their planning commission, who did do an EIR exploring odor. And basically, just to summarize or whatever, what they came up with is basically its space, its distance, that as the chart that you showed previously. So, but I would also like to ask you about that chart that you showed previously. That was based on 1 acre. What does that chart look like for 20 acres, for 19.6 acres?
I don't know, but that chart actually came out of the Sonoma County EIR. That's where I pulled it from. I don't know, and what is an odor unit? I'm not sure. Yeah, and actually, I was just informed that the applicant, who is watching it at home, is amenable to increasing the reduction for drought management when a declared drought emergency is declared. So is there, maybe we could take some direction from the commission at what threshold or what, how much could we reduce it by? Like when a drought emerges, the operation needs to be feasible still, and it's not easy. I mean, it is. You can definitely do it. It just takes a couple months to reduce your canopy with the state. It's very easy with the county, as long as you do it before July 1st. But just how much of a reduction would you like to see in the event of a declared drought emergency?
Well, I think as far as in plant, again, this is an annual crop. Sounds like there's going to be 1 season of planting. So it seems, I mean, in general, we kind of get an idea of what our rainfall status is prior to your planting, that you would, as many farmers do, make that decision based on the availability of water. of what their farming practices are going to be. So it seems like you could adjust your farming practices.
And that's what I'm at. So like right now we're proposing a 10% reduction. It sounds like a greater than 10% reduction is what is desired.
I'm not asking for a greater than 10%. I'm just, there are other options. That was kind of, to be honest, I'll be perfectly honest, that to me, the 10% offer of reduction or whatever is kind of like a boilerplate offer. It doesn't carry a whole lot of meaning if there is an actual declared drought, in the sense of, the impact on the drought is going to be. So let me throw it like this. As far as, again, I'm in the farming industry, as I said before, whatever, I operate with a pond. If I don't have water in that pond because of lack of rainfall, that's all I got to work with. And it's not anybody, or it's Mother Nature telling me what I have to work with. So, and then I have to adjust my farming for that year, based on that water that's in the pond. But, what other farming practices are you willing to make adjustments to, whether it's a reduction in plants, whether it's, deficit water irrigation, or, downsizing your operation to correspond to, which farmers do. Strawberry farmers will do that, throughout the state of California.
I'd like to suggest that this is a legislative issue. I don't think it's something that I feel comfortable telling somebody whether or not they have to reduce their water consumption during a drought emergency on an individual basis. I think the Board of Supervisors should make that decision.
Well, I would disagree in the sense that I think because it is in the conditions of approval that they've put this in there. So I, as a planning commissioner, am looking
Additionally,
at that
I'm sorry to
condition
interrupt,
of
also
approval.
the ordinance, the county code only requires a drought management plan for times of declared drought. I'm not sure if we have a nexus to
Got it.
require a year-round reduction of water use on a proposed project.
And so what I'm saying is that drought management plan speaks to, it's based on the state, what did I just read a few minutes ago? Anyway, that recommends basically the year-round water conservation. So if we're going to have that information in there, I'd have to look up the drought management plan.
So the year-round water conservation requirements, you're right. Those are requirements of cannabis cultivation, whether it's in Lake County, Sonoma, Humboldt, wherever. These are requirements by the Water Board of the state of California. We're to use water efficient irrigation systems. We're to use methods to conserve water resources. Then in this drought management plan, we say, okay, we're going to make sure all of those things are being done, as well as soil moisture meters. And the plastic mulch we're already going to do that, which is a water conservation effort. And then may even add soil amendments that retain water in a way to conserve water and aid plant growth and health. And then after that, then we say, in addition to that, when a drought emergency is declared, we'll reduce our operation by 10%. And I just got word that the co-applicant is willing to reduce the operation by 25%, by a quarter, if that is if we can even incorporate it at this time. He's willing to do that. We take drought seriously.
I am showing a time of 12. I usually get this reminder from Director Turner about staff needing their break. Is that correct, Director?
Yes, 12:30 is our hard labor law.
Okay,
break
should
time.
we continue for the next 30 minutes and then take our break at 12:30?
Sure.
And that'd be great. Thank you. And just
Okay, so
reminding the commission that we do have 3 more items to go.
Yeah, thank you. So we'll do a hard stop at 12:30 for our staff so they can take a break. So we'll continue. So we have 29 minutes.
You mentioned co-applicant. Can you delineate who the applicants are again?
So Rancher Lake LLC and then Comstock Ranch LLC. Those are the applicants. The original application was submitted under Rancho Lake LLC with the lease agreement in place. It took a lot longer to get here than anticipated, and then about 2 years ago, through an agreement that was reached between the landowners and the owner of Rancho Lake, whose name is Edward Fussell, they reached an agreement, and so now this permit would be issued to both. And I mean, it's kind of all use permits are issued to the landowner in some regards because you can't take it anywhere else. You know, it runs with the land. But in this case, there are co-applicants, Rancho Lake LLC, as well as Comstock Ranch LLC.
And the Rancho LLC, those are the operators?
Yes, Rancho Lake LLC would be the operator.
I see. Thank you. Do you have more questions? I have
Rancho.
another question.
Go ahead. Come back.
A question on the odor mitigation. On page 20 of the staff report on 2, the impacts of the air quality, and it says, and maybe this is a more global question, when it says it can be mitigated to less than significant levels, what is the process, as we talked about looking at the graph, that the graph was for 1 acre, what is the process to extrapolate to larger or smaller or indoor or outdoor? And, you know, we see this, you know, reduced to, you know, mitigated levels. What does that mean? Mitigated based on, and as I say, maybe it's a more global thing that we have to look at as a planning commission, but where's the measure? Where's the checklist of what it means to be mitigated to be an acceptable level?
Yes, that's a good question. That is one of the items, as you're probably aware, that is slated for further discussions with the Board of Supervisors. We don't currently have adopted thresholds, but what we do in our CEQA analysis is we look at the layout of the land in particular, whether it's, you know, has a bunch of residences or sensitive receptors around it. We ultimately rely on those setbacks that are adopted in the ordinance that are intended to mitigate those odor impacts. And if there would be anything else that is particular to the site that could result in a higher impact of odor or not. In this case, it's an outdoor project with not much population around it. We do know that there are, of course, some residences, but it's not in a highly populated area, and it does exceed all of those setbacks intended to mitigate odor. So that is how we came to that conclusion of less than significant.
Well, you mentioned CEQA. There was no CEQA evaluation done on this particular project. Am I
They do an
correct?
initial study.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the initial study, excuse me, yeah.
Yes.
I forget that this is not the first time we've seen this.
Yeah, it's on, it's within the air quality section of the initial study.
Okay. Thank you.
I have kind of a stupid question. Does a CEQA review include odor analysis? Thank you. I'm getting a nod from Nicole.
In air quality, yeah.
I did have a question which kind of ties back into odor, seeing as that is one of the, I think, topics that is of most concern that I've heard pretty frequent in today's discussion. And I think these two things kind of tie into each other. And I know that we already talked about it and discussed that there are no thresholds currently for the odor mitigation for these projects. But the 5 40 by 150 harvest storage and staging engineered membrane structures for seasonal use, that is strictly just for drying, is that correct?
Yes, drying and processing.
Drying and processing. So I know that there's a transport type 13 distributor, self-transport only. Would any of the products be processed elsewhere? Or are we doing it all in-house for this project?
Prior to construction of the structures, if the stages of development are preferred broken down prior to the structures being erected, then the type 13 transportation would allow to move cannabis products from this licensed facility to an additional licensed facility for processing.
Okay. And basically what I was going for with that question or speaking on that topic is at what point in the process does odor become like potent? For example, when does it start? When the plant is, a foot? I'm assuming these are all going to be smaller plants. I've seen a couple projects that Trey has presented to us where they're using smaller plants, which go into the water and et cetera. But focusing on odor, at what point in the size of these plants does odor start going? And I'm assuming that that chart kind of goes up as the bigger the plants get. And then to the point where I would assume that it would be the most potent would be when they are being harvested. So around what time does that take place? Because when we're evaluating projects like this, I mean this one specifically, but others as well, we're looking at a certain season, a certain month, 2 months potentially of when this odor is at its highest peak, and that would be the only comment that I really have to think about. That it's not going to be, like a year-round thing. Cultivation's only happening at certain times of the year, and then what are the highest where you would potentially be getting odor complaints? Oh, yeah, sure. If you want to answer that question.
So with the cannabis plants in the field, they're gonna be producing their odors when the plants are flowering. The odor comes from the flower. You walk into a field of immature plants and you can barely smell it, but you walk into a field of mature plants and it is quite potent. I'm not going to deny it. And the size doesn't really matter because there are some strains that are low to the ground and they're going to produce just as much odor as a much larger plant. It's about the phase of the life. But that being said, odors are going to start, the plants are going to start, they start to flower, but in like August, but it's kind of just like a little bit. It's really like September that they really start to flower and put on the cannabinoids and the terpenes. Terpenes is what you smell, and that would happen in September. It would continue through into October. Some point in late September or early October, harvest would start, and then there would be a reduction in odor from that point on generated from the field. There would then be a new source of odor, which would be these structures. I do want to clarify, the structures are for drying and storage only. No what I consider processing, which is manipulating of the plant, trimming it and things like that would occur on site. That is not the intent to have people here working. It's just for hanging the plants, keeping them dry, drying them out if necessary, and then transporting them to a processing facility where they would go through the processing phase. Manipulation of the plant to make it.
So once the plants are cut and stored away, in a sense, the air or the odor would be reduced or confined within the structures. I'm assuming you would still have some of it escaping because
Yes.
they're not completely
Yeah,
sealed. And then from that point that they are in those structures, let's say mid-October, late October.
Well, they're not going to hang around that long. So it's going to be harvest from the field into the structures. Even those larger structures in that number isn't sufficient for this whole field. So they're going to harvest for the field, go into these structures where they'll go through their initial drying. Then they're going to get boxed down and toted to and transported to a processing facility, and then the next round will come down. So it'll kind of be like a bell curve. Like odors will increase as the plants are flowering, it will peak, and then as harvest starts, it will start to diminish, and then by the end of October, it should be outside of those structures, it should not be detectable.
Okay, yeah, because I'm just trying to. So from the point that they are cut and hung, they stay in those drying facilities for how long?
Up to 2 weeks.
2 weeks. Okay. But yeah, I'm just trying to find what I need to make my finding regarding odor. And I'm asking these questions so that I can also, get a better idea of like what's happening and around what months we're expecting these odors to happen. So I think that answers my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
May I add one more thing that I think may be helpful for your questions? As far as CEQA is concerned, in the air quality section, it's sub-criterion D, says result in other emissions such as those leading to odors or dust adversely affecting a substantial number of people. Now, I don't say that to say that 1 or 2 or 3 neighbors don't matter, but as far as the CEQA regulations and what we're required to analyze and what we rely on to make that less than significant determination, as well as our use permit findings, I just wanted to point that out, that it's the key word is substantial number of people. Again, just purely based on the CEQA regulations anyway.
Thank you for that. Can I make a comment about this project? First of all, this is one of the most difficult decisions I think I've ever faced. As I've said before, I think a person's right to swing their fist ends where their neighbor's nose begins. And clearly, some noses are going to be hit with this project. If CEQA says you have to have a substantial number of noses, then I think that's a decision I'm going to feel more comfortable leaving up to CEQA. Combining that with the woman from the Audubon Society with her serious concern, I'm feeling right now that I can't support this project without full CEQA review. So that's where I am with it right now.
Okay, so I'm going to build on that. This, as Miley just said, this is a difficult project, and for me, as we've heard, a little bit of emotion from property owners. For me, it's problematic also because, and I have to kind of remove myself from that, but there are, I hate to see a project where we have neighbors not talking to neighbors. So where compatibility with a project is an issue. However, that's not just like, considering as far as the, and no offense, because I totally respect your family history and all of that, but I am making a land use decision today. So, and from a land use decision, and not based on, but I'm going to refer to a comment that was made by one of the members of the public that spoke to this project, that it was well put together and this is a great project coming forward. My frustration actually in going through it, and this is where I have a lot of questions, because this project has been in the works for quite some time, I feel like there are gaps. There are things that should have, for this size of a project, should have been better answered, and I would almost prefer to defer. As I've brought up a couple times now on the water, my concern is not so much with the water, whether there's availability of water for this project, but I am very concerned with the impact on Poudre Creek. So, and I don't think it's been proven for me to make a decision today on less than significant impact to a public resource. And I think that there's a test that could easily be done, a more extensive test on that well that could simulate what the project, even though the project isn't happening right now, there could be a well test. There could have been a well test done in the last few months that would better simulate what the situation is and what, if any, drawdown effect to Poudre Creek. Whether there's any impact there, so that I could firmly, agree that there's less than significant impact. To the point that Donna from Redbud also, brought up some points. Again, I guess my point is there are, between water and biology, there are appropriate seasonal studies that have not happened with this project that has been in the works for quite a while. And so I just question, why haven't they been done so at the appropriate time?
Commissioners, if I may, in response to the Redbud Audubon comment, there is actually a compiled biological and botanical assessment. It begins, I believe, page 51 or so of the biological resource, and it does state that there was survey dates February 8th and 9th of 2021, and additionally April 21st of 2021 and June 3rd of 2021, and that is on page 54 of 84.
Yeah, I'd also like to add on that same topic, under the draft conditions of approval for biological resources, number 4. Prior to any ground disturbance or vegetation removal, the applicant shall have a pre-construction survey conducted by a qualified biologist for special status plant. This area, I think, has already been used in the past for farming, so I don't believe that there are huge impacts to any, special status vegetation or species. But if there are before to ground disturbance, that has to be met as part of the conditions of approval.
Yeah, in addition to bird nesting surveys as well prior to construction.
Are there further questions or anything that you guys need to make your findings before we take on this item to a vote?
I just have a question for staff. With the comments from the commissioners, hearing those, is the threshold in your guys' mind or analysis met to require a full EIR? And I think what I'm hearing is that's what I'm hearing some of the commission say. I don't feel that's what's needed at this point. But I'm just trying to kind of gauge, because this is a process that's going on, and what are the options of continuance again, and that being a path, or actually bringing it to a vote and deciding is it gonna be permitted, or applicants have to come back, because otherwise I feel like some of these things have been addressed, maybe to not our individual liking, but I can't make a decision off of my individual liking of this project. I have to go off of what the documents say, and I'm comfortable with where the documents are taking us. So that's my question with the EIR.
Sure, I can speak to that, and then perhaps County Council can jump in as well. So as far as staff's analysis as the lead agency, we go through the CEQA checklist, and if all impacts are determined to be less than significant with that mitigation, then an EIR is not prepared. Now, if that were not the case, then we would move forward to the EIR phase. CEQA relies on substantial evidence, which is defined in section 15384 and fair argument as to get to that next level. And substantial evidence, it's a long definition, but I'll just cut to the chase here. It says whether a fair argument can be made that the project may have a significant effect on the environment is determined by examining the whole of the record before the lead agency. Argument, speculation, unsubstantiated opinion or narrative, evidence which is clear, erroneous, or inaccurate, or evidence of social economic impacts which do not contribute to or are not caused by physical impacts on the environment do not constitute substantial evidence. So in this case, we relied on the reports of, for example, the certified hydrogeologist, the qualified biologist and botanist, and that's what we used to back our findings of that. And I don't know if there's anything that council would like to add.
To your question, Supervisor, your commission has, and any commissioner can bring a motion for any of these. Your commission has 3 options. You can motion to approve the project as presented by staff. You can motion to approve the project as amended with suggested amendments. Excuse me. You can motion to deny the project, and you can motion to continue the project. And in that instance, it would be a circumstance in which you believe that you can receive further information, or that there's missing information or clarifications that would otherwise allow you to make the findings that are necessary to meet one of either the approval or denial motion. So, if you do, in fact, if someone does motion and it does pass for a continuance, I would ask that you provide staff direction as to what information you'll need for a complete decision when it does return to you.
A question on what you just laid out. When you say approve with amendments, what would an amendment be? Would we add the amendment? I don't think we've done it before, at least. How does that work?
You may. Yeah, there may be a commissioner could suggest an amendment to, say, the conditions of approval in order to, if, for example, you think that there may be a change in the project or a change in the conditions of approval that would allow you to make the findings that are necessary to make to approve the project, you can recommend that change. I will say, however, that you do run the risk of needing a continuance if you do make substantial changes that impact a CEQA evaluation. But that is possible. You can recommend changes to the project.
So an amendment might be to increase a project, decrease a project. What kind of, would that be an amendment?
Yes, that would be an amendment. So, for example, if in your analysis, independent analysis, and your weighing of the evidence, your commission determines that the project, for example, uses too much water, you can recommend an amendment to decrease the canopy size, for example, which would decrease the water use to whatever you think would meet in an evidentiary way, meet the findings or allow you to make the findings that are necessary to vote yes on the project. Increases are a little trickier because they do, in fact, impact moving parts of the project. For example, suggesting a different location on the property, that would impact CEQA, things like that. So it would depend on the recommended change. Conditions, you can recommend changes to conditions. If it's not impacting the physical environment and it's, say, for example, something that relates to certain ordinance requirements. It's difficult to say because this is land use and most everything impacts the physical environment, but there may be a recommended change that doesn't, and you can recommend something like that and it wouldn't have to go back to CEQA, but it really just depends on what the commission determines it needs in order to make the findings that are necessary.
Thank you. I don't think I understood amendments and how that worked. Thank you.
Yeah, so again, I'll reiterate that my issue is just I can't come to the determination that there is a less than significant impact on Puda Creek without more study. The other thing that I guess I want to make comment to is that, as it was brought up, is that our general plan doesn't address cannabis as an agricultural crop. And again, the general plan is ready for an update. And that's one of the dilemmas also in coming to this decision, because what we have traditionally and what the intent has been of the policies that are in the current general plan apply to the current agricultural crops that we've been working with since the plan was approved in 2008. And of course, with cannabis, this is a whole new world that brings, as we were talking before, about 25,000 gallon tanks that disrupt the aesthetic of the area, and these large membrane units, buildings, whatever you may call them, even though they're temporary, they are not. They disrupt the aesthetics of the area. And so that's the other piece that I've been struggling with, is just knowing or basing some of this on the current general plan that we have, and the intent behind those is, I also question the compatibility of this project in that particular area. While on the other hand, too, again, it is, somewhat removed and remote, and, and is, as we move forward with cannabis, an ideal location. But yet that's kind of where my struggle is also. And so in my mind, this is not something that I can't work at changing your project and stuff, but it's when you talk about the processing part of the project, if those membranes could not exist, if the whole processing of the product was done elsewhere, that would help with the aesthetic and keeping with some of the, in my mind, the agricultural policies of our general plan. So those are my statements.
Commissioner Rosenthal, if I can respond from a staff's perspective to your comment?
Yes.
In 2019, the Board of Supervisors adopted a resolution of intent that recognized cannabis as an agricultural product. While it's not an agricultural commodity due to its federal status, it is an agricultural product according to our Board of Supervisors.
Yes, I understand that. Nonetheless, the general plan was also written in 2008, and there was intent behind those policies. So
I have a question for County Council. I don't feel like there's going to be a resolution to this today. And so if we were to go through the several options you provided to consider the applicants, how do we can't motion for all of these. And so with that being said, I don't know how the applicants feel. I mean, to me, the checklist is what it is. The thresholds have been met through the checklist. I can't insert my own standard. So that does concern me. And I haven't heard a argument on our behalf on why that threshold isn't being met per our view. So I just don't see where we're going to go unless a motion is made to either approve or deny this project. And so I want to consider the applicants before that's done. And if that's a motion that needs to be entertained, I want to make a motion and either get to a place where there's approval or denial, or if the applicant feels like continuation is something that they can do. It's been a long process, and I don't know what the next thing is going to be that we're saying we need. We clearly need the Board of Supervisors direction for odor. We can't do anything with it until that happens. And so if we're trying to wait it out till then, I don't know. And those are things I just sat here feeling like, we got more to get to. I actually have an appointment later today. I didn't think we were going to be here this long. And so I just trying to consider all of this as we move forward together and considering the applicant.
Commissioner, you may bring a motion to continue if you like. Then once that motion is on the floor, there would be a vote, and it would either pass or fail. Same is true for a motion to approve and a motion to deny. If odor is an issue for you, I do have some elements that are generally considered in an impact analysis, if you'd like me to read them to you so that you can incorporate them to take a look at the evidence that's presented to you. You can also ask staff to come back with more detail as far as how their analysis was done for specific things, if you'd like more detail.
I would like to,
do
note that we do have 1 minute remaining and we cannot make a decision.
I would
because
like
it could be rushed.
to continue this item to our next meeting. I'd like to request from staff a traffic study that basically I need to know whether Hidden Valley Lake is going to be depending on this route to evacuate in an emergency. And I would like some more time to evaluate and I would like to hear from other members of the community about the issue regarding odor and how they feel about it.
Commissioner Field, also, instead of a traffic study, we can consult with maybe some evacuation, like our first responders or fire chiefs.
It could be a very easy question to answer.
But also, I'm going to address odor in the next item, actually, Article 27, amendments for cannabis. It does increase the setbacks to off-site residences, which is how the board directed us to address odor.
Okay, so I'll second the motion that Commissioner Fields proposed.
Yep. If I may, Mr. Chair, if the motion could include either a time and date certain or a non-time and date certain.
Non-time date certain, the next meeting.
Would that work with staff?
We'll do time and date certain. We'll give it a time on the next meeting so that we don't have to repost.
For January 8th, looks like the next meeting.
Okay, until January 8th.
Yeah.
And Pam, give us a time.
Pam, is this one actually? Was that climate action plan?
Can we say 9:20
Yes.
a.m.?
I second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed? And the motion passes. So we will be taking our break. We'll see you guys January 8th. And we'll continue with our meeting for our next item after a 1 hour staff lunch break. So thank you. All right. Welcome back, everyone. We'll continue with our next item. It was supposed to be our 9:20 a.m. It's still item 6B. Public hearing consideration of ordinance to amend Chapter 21, Article 27 of the Lake County Code regarding commercial cannabis regulation. And staff, whenever you're ready.
Yes, Director Turner.
Thank you.
Yep, there she is.
Yeah, Mireya Turner, Community Development Director. Sorry I'm virtual today. I'm a little under the weather. Also, Commissioner Field did text and say that she's running a little bit late, but she will be here shortly. So the item you have before you today is a draft ordinance that is making amendments to the existing cannabis regulations currently housed in Article 27. At the last meeting with the board approved splitting the overall update of cannabis regulations into two portions. The first being kind of like the low-hanging fruit stuff that were just amendments to Article 27 that staff felt comfortable, all qualified with the common sense exemption. And so that list is bullet pointed on the first page of your staff report, but I'll just go through it real quick. It's setbacks from off-site residences, which again is how the board directed us to deal with odor impacts. We did include a maximum canopy, applicant and property owner identification and background checks. This was syncing with the state at the request of the treasurer tax collector. Operating hours, 10-year permit duration and renewal, doing away with the 10-year permit duration. Opt-out and reduced canopy options. Exclusion areas, that one included the setback from the lake, considering the lake. Farmland protection zone, as far as development standards, the board has more than once let staff know that they have no interest in amending the farmland protection zones. Riparian setbacks, that was to sync with the water board. Annual performance review reports and process. This has been a topic of conversation a couple times, mentioned a couple times in the Planning Commission. And we'll go over that change shortly. Incomplete and abandoned applications. This is allowing staff to consider them abandoned, and so that they don't stay on our timetable anymore. Setbacks from hemp cultivation. Again, this was to help staff identify easily or easily differentiate the difference between the hemp cultivation and the canopy of commercial cannabis. Metric track and trace tags. This is changing to sync with the state. We were behind. The state doesn't require storage of those, but we were still requiring them for like 7 years. So this syncs with the state. And then there are a couple things that I saw as I was preparing the draft ordinance and reviewing Article 27 that I fixed, like a couple grammar corrections. The Article 27 had community development listed as another department reviewing background checks, and that review takes place in the sheriff's office. So I just made that clarification too. So if you move on the staff report to the first section, you'll see the table which lists the topics that are bullet pointed, as well as the changes that are made to the ordinance. This was to help make it a little easier for everybody, commission and public, to digest, because reading ordinances is a lot of governmentese. So you'll see on page 2 of your staff report, the setbacks from offsite residences. What the board wanted a tiered system based on size of canopy. And so the smaller ones we kept at the 200, but then we increased to 500. You'll see with the type 3, that's the 1 acre outdoor or half acre, almost half acre indoor or mixed light. And then went up to 1,000 for type 5. Type 5 is a new license offered at the state. This just means over 1 acre outdoor, or the other mixed light indoor. And so we added the type 5 permit here, since it's just an administrative change, really. We're already allowing the clustering and the application or the projects to include over 1 acre. Anyway, so type 5 just sort of syncs with the state license. But if you look over on the far right column on that type 5, you'll see that we included a maximum of 5 acres. Or no, sorry, 20 acres for total canopy. That's down on that bottom line. Then the next section in the code that's affected for that also has a setback is for processors. That's located in a different section of the code, and so we put a 1,000 foot setback from processors. Next, applicant and property owner identification and background check. You'll see in that front section that we're just requiring the same information that the California code, Cannabis Code requires. Additionally, not only are we requiring that same information, but we're adding the same requirements for property owners. And most of the rest of page 2 and all of page 3 is, and part of page 4 is everywhere that has to be updated. And that was also the inclusion of the property owners. Let's see, keep going. Yep, still all property owners in various parts of the code.
I'm sorry, say that again. 2, 3, and part of 4 all has to be updated? Is that what you said? I'm sorry.
No, pages of, I'm going by the staff report.
Yeah.
So, yeah, following the staff report shows different areas in the code where we did make those amendments to include the property owner information,
Right.
As well as sync the type of information we require, syncing that with the state.
Thank you.
Thanks. Page 4. Next topic is operating hours. This was a recommendation from the task force that was approved in concept by the board. And that was changing. We had like a one-liner, like 7 to 7 or something like that. And so it's fleshed out now to differentiate between construction hours, operational hours, and delivery hours. And that is syncing more like regular other conventional agricultural uses. Next page. Removal of the 10-year term duration for the permits and adding the opt-out and reduced canopy. So removal of that 10-year permit life limit, pretty much, helps to make cannabis use permits similar to other types of use permits. And then the opt-out and reduced canopy were 2 processes that were brought in internally, and this is the formalizing of those. So let me close that email so you guys don't have to listen. Okay. And so that shows those. It also adds a deadline of notification to staff for opt-out and reduced canopy of June 1st. This helps us then to manage internal processes, communications between CDD and treasurer tax collector, so the tax collector knows how much to assess, how much canopy they can expect. And then they send out their tax bills based on that information. And then there were 3 other sections that referred to the 10-year term limit or the renewal of permits. And the renewal is no longer necessary since there's no expiration date. The permits would then be like any other use permit and expire after 2 years of non-use, or if they needed revocation. Also, modification of the permits would be handled by using other parts of the zoning ordinance that regulate those. Exclusion areas, you'll see in bold, including Clear Lake at 7.79 Rumsey. Farmland Protection Zone, this was to add the anchor points for construction. And we did appreciate Commissioner Rosenthal's email for questions regarding additional information for like definitions of stuff. So Mary has that available for anchor points. Mary, did you want to type in on that one?
In discussions with the chief building official this morning, the Anchor Point Foundation definition from the department is points on a greenhouse structure that securely fasten the structure to the ground to prevent shifting, settling, and potential failures that could arise from external forces or environmental conditions.
Thank you. The site plan, next section is site plan riparian setbacks. And we added information that you'll see in bold to refer to the State Water Resources Quality Control Board. I did not add the table into the ordinance because I wanted to keep us a little more nimble should those riparian setbacks change at the State Water Board. But we do plan to include the table as part of like an internal document that'll go to prospective applicants. Next one, annual performance review reports. As the Planning Commission is well aware, you have not done a review on an annual basis of all the over 120 cannabis use permits that we have. And it's really not, feel free to disagree with me because we haven't had a discussion about this. I chose today like this item to be sort of that launch point of that discussion, but it's not feasible. I don't consider it feasible for you to have to do a review of all the materials that do come in on an annual basis on these cannabis permits. You'd never get anything else done. We'd probably have to schedule additional meetings. So we're changing that to the review that will be done internally by staff. We are already performing a lot of this review prior to our annual compliance monitoring site visits. And so then to make sure that the spirit of having the review by the Planning Commission is still covered in the regulations, we would remain with the modifications. Any modifications that need to be done would go through the same modification permit process that we have right now. If we discover problems or issues, we bring them to either you or to the board through a revocation or a modification process. But I wanted to pause here in case you had any input that you wanted specific to this item.
Yes, I have a few questions or comments on that part. I understand for the the workload and the reviewing time that it might take to bring those to our attention in the meeting. But would it be possible maybe to have like at the end of the year prior to the new season to kind of have like a performance of overall all the approved, just a number like, okay, this many were approved this year. It brings the total amount to this many active in under our review. Certain amount opted out, and then maybe even acreage amounts. Like we started off with the previous year, we had a total amount of acreage of X number. Because these people opted out, now it's reduced to this. Just to kind of see like a trend in if if for example if there's a drought, we saw a reduction. Or there was an increase. I mean, there wouldn't be an increase because we have the permits that are applied. They have a certain amount, but I think it would just be interesting for us to visualize like what's actually going on in terms of like performance from these applications.
I think that would be a great idea.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
And maybe we could do it. Maybe we could do it at every meeting. What has been done since the last meeting, or monthly, or something like that. Because
an annual report is actually a really great idea because the annual ag report or crop report still doesn't include cannabis yet, and so that type of information could be very informative to the board as well.
Mm-hmm.
Monthly might be I think that you would get a better idea of overall activity if it's annual. Because we just don't get that kind of data monthly anyway, but we are hot and heavy in review and site monitoring over the summer.
Yeah,
And then might be able to.
do you have a set time during the year when you go out and do annual inspections?
Yes,
you
and Mary can actually speak to that. She kind of runs the inspections.
So yes, there is a set time. According to Article 27, we do need to come for annual compliance monitoring site visits during the growing season. Because the majority of the projects that we have are outdoor cultivation, we do go through the summer season, and we schedule all of our projects through the summer season. Annual inspection kickoff is on June 1st. This is when compliance monitoring reports are due and the fees are due as well. That's why we're tying that June 1st date into the opt-out and request to reduce as well. So we have the month of June collectively, well, I do, to tally up all of the projects that will be reducing their canopy or opting out. Then I'll create the schedule, and at that time the schedule can be shared with commissioners if they wish to join us during annual inspections for any specific project. We just ask that we do not have more than 2 commissioners present at any site due to the Brown Act compliance. We would have to notify that we were having a meeting if we did do that. So yes, it is during the summer season when most of our farms are in full operation in conjunction with that June 1st deadline. Our annual inspections typically go through September, mid-September at the latest. However, we do prefer to go to the processing facilities a little bit later. That way we can see them in full swing of operations after harvest has occurred. That way we can check for things like odor and the processing facilities' regular standards and their conditions of approval.
So what is your cadence in putting together all the data that you gather that would be reasonable then to bring it to, would December or January for the prior year be a reasonable month to say look at for scheduling us to look at the data that you've collected?
Yes, that would be reasonable because most of that information is due to the tax collector in regards to the square foot of canopy prior to that. However, we do request that we would have enough time to do follow-up for any items that we found out of compliance, where there would potentially be corrective actions with enough time for our permittees to correct those actions. Things like that would be failure to register with the Ag Department with the pesticide regulation requirements, building permit requirements, anything that might take a little bit of time. So I do believe coming back in either November or December would provide ample time for us to provide you with follow-up. And just so I can capture what you're looking for when we're talking data points and metric, we're looking for the total number of projects, both pending and approved. You would like to know how many were operating, how many had opted out, and the total square footage of what was requested to be reduced for that year. And then additionally, I'm assuming that you would also like to know if any violations, notices of violation had been prepared by the Code Enforcement Division. Would that suffice?
Well, my question is, what's the objective of having the Planning Commission review things? And to me, it seems like it would be on an individual basis, not a summary. So I think that if we have a responsibility as a commission to review things, we should be made aware of any problems immediately. And so, I mean, within a month would be adequate, it seems to me. But we're ineffective if it's year's end. So maybe some clarity there.
This ordinance is changing the responsibility for reviewing these annual reports from the Planning Commission to Community Development Department.
I think what we're saying is that maybe perhaps we don't want to see that happen.
Or maybe
in a different way.
Yeah, I'm wondering who's making that decision, and is that the most effective way of managing this?
That would be me since I wrote the ordinance. So, but again, I just did this as a launch point for this exact discussion that we're having now. So this is good.
Well, it seems to me that it would be more effective as far as management policy to do it in a timely manner. So much as I love coming to meetings, I think that it would be more effective if the Planning Commission were more involved in the process.
Okay, so yeah, so I'll add to that. Not that I want to review every project at all, but then when I hear Ms. Claiborne talk about, if we schedule it for November, then we're talking another year before we see anything. I'm feeling as a planning commissioner at not getting feedback, it's more difficult for me to engage in reviewing the ordinance. And to be quite honest, as far as I would rather actually see the entire ordinance and review it rather than the bits and pieces, if it is my responsibility to approve a cannabis ordinance, and the updates to the cannabis ordinance. So
Are you talking about the ordinance, the draft ordinance that was attached to this agenda item? That you want to see that one?
Yes.
Should have been in your
Well, I
packet.
want to look at the entire ordinance, which I know is online, so that's kind of a different subject. But the main thing here is that I do want to be more engaged if I'm in a role where I need to make decisions and where, of course, making decisions on projects. So the more engaged that we can be and we can know a little bit more about the challenges of this industry so that we can, help to streamline, or help in working through, since that's kind of the task that's put on our shoulders, to approve projects. And in this case here, we have the cannabis ordinance, the update coming before us, the elements that are coming before us today, as well as in the future. Yeah, I need to be more engaged.
Commissioners, if I may, can I just jump in for a moment? When we receive the annual performance reports, those do contain confidential information.
Yes.
They have live scan background check information. They have government issued IDs. Those things would need to be redacted from the performance reports prior to any review. So staff would respectfully request that there would be enough time for us to go through each of those documents and redact that information should you.
I have a different thought, actually. Since the Planning Commission is looking to see if we're encountering any challenges with what we're getting or with what activity is taking place as it pertains to the code, we have inspection reports that are generated at every compliance monitoring site visit that are the way that we substantiate whether or not what's actually there and in operation matches what's been approved. If you want, we can start just like going over or giving you guys or attaching to an agenda just as an update during the harvest all of those inspection reports, because those are public record anyway.
I think that would be perfect.
That would be helpful. The other part is we are the ones, the commission are making a decision, and so we're responsible for saying yes or no to a project. And it's important for us to see how that has rolled out. Not only are the project people complying with the agreement, it's also a learning process to us. If we agreed this one particular thing might be a good idea, we're hesitant, and then we see sort of like in real life that it either works or doesn't work, it adds to our lexicon of understanding as projects come before us. How can we do better? And I think to take us out of any of the follow-up and accountability, it's an odd kind of, we approve it and then it just goes off. And so we neither learn from it, or if there's an issue, then they turn around, look at us and go, well, you said yes or you said no. So I think to take us out of any sort of participatory thing, and I'm not sure 100% how we key into that. I mean, got some suggestions here, but there's got to be a circle back to us regarding the project. And of course, we're talking about cannabis now, but if we agree.
Right, we don't do that for any other use permit
Well,
either.
and that's a wonderment. Of course, that's adding to our workload. Okay, you shoot me later. But, anytime I'm on other boards, and if we have a fiduciary responsibility for the organization, and we don't know who's spending the money, when they're spending it, what's going on, it's like, what are we doing here? So I think that we need to figure out some process, and we can figure out some cadence. I mean, we're all smart, most of us.
Oh, sure. And that doesn't actually require any amendments to the draft ordinance that you see in front of you. We can handle that just as like an annual, just as like an update, a staff related update. So how about this year? Let's try it. Let's try just having like a standing item on the agenda in those maybe the fall months, where we're going to go over with you. This is what we do. These are the inspection reports that we've gotten. This is what we're seeing out there. And let's see if that works. And if not, we'll try something else. We can add or take away, because I don't want you to feel disconnected or disenfranchised. That's not the goal.
Right.
So, I'm not looking for individual information or even a copy of the individual reports. I would agree with our chair. I'm looking, I would be satisfied with a summary. However, waiting till next fall to get a summary is problematic, given, in my mind, as far as given what's before us with the general plan updates, the area plan updates, and the cannabis update, the cannabis ordinance update. Yeah.
I think it's very.
We can start with an update, like a summary of this past year's stuff with an update in a January meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that would be helpful.
Yeah, let's do that. Mary, write that down.
Can I say something? I think part of the presenting it to the Planning Commission process, the possibly most important part of it is public review. And this is a democracy, theoretically. And I think it's really important that the public is able to see in an easy way what's going on. So for that reason, I'd really like to see monthly discussions.
So I would suggest for this particular one on page 5 of the staff recommendation is that that we leave it as it is. It's reviewed by by the Planning Commission, and the process by which the Planning Commission is the operating process. And so the Planning Commission can then, as modes of operation, it doesn't have to be part of the ordinance, exactly how that's going to be done. That can be determined by the Planning Commission in concert with the Planning Department, the process by which those reviews are done, what cadence they're done, what format they're done. And I agree, we don't need to know, who's who and, what they've been through, whatever. We just need to know the processing and the application of the operation. So I would suggest we do not, the bottom page, what I counted was 5. We do not change the cross out, and we don't do that. We don't make that change.
So, and I'm going to disagree with my fellow commissioner, only because I really have a pet peeve with this continuing to be set forth in the conditions of approval or, in documents, and we're not fulfilling that. So I don't like something to be put into the permit process and it's not happening.
Well,
So
I'm thinking we're saying, we don't like that, so let's act on that. Let's create a plan, let's plot a plan to address that so that when we say we're going to review it, it does happen.
And commissioners, if I may, this section is specific to the annual performance review report.
Correct.
And that is the portion in which I had stated there is confidential information that staff would have to redact, and it would
And that's
take
okay.
some time for
Yeah.
staff to pull that from there.
Right.
Additionally, we don't conclude annual inspections until the duration of fall. So what I'm understanding is you would like to see these in progress as they're received during the duration of inspections, and we may not have some of that data available until we've concluded with all of the inspections. If you want to look at both of those metrics at the same time, the performance report and the annual inspection, because these are two separate documents. One of them is provided to us by June 1st. It should be provided to us by June 1st. Sometimes we have to chase them. And that is the permittee submitted documentation. The inspection report is the staff generated documentation. So these are coming in at separate times.
And as to say, we work with the cadence of what your the requirements are. We don't have to say it's got to be here, whether or not you can meet that. We want to work with you to put together a plan that is both workable for you and gives the information that we need in as timely a fashion as possible and redacted how it needs to be.
So what I'm hearing then is that and I didn't look for numbers of nods, but the commission is saying that they don't recommend this particular amendment to the ordinance. You want it to stay the same.
Correct. Oh.
That's your nod. I see two.
Well, or just, are you saying we have to actually do what we say we're going to do? Is that where
Yes, we do, but I guess in the effort of streamlining the process, which to me the overall update of the cannabis ordinance was kind of about. Also, I guess I don't want to overburden the CDD with extra work, so nor do I want to overburden myself. But for me, or whatever, I would agree with the recommendation that our chair made earlier for more of a summary review. I would just like that summary review to happen sooner than next fall, than the fall of 2026. I would like to have because this has been so delayed, we've never gotten a report from any cannabis project other than the one that was brought before us for revocation. I feel like I'm missing a gap of information there of what is working and what is not working as far as in our county, or where we're having challenges, where permittees are having challenges, as well as where neighbors are having challenges. So
what I'm reading is that if we say no to this proposed change, all we're doing is saying instead of presenting the annual review to the CDD, it is presented annually to the Planning Commission. And so I would agree with Sharon that yes, we should not approve of that change, continue to hear an annual report, but not only that, I'm saying, hey, it would be great to hear what's going on every month in an informal way. I'm not saying we write it into the ordinance.
Right.
Okay.
I would agree with just staff recommendation as it is with the annual report.
Okay.
So for example, for example, the data that we collect this year, now it's, this is our last meeting, so it's not going to happen this month. But if we could be prepared for either the first or second meeting of January, like that, we can kind of visualize what happened this year and then see if that works, and we can continue doing that in the future.
Great.
And I think this sort of be a work in progress, how we, figure out, the best way to deal with this. So I do have a question just before we leave this. It says project amendments may require permit amendment and approval by the original approving body. Is that us? Are we the original approving body? Who are those guys?
So we have different levels of discretionary permits. We have the minor use permit, which goes to the zoning administrator. The majors come to the PC. Sometimes the board is the one that does the approval. So it just means that it wouldn't be handled by a different approving body. The same one that saw the original permit would see modifications.
Okay.
And so that is something I think I had also asked for a definition for.
Yeah.
So, or I know I made a note on my paper here
Right.
that would be clearly defined so that people.
It's terminology that we use elsewhere in the code too.
Well,
right, but
following
so
English, if you're stating that the only other body that's listed in here is either Planning Commission or the CDD. So I think a definition is important. who's
Like, you want us to add a definition in Article 68, or you want this clarified to list it out? Because we could just say zoning administrator or PC or board of supervisors.
Yeah, put in parentheses afterwards.
But that wouldn't actually convey the same meaning, because it's really important that the same approving body that saw the first one sees subsequent modifications. So I could, I'll wordsmith that.
I think that does need clarification or clarifying or.
So, and to the reason for asking for definitions also is that because, as you were just saying, this is lingo that you use and that CDD uses, and appears several times in information, but the average person and/or somebody from other areas is not tuned into that lingo the same way that we're not, we all can't speak computer technology speak, and we, there's just different languages here. And so just to make sure that the consumer, so to speak, understands.
Yeah, I totally agree. Yes, thank you. You made a good point, because that's one thing that we wanted to fix, or we plan to fix with Article 73 also, is to make government regulation that people can understand.
Thanks.
Yeah, good one.
Let's see. So before we leave this, we're going to keep in the bold of June 1, not change planning commission, but work on a process, and that you will, on the last sentence that's in bold, reword that for greater clarity.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's what I got to. Yeah, thank you. And so I think we can just apply them to the rest of this table, because it all still covers that reviewing body performance report and June 1st timeline. And that concludes the amendments to the ordinance, except I wanted to point out that County Council did make some suggested edits. None of them are substantive. It changes like shall to hereby is, or hereby reads, or something like that. So the uploaded version, when this goes to the board with your recommendations, will reflect County Council's edits. But it was after the posting of this agenda. So
I had a question in this section before we leave this section at the top of the next page, where it says department staff will make every effort to calculate annual canopy. So what does that mean exactly? That seems like, so can it be done or can it not be done?
Yes, and I wanted to leave it more as a will make every effort, because this year we noticed that the state changed the way they measured canopy. And so it ended up having some conflict between how we did it and how they did it. And it adds to the confusion of the actual cultivators trying to, serve two masters at one time that have two different things. So that's why we put in here that we will make the effort to measure the same way as the state, saying we'll make every effort, because if sometimes we don't know the state changes until we're out there on, doing our site visits. So just meaning that we will pivot as closely as we can in real time to what the state does.
So can that statement reflect that it's in accordance with state updates?
Do you not feel that that's covered in there?
I don't know. The way it reads to me is just that, if the staff has time, they're going to do it. If the staff happens to miss it, they have an out, that we made an effort. So I just see it as.
You think it's too wishy-washy?
Yes.
Yeah. That it's just like, if we've got enough staff today, we're going to do it, and if we don't have enough staff, but what you're explaining to me is it's based on state, that you do in fact need to keep up to date with what the state is doing, and that's what's going to cause your fluctuation in your efforts.
All right. Well, then let's just make every effort out. Staff will calculate annual canopy area using the same method. Good?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
I took the wishy-washy out.
Yes. Yeah, and thank you for saying that I thought it was a little wishy-washy.
So before we leave this, on the bottom of page 5, the B, the last part, it says the department will review inspection on an annual basis or less frequently if approved by director. Is there a criteria for that? I mean, I don't want to say who gets to decide, the director.
Yeah, that's
but
no
how
change.
is that?
That has remained the same. The conversation at the task force level, which isn't in here but will be part of Article 73, was like the maximum of time in between inspections. So, but I don't think that was changed.
And should that say community development
Well, I'm
director
just saying-
rather than just director?
Could you tell me where you're looking for?
Bottom of page 5, it's
Of what?
1, 2, 3.
of the.
Okay. I was looking on the wrong
Oh,
page.
it's in the same.
Yeah.
Area. Okay.
If approved by the.
If
that's
unless
already in the
if
code
approved
right
by the
now.
director.
That's
So
not
I
an
mean,
amendment.
I know who the director is now, but I mean, what
That leaves it wide open.
what does that mean? If it's seems to open into arbitrary.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Say what?
The zoning ordinance has a definition section, and in that section, there is a general terms part. And the basic things that pop up throughout the zoning ordinance are defined there. So use permit, department, board, commission, and director, amongst other words, are defined there. And under that section, director means planning director.
Okay, I get the person, but I mean.
So planning director,
But-
not community development director?
Or
Yes. So planning, building, and code enforcement are divisions of the same department. So yes, the planning director.
okay, so
it's
that
not the
defines the
community
director, but less frequently, if approved, what is the criteria for approval of not being reviewed on an annual basis?
That's out of our jurisdiction.
Oh, I know that, I understand that, but I mean, if somebody's reading that and go, oh, so how is that determined that that some projects get an annual review and some projects get a buy?
I believe that goes off of like their compliance over the years. If they seem like good actors from what I've remember in the past, they might not get annual, they might get biannual or every 2 years or
Yeah, they have to have 5
discretion.
years of good standing, and then make a request, and then I consider that request. So far, we're only now getting to the part where people are asking, but we're not at the point where we've had anybody in 5 years of good standing yet, because they were counting early activation, which I don't count. I count issuance of the major use permit.
So would it be better stated less frequently if an application for, I don't know, for not being reviewed is approved by the director? It just seems like that it sounds like there's no process that, okay, you guys get it, you guys don't. How is that determined? And I think that, the clearer the determination factors are, the better it is for either the planning commission or the department, and certainly the applicant, to understand, okay, they're seeing me every year because I continue not to do something, or I'm doing such a good job, I've earned a buy year based on.
Yeah, I can understand that. But since that wasn't part of the list that went before the Board of Supervisors for amendment, I'll make note of that for Article 73, if that's okay. Because that's the next cannabis regulation ordinance that's coming to you next year.
Okay, so sort of with that same sort of thought of, on page 6, it says, again, review, planning commission, crossed out by community development. I'd like to have that be consistent with what we just decided on the page before. And then shall be deemed grounds for revocation. So I'm assuming that means the criteria for a good report card was not met, and so those would be the grounds for revocation.
I think one of the issues is as I was saying before, is that we're getting bits and pieces of it, so we're not looking at the entire context. And so that's where it's not connecting. But if we had the entire thing in front of us, the entire ordinance, I think it would flow and we'd
You
understand.
mean the entire Article 27?
What's that? I don't know.
Yes.
The place, the whole code. Yeah.
So-
Okay.
Oh, well, this.
This,
I
but
mean,
this,
you're
is
talking
this the
about
entire
but
article?
This isn't
I
the
think-
entire ordinance.
No, that's the draft ordinance making the amendments that are in the staff report.
So I think
Article
one of the-
27 is the part of the zoning code where the cannabis regulations are currently housed.
Right.
Right.
It's 153 pages long.
Yeah.
Okay, one of the reasons I think this is a little confusing is because what I read in preparation for this meeting was the draft ordinance, and it is significantly different from the memorandum with attachment 1. I'm not seeing a number of things that concerned me greatly when I was doing my reading, so I'm kind of wondering what happened in between.
Are you talking, when you say draft ordinance, are you talking about this?
I'm talking about what was posted on the agenda.
This.
Hold on, let me look.
What I have is memorandum and Board of Supervisors Attachment 1. I don't see a draft ordinance except for what is online. And I had a lot of concerns about the draft ordinance that was online, mostly because it says that in several places, it eliminates sections, but it doesn't define what sections are that are being eliminated, what they say.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So maybe I'm not understanding what's going on here, but
One moment.
So to go back, I think,
for example, it says in the draft ordinance, Section 27.139 of Chapter 21 of Lake County Code shall be removed. How can I vote on something to remove something if I don't know what it is?
Okay. So that is on page 4 of your staff memo. I think that's the one. And so this is within, what category are we talking about here?
No.
Oh, right. Did you say section 23.13 AU 9 or was there a different one?
27.13 AU9, Chapter 21.
Yeah. Okay, good.
I'm not seeing.
Let me go. That's a fair point. Yeah, I'm sorry I
So
didn't
there are several of those.
give you something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There are at least 3.
As I
So-
was going through the document, I listed 1, 2, 3.
Oh yeah, I can actually speak to that one.
Great.
Because, okay, so as I mentioned before, when I made some grammar corrections, one of the things I noticed as I was really like doing this deep dive, rolling around in the current Article 27, is I found some numbering errors. And removing 9 is actually part of that, because that particular clause should not have been its own number. It should have been sub number 4, which is what's covered in the staff report and in the ordinance right above it. So then I had to remove number 9 because it would have been duplicate. Like it was formatted wrong in the way
Okay.
the law is right now. So that was a correction on that one.
Okay, so that goes for Section 27.13 AT6 and Section 27.13 AU29 and Section.
Those are on renewals, I think. Yeah.
I don't
Because
know
we
what
don't
that
need
means.
anything in the ordinance to talk about renewals if we're not doing renewals.
Okay, so there are 3 more things that are being removed that I don't know what they are, and so
Yeah,
I can't do that.
so it's hard to, yeah.
It's hard for, I'll speak for myself, it was hard for me after I read through all this to really understand, first of all, the bits and pieces. And then I noticed on the attachment, it looked like there were a couple of places where there was repetition and a concern about maybe there could be some summarization or put into one thing, and that was on the this CCR 15003 mentioned a couple of times.
I purposefully did not expand the details on that one because I want it to be exactly what the state does require. So should the state make any changes, we would automatically have that change as well. And I did run those by the treasurer tax collector for his approval prior to posting the agenda.
But see, we didn't know what that was. It just looked, to me, I thought,
So this here goes to as far as on not having a review of cannabis projects and stuff that we're not fully engaged. And so then when you're trying to make this easy for us, Director Turner, by giving us a limited amount of information to review, which I applaud, but then by leaving out some of the stuff for those of us who are not fully, or know the bigger picture, that
It just poses more questions.
we may be, so it's posing more questions and we may be thinking too hard about it, so.
Right, that may be the.
It is always very challenging when you guys can't just read my mind. Sorry about that.
So,
That's my bad. I left that detail out. It is in the applicant and the property owner identification and background check, which I did mention but didn't write in my staff report, that purpose of that was to, and it's been done in other presentations too, so that it was done for the purpose of supporting the treasurer tax collector in their efforts to assign responsibility and collect taxes. But you're right, sorry.
So one other thing on the staff report, it looks like numerous times have been stated the background checks. And so I wasn't clear whether those were things that were going to go in or things that were going to go out, and
in the staff report, the additions are in bold.
Right, but there are a couple of times under different sections that they talk about you having to have a review, Department of Justice or by the Sheriff's Department a number of times, and so can they not be? I mean, how many times are you going to be reviewed?
You are totally making the point for why we need an Article 73. Because this ordinance is repetitive in different places. There were background checks listed not just for cultivation, but then in a different section for like manufacturers or, it was listed multiple different times.
Well, yeah, when you say, we're going to review everybody. Well, I mean, more.
We are adding
more clearly than that, but to your point, repeat, and I wasn't sure what sort of editing or suggestions we were supposed to do.
I have an edit to make.
I think we're focusing on the bold.
Item 5. Scheduled deliveries and pickups are restricted as follows: Monday through Sunday, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. So is that the only time deliveries can be made, or is it the opposite?
Wait, let me see, page 5. Hold on.
Oh, it says item 5. It's this.
Operating hours, item 5.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just an editing issue. If we can move on or move back, I may have missed this because I was late, but I don't know if you're asking us for substantive editing or review, but earlier, it became clear, I think to all of us, that we need setbacks that are more than 100 or 200 feet. So in your section 27.13 AT1I of chapter 21, I would suggest that we add zeros to all of those. And instead of having 100-foot setbacks from property lines, we have 1,000, and then setbacks from offsite residences, we have 2,000. My personal experience is I had a grow that was 1,500 feet from my property line, and it was an enclosed, and I got odors every morning at 8 o'clock when they opened the door. So, I mean, we can see that this ordinance is really affecting the residents of Lake County, and if there's anything I can do to increase those setbacks, we need to do this. We need to take this seriously.
Yes, and I would make that, I would second that, so that we look at increasing setbacks. I made the same notations here that there was very little change here. So for for an issue that has been an issue that we hear all the time. So yes, I would like that recommendation to move forward to the Board of Supervisors.
So maybe perhaps back to Miley's question, and we should have asked it probably at the beginning. What is the scope of our ability to affect what's in front of us or to make changes or recommendations? And where's the next stop for this until it gets to the Board of Supervisors, who I assume will they just approve this section that we got? Or are they including the entire thing, are we going to then see that? I'm needing to understand where this is in the process. And I mean, just on the attachment I went through, and I have some questions. So I just didn't know, what are you asking us to do? And what can we do? Because we probably have a lot of ideas.
So this is your opportunity to give recommendations to what was set before you. The recommendations could include, like Commissioner Field said, multiply those setbacks by 10 for every single one of them. And this is where we're gathering that information. Your input will be added to the staff report for the board when the board has a notice public hearing for this same draft ordinance.
Are there other groups giving input, and what is the sort of time cadence that
we're working on scheduling a meeting with the Ag Advisory Board? I was hoping to have it before January, like mid-January, so I could take this to the board in mid-January because that's when they requested it. But they did also request that the Ag Advisory Board take a look at it too.
So shall we give you suggestions on this amendment? Is that
yes?
Okay.
That's the whole point of bringing it to you today.
Okay, so I
and
have
unlike
one
the
more.
next item, you have a lot of wiggle room on this one.
Okay, I have one more suggestion.
Yeah.
Section 10, quote, "The Board of Supervisors independently finds and determines that this action is exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA guidelines, section 15061B3, in that it can be seen with certainty that there is no possibility that the activity in question will have a significant impact on the environment. I would encourage the BOS not to include this. To me, it seems that CEQA should be upheld on every project."
CEQA is upheld on every project. It won't take away the requirement for every project to have its individual environmental analysis. This is a common sense exemption for this ordinance specifically, not for every project.
If I may, Mr. Chair. There is no action that your commission or the board can take that will invalidate state law. So any conflict between this rule and state law will be solved in favor of the state. So you can't waive CEQA here. So that is not a concern. When it comes to CEQA exemptions, there are certain things that county, not exemptions so much as ministerial projects, the county can decide what it defines as ministerial. So if that's something that you're concerned about and seeing in the language, that's permissible. Your objection, if you have one, would be whether or not a particular thing does in fact fit the definition of ministerial.
So then what does it mean will have a significant impact on there's no possible significant impact on the environment? How is that determined?
Where are you reading?
This is in the draft ordinance that was
Draft
on the
on page
agenda.
11 under section 10.
Oh, so that's in relation to the ordinance itself. So in this case, CEQA applies to anything that's a project, and ordinances are no exception. They are in fact an action taken by the agency, and so in this case, there is a CEQA analysis performed on the particular ordinance itself in determining whether or not, if the board takes action, this particular action will have an impact on the environment. And in this case, it's a change of elements that are essentially within the ordinance that isn't adding a new ordinance. It's not It's not creating, like, for example, if you were being asked to advise the board on whether or not to increase housing in a particular location through the ordinance, that might have an impact because you go from an ordinance that allows only farming, for example, into an ordinance that would zone it for multi-use housing. That might have an impact at some point down the line, and that would be analyzed. In this case, what staff is recommending is that the board find that the changes in this ordinance are not going to have an impact on the environment.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. I would just like to opine that Lake County has limited environmental treasures. They're very valuable, and we need to respect them. And the more CEQA review, the more diligent the review, the better. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, this will not have an impact on any projects proposed under the ordinance itself. So, yeah. So this would just be for the changes proposed in this ordinance.
I understand that now. Thank you.
I have a question on, it's page 9. It was part of, just above 7, so it must have been part of 6. The last sentence, and we were just talking about this in our last review of a project about anchor points. It said greenhouse construction shall utilize anchor point foundation when feasible. Concrete slab foundations are discouraged. We either say they need to be anchor points, and when feasible, determined by whom?
This resulted from a discussion at the board level because they thought of numerous instances where anchor points may not actually be feasible, and so they actually requested that wording.
Well, if they're not feasible, then perhaps the project shouldn't go forward. I mean, they were put in there, that whole thing of, and we certainly had a conversation up here about anchor points and versus, planting a greenhouse on a slab. And so this almost, to me, it says, I say it's not feasible for my project, so I'm laying a concrete slab. So it just kind of gives.
I would agree. It's too wishy-washy. It doesn't protect farmland, and that's one of the purposes for inserting that or going with the anchor point foundation versus a concrete slab. So actually, it's not discouraged at strongly. Concrete slab should strongly be
should
discouraged.
not be allowed either.
Yeah, exactly.
Not be allowed. And we just had a definition of what anchor points are, which that helped to understand the definition.
And so I'm sorry, I'm butting in here. But yes, I have questions about that too. And then with the building, our staff member in charge of the building department, is there any reason why anchor point foundations wouldn't be feasible?
I can speak to that. Yes, there is. It would be based on the engineering standpoint and the soil stabilities in which the structure was proposed to be erected.
Right. But back to the
Then it should not be allowed.
back to the point that the reason that this was put in there was to be protective of the ground, and if it's, it could be, it could not be feasible, not feasible. It seems like that then the project should not go forward. It's not the right location for that particular project if anchor point foundations cannot be used. To
me, that's one of the things as far as if we are working towards streamlining, this doesn't streamline it. This opens up the vagueness because then we have various different arguments coming before us of why it's not feasible, why they want to do something other than put in anchor point foundation. I agree with my fellow commissioner here that if it's not feasible, then it is the wrong location.
I think that a lot of the language in this is vague. And what I'm hearing is that, this is supposed to be an ordinance. It's supposed to define the law. So that's what it should do. And if it's left up to the decision of staff or somebody other than a judicial body, then it's vague and it doesn't hold water. So I think that we need to be, generally in this document, we need to be more concrete. Either, it needs to have XYZ, or it has to, you have to apply for a variance to this law. To me, it's just, this isn't a legal document. It's just too vague to be that.
If there is commission consensus, I will make note of a recommendation that anchor points, you all want anchor points to be required
Well, I
with
think
no
there's-
exceptions.
I think there's an issue with that because if you happen to, be in a very rocky area and that's not possible, which is hardly the case because most people that plan want to find a flat spot, usually an area that's already been farmed in the past. That's what the anchor point foundation, when feasible, is most of the time it will be feasible. Concrete slabs would be more for permanent structures, and I think that's why it's discouraged unless if you're building, a greenhouse that's gonna, is that the correct term, greenhouse, instead of a hoop house. So I think hoop houses would hardly ever require a concrete slab because they have to be removed and that area must be kept. That's the reason why we put that in there, is to protect the prime farmland or the agricultural soils where these projects are sitting. So
But we're
discouraging the anchor points would be like, okay, then I can't do anchor points, then I'll do a slab. And I think that's where it becomes problematic that most of the time, and in terms of finances too, concrete is more expensive, so most people would turn away from doing concrete slabs. But in the case, which we haven't seen, I think so far, most people wouldn't do a concrete slab under a hoop house or a greenhouse.
But we're talking about in the farmland protection zone. We're talking about in a specific area that's been identified as prime or as farmland to be protected. So we don't want to do concrete slabs there. Right.
Of course, this
If-
is also
if there
only
is-
limited to the greenhouses. Any other ag accessory structure can have a foundation.
Yeah, if you wanted to have a permanent, barn.
This is specific only to those structures for cannabis only.
In farmland protection zones.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's a very, it doesn't affect a lot, but if there is consensus, which I think there might be, I couldn't quite tell from Miley's comment, then we'll note the recommendation that you want them required in all cases.
Yeah.
Okay.
In the FPC
Noted.
zone.
Yeah.
Next.
So are you in your hopes and dreams that we complete this today?
Yes, that is my very biggest hope and dream, because we don't have another meeting this month and I am taking this to the board in January. Otherwise, they might call me in for closed session and show me the door. So yeah, if you could do it today, that'd be awesome.
Is the board's review in January, is that going to be the final? Because
it will be a noticed public hearing with an expectation of, yes, it would result in a first reading. The board, they would like to be done talking about cannabis for now. So I think that they'll be
Right.
motivated if they can. If they have a level of comfort, they will hold a public hearing
And that will
and
be the
either make
first
amendments
reading?
or adopt it, or do the first reading at that time.
The first reading, then there will be one more public input before final approval, is that correct?
Yes, then it goes for a second reading
Second
of the
reading.
ordinance.
And between first and second, you hope to meet with the Ag Advisory Committee, because you said, when do you have?
I really wanted to meet with, I'd like to meet with them before the first meeting, but I haven't run it past the board because we have that date already set, that the board knows it's coming. And so I haven't asked them if it's okay if we do it later.
When is that date, please? For the board?
11th, I think, of January.
January 11th, I see. Okay, thank you.
I would think that it would be more important to go in front of the Ag Advisory Committee than us.
Well, I don't know.
Well, you are the ones that are given the authority to make land use recommendations to the board. So I think it's important to go before both of you.
I highly encourage you to schedule an ag advisory meeting to cover this.
Catherine has sent out a doodle poll and she's working on getting one scheduled,
Okay,
but she may not be able to do it until after.
Can I move on with
because
some
of
comments?
availability.
Yeah.
Can I move on with some comments about this? So I would agree in the first, and going through the first section as far as that we need to increase setbacks. And then I had a question on the next section, section 2, full-time employees. First off, I just want to ask the question as far as with, I just don't understand, the definition for full-time employees, because, I know in the business world, we can call employees a number of different things. And so what, a full-time employee, is that a 40-hour a week? Is it 60-hour a week? And does that mean if it's 40-hour a week, if it's a 39-hour a week person, it's a part-time? And so there's not much difference there between who gets background checks and who doesn't. Just trying to understand that section there a little bit.
Sure.
Status.
Yeah, go ahead. My turn? Do you want me? I'm sorry, I thought I was interrupting you.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Okay, so that came through a discussion with the task force, recognizing that similar to conventional ag, a lot of the employees that come out for like harvest or processing or things like that are subcontractors, not technically their employees. And so through those conversations, they settled on, we can understand how if it was like what you said in your email, a permanent employee or a full-time employee, that makes good sense. And so that was their recommendation, which did come before this planning commission and the board already also.
So there's an incentive to hire subcontractors because their employees don't have to go through background checks. Am I understanding that right?
No, there is an actuality of they do hire subcontractors because that's easier to get it done. It's just like, they're already set up because they do.
I guess what I'm
for all
asking
other
is,
types of ag too.
how do you define employees? Because what I'm hearing is that if you're using a subcontractor, that person doing the work is not an employee.
Correct. They're not.
So they're exempt from the background checks.
Correct.
So we may want to change that language.
Commissioners, can I provide additional insight?
Yes.
In syncing with the state regulations, the Community Development Department recognizes that employees of a farm would need to have a background check, a live scan background check. We do also understand that a farm labor contractor who holds the contract must have a live scan background check. But those who are contracted underneath the farm labor contractor would not. The reason why is because these workers are subject to change on a regular basis and go to different sites. With that, I did connect with some of my colleagues with different county departments in aligning with the state. There are 2 separate state agencies that are specific to employees. One is the Department of Pesticide Regulation, and this requires training records of current and past employees with record retention of 2 years. The purpose of this is if there's any pesticide accidents that occur, then they can figure out who has been exposed. So there is a 2-year retention period for all of those records. Additionally, the Department of Industrial Relations does want to know the rate of pay and the frequency of pay and whether there's workers' compensation insurance. So in aligning with the state, we would still require those live scan background checks for those that are permanently employed by the farm and not necessarily under the farm labor contractor as subcontractors. But again, the farm labor contract holder would need to have that live scan background check as well.
That's assuming you use a farm labor contractor. If you don't, to Miley's point, then they don't have to have a background check.
I'd like to bring up an issue that's related to this. What I've seen in the field is that a lot of cannabis project people use cash because cannabis production is not federally legal. a lot of the federal laws are kind of bypassed. I'm not quite sure what the terminology should be here, but I became aware of it because a local bank employee mentioned to me that they cannot accept large amounts of cash because they're federally insured, and it's a very difficult situation. I'm not a banker. I'm not familiar with the industry, but I think we all need to kind of keep in mind and be aware that there are people walking around with a lot of cash right now, and I think that I'd like to hear law enforcement input on this as well as input from the banking industry. So I don't know how to say that as a recommendation, but I'm very, very concerned as a citizen of Lake County to kind of third-hand observe what's going on in the community this way.
So, talking about employees on page 3 of the staff report, about midway down where it says E, due to the nature of agricultural work, a full-time employee may be permitted to work temporarily upon submitting electronic fingerprints. So if you're not, it's to my question earlier, if you're not connected with a labor contractor, and you just, I walk in because I think, I need work and there's some work there. How does any of this apply to me? Not full-time, part-time, but having any sort of background check or anything, does that then not apply, or is that not applicable, or how does that work?
This is part of the current code. This is the way the code is. The only change would be changing it to full-time employee.
Right, but when we're talking about checking backgrounds or not checking backgrounds or being part of an agricultural contractor, it's just like it's already been stated, it can be kind of confusing.
So yeah, it says.
And to Miley's point before, whatever, again, as I had mentioned, is it 40 hours? Is it 39? So that if I walk in the door or whatever and I say I don't want to get fingerprinted and stuff, so I'm only going to work 39 hours. And my employer says, great, I'll hire you for 39 hours. So you're not considered full-time. That's,
And then
that's
you
the piece
switch
I'm
IDs.
missing here.
Is there a recommendation from the Planning Commission on how to, what you want to see there instead?
I don't really have a recommendation at this point as I was in this area. I guess the recommendation is that we're a little bit concerned, or I'm personally a little bit concerned with this section and throwing in full-time and, and what does that mean, or how do we monitor that? Is there any value, given there's the slip and slide there, in reality, just in the, and I'll just use this, as an example, as far as in the farming community, when we had the law passed that we have to pay overtime, to employees working, we have to cut their day. Anyway, we have to pay an extreme amount of money in overtime and sick pay and et cetera, et cetera. And so then farmers basically, because that exasperated the economics of farming, so then they just cut back and okay, so there's no more overtime work, period. So we make adjustments according, to the laws that are thrown at us and the regulations. As a general in society, we make adjustments to accommodate. It's like, okay, they say I can't do that, so I'll do this. That's the way, if I can use the term, I'm sorry, I don't want to say anybody's skirting the law, but, in essence, that is a reality of what happens. And so how does this ordinance, and yeah, I need some help, and that's where the background, that's why I was asking you as far as, about the background of this piece of the ordinance, which I don't have a full grasp on, so I don't have a recommendation, but I do want to express a concern.
I would recommend that we do not add full-time and that we use just the word employee.
So the change here that has that's implied is that it would not apply to every single employee. It would be limited to full time. So if I understand correctly, the commission is the commission saying, is there consensus to say that you disagree with that change?
Yes. I think every employee, no matter how many hours he or she works, should have a background check.
I'm looking to see if there's consensus.
Yeah, and this is because we're kind of working and dealing with a crop that, while we, as it was mentioned before, that in 2019, the Board of Supervisors, we've termed it as agriculture, but unfortunately, it's also still classified as a drug. And that's why we have to have security, and we have to have lights, and we have to have solid fences, and we have to have background checks. So it's kind of a balancing act.
So that's two.
Yeah.
Does that point, is that consistent with state law?
No, state law does not require employee background check.
Yeah, because if it's not consistent, then I would disagree with making any changes to.
Yeah, the background checks for employees is specific to Lake County.
Yeah, because I know that the county
State law, for your license owners, I think they need the background checks, but not the employees.
Yeah, I think we should proceed as the recommendations are from staff. I wouldn't want to change something that's not going to be consistent. I know that we can add more rules as a county, but I think that would discourage a lot of people that are going to be working in these facilities, and I don't think that's fair to the applicants that are running these projects or to the people that are going to be employed.
And so can you explain, Director Turner, why Lake County inserted background checks for employees? What is the reason? What's the history behind that?
The original cannabis ordinance came from a position of taking an illegal industry into a legal structure. So I think a lot of the baggage the damage that had been incurred due to the illegal industry carried over into our first attempt at regulations.
Thank you.
So where do we land here?
From what I gather, I will just make note that this was not a recommendation, a unanimous recommendation.
But three.
Yep, not unanimous. But three does establish consensus.
In the interests of safety and public welfare.
All right, next.
I have a question on, it's page 8. It's the opt-out. The last sentence, opt-out request shall not be approved for consecutive years. And the next sentence says, 2 consecutive years of non-cultivation will result in the expiration of the use permit.
Yes, that was to further clarify why they would not be granted for consecutive years. All use permits or most use permits expire naturally if they are not used for 2 years.
But you can only get a permit for 1 year to non.
Right, you can get an opt-out, just not for consecutive years. Like you could get an opt-out on year 1, but not year 2, but then yes on year 3.
Okay, maybe I'm reading it wrong, but it says you can only get 1 year, but if you do it 2 years in a row, your permit will expire. How can you do it?
It goes 1 year at a time, not for more than 1 year consecutively.
Okay, maybe it's just me. It seems a little contradicted, but okay.
I will do some wordsmithing on that one too, because if it's going to confuse somebody here, it's going to confuse somebody in the public too. So I'll note that.
Maybe ask somebody else to read it. Maybe it's just me.
Okay.
Then
I'm still trying to find the page because.
So before we leave that section though, because this is on section 4, is that correct? Is that where we were at? Section 4, where a permittee can on an annual basis ask for a reduction in canopy or a change in the canopy and or could ask for an opt-out. But so what is the process here? Because it says in writing, but in today's world, in writing could be via text, could be via email. That's all writing. So I want some clarification there. I'm wondering whether postmarked by June 1 should be inserted or something like that, which indicates mail and gives also some verification rather than creating a situation where one could argue, but I sent it. Didn't you receive it? What do you mean you didn't receive it? So, and
We
then-
also accept it via email.
What's that?
We also would take it via email.
Okay, so that just opens up.
We could say received no later than.
Is there a form or any application for that? Or is it
Go ahead,
just,
Mary.
just one sentence? I would like to blah, blah, blah.
Okay, Mary's going to
Commissioners?
talk to us.
Okay.
So every year, let me see, this year we sent out notification on April 1st to all permit holders. The notification included the compliance monitoring requirements. There are 3 components within that. There is the performance report due by June 1st, scheduling the site visit, and then paying the fees. Within that communication that's sent electronically and to the USPS mailing address that we have on file, we also include an opt-out or request to reduce form, and that is submitted back to the department by June 1st.
Okay, so there is a form.
There is a form, yes, and all of this information is compiled. It is confidential on who's opting out because it's proprietary information, but I keep track of all of these requests that come into the department, and once June 1st hits, I have a collection of data that's submitted to the treasurer tax collector, and with that, I also compile all of the processed requests and send them over to the treasurer tax collector.
So back,
I'm sorry.
just, go ahead, Monica.
I appreciate knowing that there's a form because that's what I was envisioning or whatever you get, handwritten notes from people. I want to.
In the past, we have received those. I'm going into my, this upcoming season will be my 6th annual inspection year. And with that, I have received it over the phone. I said, nope, we can't receive it that way. It does need to be in writing. So we have received these via email. But since then, we do have a standardized form, and that is sent to all permittees. So everyone has fair access to it. Additionally, we have stacks of them in the department prior to the beginning of the season. So anybody can come and get one or just request that one be emailed or sent in the mail.
Okay. So, and then my final question on that is, how is that funded? Is there a fee associated with all this time and energy that goes into these?
There is no additional fee. However, there is a set fee for compliance monitoring that's set by the board that's subject to change with our master fee schedule. With all of the work that the compliance monitoring requirement does take, it is something to consider if we do want to add a fee or capture a potential amount of funds for someone who is going to opt out if there be a baseline, but that is something for the board to consider as well.
So, but I would assume that as you're tallying, as CDD is tallying how much time and energy you're putting into this, especially as this appears in a new ordinance and update, that you will keep track of that and ask the board, I guess, for an increase in that to cover the cost for. This happens on a regular annual basis.
I would defer to Director Turner for that.
Yes.
Okay. Before you go on,
Thank you.
I would just, for clarification in this ordinance, you need, rather than just say in writing, you might clarify in writing per the, department's form or format, because I think that when we're talking about being as specific as possible, back to Monica's comment, I dropped a note off at the desk. It was in writing. Because you do a good process. You have a process. And to say in writing, I don't think certainly reflects the quality of the process that you put out there that people have to respond to in order to have this change. So I think in writing needs to be per the approved form or something, because you've got a process. This appears like it's sort of,
Post-it.
Yeah, a Post-it note. Yeah. Didn't you see my Post-it note? Yeah. So I would clarify that because you're doing it. Goodness sakes.
Yes.
Okay, if we're still on section 6, I'm not sure we are. My pages aren't numbered, so at the end of section 6, there's some discussion about farmland protection zones and whether cannabis cultivation has to be indoors or not. That's great. I'd like to add, I'd like to see added, not necessarily by me, but maybe by the Ag Advisory Committee, some kind of distance setback or something, because I'm aware that the terpenes in the cannabis can affect wine grapes. I think that can't be ignored. I think that we're heading for trouble if we have vineyards right next to outdoor cannabis. So I just want to call attention to that, and I would hope that that would be brought up before the Ag Advisory Committee, that issue, and maybe some language added regarding that.
The board has indicated a lack of support on any other changes for farmland protection zone.
Okay, and I'm going to throw in a comment because I do every time for the FPZ. So I don't think that that door should be slammed shut. I think that there should be discussion, as we saw the map earlier for FPZ. It is in it is in a certain area of the county and excludes a large number of other locations. And from being from District 1, if you notice, there's no FPZ, there's no farmland protection at all in the District 1 area. And that, I believe, and this could be my opinion only, but I believe that's a direct reflection on the supervisor that was in the chair at the time FPZ was approved. So, and that was based on that situation at that time, and I think much has changed as this agricultural crop has evolved. And again, I'll put in the word that I don't think that that door should be slammed shut. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. As we're looking at all the components of this, all the components should be looked at, hopefully with equal enthusiasm. I have a question on 7, where it says this section shall include a map of any spring. What kind of map is that? Is it my map that I draw?
Site plan. It would follow the site plan requirements, which we do require them done by a licensed professional.
Okay, it didn't say that in here, so
it says it elsewhere in that same section. Yeah.
In 7?
It requires, no, in our code, it does require site plans be done by licensed professionals. And I didn't want to get repetitive by putting it in every single place because this is within the section that talks about the site plans.
Yeah. So, perhaps a way to let the reader know that there's sort of more information behind that. It could be asterisk, and then you have that, at the end of the book where you have everything delineated out, what all those things mean. Excuse me.
My understanding is this is just excerpts that need editing.
Correct.
I have the 27 pulled up where it mentions that. It's on page 27-128. This is of Article 27, which I realize you don't have printed out in front of you.
Oh, okay.
But it says site plan. A site plan is a graphic representation of the project consisting of maps, site plans, or drawings prepared by a design professional consistent with the requirements of Article 55.5, which has a whole list of what's required for any site plan. And then subsection I underneath that is this section. This section shall include a map of any spring, top, a bank, yada, yada, yada.
Okay, thank you. And that's sort of part of the, seeing only a little teeny piece. See, that answers that whole question. Thank you.
And that's page 81, I believe, of Article 27.
PDF, page 83.
Okay.
My final comment on this, and I know we still need to open up public comment on this topic as well, but my final comment is just, which I think you've done, or at least to the best of our ability here, is really at making sure that that the information that we're gathering from permittees is available and is accurate, which, as we were talking about or is indicated the property owners and in accordance with the state, so that the tax collector here in Lake County and his department doesn't have to scurry about all over the place trying to figure out who is responsible for paying the tax, paying the fees. Because I did in the past, or whatever, maybe somebody else has seen that too, but I did see a couple presentations by our tax collector, where he showed a chart, that was quite a puzzle. So I hope that we are in fact working towards streamlining that, so the contact information is there for CDD as well as for our property tax collector.
Thank you. Yes, and I did make sure that he reviewed this draft ordinance before it came to you. We wanted to make sure that we got that locked in.
Thank you.
I have no further comments.
We do need to open up public comment.
All right, we'll open up public comment for this item. If you wish to speak, please come up to the podium, state your first and last name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Tom Lasik. First, I want to thank the CDD and for the hard work they've done on this. And I hope Director Turner feels better in the future. We do miss her here in Chambers. I just had a couple things, and this is from a sort of a real-world perspective, so you understand where I'm coming from. So the first one I want to talk about is the opt-outs. So just put it in context, there's a grow that's adjacent to me that's directly north of me. And they got their permit in November of 2023, I believe. It's been over 2 years. And they didn't grow last year, and they didn't grow this year. And I had inquired on this, and I believe it was Michelle, but I could have been another planner. And I said, it's been 2 years since they've been approved. They haven't grown anything. And I was told, well, as long as they pay for the opt-out or they pay the fee, then the permit keeps going. So I would like, after my questions, if that could be clarified, if this changes that your permit isn't revoked if you haven't grown, as long as you pay the opt-out fee. Because I don't think that, I think that defeats the purpose. And then related to that is we're talking about if you're so many years in good standing, but every other year is an opt-out year, does that reset the clock, or does the opt-out year count as the total number of years of good standing? Because if you haven't done anything, then it seems to be a little bit confusing on that. The other one is on the annual report. I commend the Planning Commission for taking that really seriously. And again, speaking from real world context, one of the largest complaints is that there are conditions of use, or there are things that the applicant says they're going to do, and then they don't do them. Okay, and that's a big complaint, is that this was approved under these conditions, and it turns out they're using way more water than they thought, or they never did fix the road, or they never did expand the gate, or they never did A, B, C, D, and E. And I think it would be important for, as part of that review, and I understand confidentiality, I understand the volume of things that are coming in, but I think it would be important for the Planning Commission to know, how did that turn out? Were those conditions of use being followed? Because that is one of the biggest complaints. They're supposed to turn in annual reports, and a lot of them don't until there's a PRA request saying, I'd like to see the annual report for project ABC, and then all of a sudden the annual report comes in, because nobody bothered to check. Those kind of blocking and tackling, that's where governance comes in, and that's why it's so important. And then, and just finally to close on the setbacks, we had a really great graph in the last meeting. You saw how excited I got about that. The setbacks that were proposed by CDD weren't based on that math or any math. It was just sort of a suggestion. And I think we now have an opportunity. That graph's not perfect. We still don't know what that tolerable threshold is. But a site that is a quarter acre, which is a minor use, and a site that's an acre that's 4 times bigger, you just have the same level of tolerance. You have to move the acre back at least twice as far. It's a doubling issue. It's basic math formula. But I do applaud the recommendation. You guys, the last time this came before you, you said 1,000 feet, and it came back to you as 200. The board has asked for some scaling, and I think the scaling should be based on acreage and not tier. And there's simple math that, 7th grade math that covers that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mike Mitzel. So the opt-out, 1 year of opt-out seems a little extreme when it's taken 4 years to get the permit, right? Like the last guy, he applied in 2021. It's the end of 2025. You have to get a separate grading permit. You have to get all these other things once your project's approved. So 1 year to not operate is not enough time especially for a larger project. So that just seems crazy to me. And then on top of it, if you got your permit today, you applied for a state license, right now it takes 12 to 13 months. So you can't even abide by 1 year from the day of approval. So there has to be at least something in there that shows that if there's significant advance towards the permit, like a building permit, you open a building permit, it's good for so long. If you show the building department that you're making progress, they keep your building permit open, even though it has an expiration date. So it makes no sense to me to just put a 1 year hard opt-out limit, because it just doesn't work, especially with a larger project, especially when your conditions of approval. I had a project in Middletown. The conditions of approval, there's 100 conditions of approval that we had to meet after the approval date. So how can you possibly put in 3,000 foot of water line that you need a grading permit for? I worked with her to get the grading permit. It literally took me 9 months to get the grading permit approved. And that, you can't do anything until you did that. So there has to be a caveat in there that if you're working towards your permit, that 1 year doesn't you lose your whole permit after 1 year. That's crazy. People have millions of dollars invested in some of these larger projects to say, you don't even get the second year of opt-out. Maybe that would be reasonable to say if you can't opt out more than twice in the beginning of the permit, at least, maybe once you're operating and they don't want you opting out 3 years in a row, but from the date of approval, you have to give them 2 years to get the project going. It's just crazy. I represent the project behind him that he was talking about, that it's been 2 years, and there's been a change of ownership, there's grading permits. I applied for a state license last year in October. I still don't have it. We've met every one of their timelines. We've turned in everything they want. It's been sitting in final approval for 3 months at the state level. So we're trying to get it done, but to do everything they want, 1 year doesn't work. It takes 5 years
And that is
to
our
do the work.
time. If you would like to
Then
wrap up.
We have 10 months to get all the actual work done, so it just doesn't make sense.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Chair Chavez, could I ask a question?
Yes.
We did think about that. Mike makes a good point. And so that's why we put in wording that said upon issuance of the state cultivation license, because we figured maybe that would be when actual operation would be launched. So if Mike could just answer whether or not that makes a difference. That was our attempt to actually.
It didn't seem clear to me that that's what it was. It looks like if you opt out once, you can never opt out that second time in a row. And I didn't read it like that. Maybe that's what you meant.
Well, if you get do you usually get your state license a few years before you start growing?
No, you can't. You can't get a state license until you have local approval. So part of the state license is they reach out to Mary and ask her, do they have a use permit before you can even apply for a state license We have to be
Yeah.
approved by you, and then they reach out to Mary, and she tells them, yes, they have a state license. Then you can start the process, which at one point it only took 6 months. But right now, the state has nobody working there. There's nobody working in the cannabis department. So you're looking at 13 months once you've applied. Like a real life scenario, it's been 14 months that I have an application pending for the project
Okay.
north of him.
And then, so the way that this code is set up, then this amendment would mean that you don't even have to opt out until you have your license.
I mean, as of now, we've been opting out. I don't know if it changes that, but like the last 2 years on that project, we've opted out. That's what the county is like explained to us to do. Like, okay, you're working, file the opt out, everything's fine. Now they're changing it to say 1 year when it's 13 months just to get the license. So like literally every project that you approve going forward is going to fail at that.
And is there a fee for you to opt out?
Not that we've had to pay, no. I recommended that to Mary, actually, is like, maybe that is the answer, is some type of a fee to opt out. But at the same time, it's like, so say you have a project, it's been 1.5 years, and we say, okay, we're willing to pay, we want to do a reduced canopy, but you can't do that without a license, right? So like, you can't even you still have to have the state license for the reduced canopy. So like, oh, we'll do 5,000 feet and pay the tax on that, but then that's not legal either. So it's like, you're just really putting us in a corner to where it's literally, there's no time to do it.
But like Director Turner is saying, though, that if the timeline starts when you have your state license.
That just doesn't cover you guys either. Like, think about that. So if we got approved 2 years ago and we never applied for a state license, then it goes forever. So
Right. No, I think what we're looking at also are the two different purposes of an opt-out. One, we're looking at it right now from a land use point of view in terms that usually use permits expire. But what I'm not thinking about is also then the implications for tax payments, which is the purpose for the opt-out notification. So he makes a good point.
It's more of a build out
we'll
than it is an opt out. Like maybe there should be another form that you can file that you're building out, that like
Right.
first
That you're not operational yet.
Yeah, it's similar to a building permit. That would be able to be extended. You come in just like the building department has discretion. You say, look, I poured my foundation. I have all this work done. I need an extension. And as it's written in all of the other parts of the code, it would just be Maria has the ability to say they're working towards their permit and we shouldn't just take it before they're able to get it. Because like I said, if you have a grading permit involved in your permit, what's the time on a grading permit? It's months. There's a whole nother CEQA involved. You have to go through CEQA again once you're approved to get a grading permit. That's 3 months by itself. So it's like, it just makes no sense to put a 1 year opt out on a new project, especially. And then after you do all that, you're still waiting 13 months for a state license. So I would just like to see a build out portion of the beginning of the project. And then I get not wanting them to opt out 4 years in a row after they're operating, and some language that says you have to at least make progress similar to a building permit is what I would like to see.
Thank you. And my apologies to Chair for hijacking your public.
No, I think it was a good question. I think we all needed clarification in that, and I think other applicants would appreciate that as well.
And I also would like to thank Mike Mitchell for being here, because I know you've been here for a long time today. But you supplied a lot of good information. So anyway, thank you for taking the time to remain here and endure this with us. So, and then from what you said also is I guess we also perhaps maybe need to look at as a separate issue is how can we improve that timeline on obtaining grading permits, not only for cannabis, but for any project.
Should the commission like to add that to an agenda sometime, we can talk about it then. But I don't want to get us too far off from this.
Yeah, put it on our list. And it really is disconcerting that when folks are trying to do things right and are honor bright about following things, if the if the bureaucracy just hangs them up. Yeah, that's
Duly noted. And I am totally not pointing out right now that we are still only on item 2 of 4 items. We've been in session for 6.5 hours.
Thank you.
So I'm not going to say that.
We're still on public comment.
right. And are we on overtime yet?
All right, we do have our next speaker. Please state your first and last name. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Margot Kambara. Before we move away on these opt-outs, Tom Lasik and I are neighbors to the project to the north of us, and we want to say that what the applicant has provided sounds very reasonable, what his recommendations are. But to continue, I have about 4 points I want to share with you, if you don't mind. First is the Board of Supervisors depends on the Planning Commission for its recommendations on land use matters. And thank you for making the observation that the door should not be closed on FPZ, Farmland Protection Zone. There are some topics that are so important for the community to flesh out. And especially since we're in the general plan update period, we need to have clarity on what growth is going to look like for this county. And cannabis, if it's going to be part of our economy, part of our ag landscape, we need to take a look at that and determine what are the parameters. Secondly, you touched on safety and background checks. And I had the joy of attending almost every cannabis ordinance task force meeting. And at least one of them, and I think at 2, law enforcement attended. Law enforcement's recommendation was no, background checks should apply to everybody on the project site for safety reasons. So thank you for keeping community safety in mind. It's truly, truly appreciated. And another point is setbacks. Thank you for keeping in mind that there is no real solution to odor mitigation for outdoor grows. And it is distance. It's a poor management device, but that's what we have. And and keeping that in mind will help. It's not a perfect solution. So thank you, commissioners, for your attention to this important topic. And thank you for weighing in and wading in this thorny thicket of issues.
Thank you for your comment.
Good afternoon. Patrick Sullivan. I'm the County Treasurer Tax Collector. I just want to take the opportunity to thank Community Development staff for working with our office on cannabis taxation matters and kind of ensuring that our voice was heard in this. We did have a lot of requests in areas where we thought there could be changes made that could really help us in our enforcement efforts, and those were incorporated into this. So I just wanted to note that a lot of those changes, the more information about applicants, some of those other clarifications that really will help us in our efforts. So I appreciate your commission's consideration of those. And I was just going to note on the opt-out process, I think as Director Turner noted, there are 2 things going on. There's the land use, and then there's also the tax program. So we do encourage people to file the opt-out each year because taxation, one day of activity where a flat rate does incur that tax consequence. So if someone's not going to cultivate for their sake for the purposes of the tax, it is best to file that opt-out because we have had people where they lose their license in the middle of their cultivation operation, but they had already begun operations. So at that point, they are being taxed, even though that state license may have dropped or they were suspended or some other action was taken. So I just wanted to highlight that we do always encourage people to do the opt-out. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Bill Wilson. I would like to comment on from June, the Lake County Planning Commission review summaries. One of the things that it was discussed was to seek additional options to mitigate odors and impacts on residents and neighbors. The commission and multiple residents urge stronger setbacks and more robust monitoring. I think that's important. I think some of the specific recommendations, like mandatory installations of greenhouses, is already in there. Systems should be appropriate for the facility's size and not exceed any kind of a minimum, a maximum. Like in San Luis Obispo, they have to require for an abatement plan, they have to have a California licensed professional engineer that looks at the facility and says, okay, this is so many cubic feet, these filters are good for so many cubic feet, yay or nay on the site. Lake County doesn't do that. If we have a professional person have to draw maps for waterways, why wouldn't we have a professional person to certify greenhouses as far as the filtration systems are concerned? And my experience is that the initial study plans, property management plans need only be written in a vague, non-specific method. All the applicant has to say is, we have filtration. Nobody's checking to see if the filtration matches the building size. I've been asking that question several times, and I've even been told by one person that they can't tell me how many filters are in there. Evidently, that's proprietary. I'm not sure what that is. But the county ordinances, the study plans, property management plans all state that commercial cannabis cultivation exclusion zones, the odors would be mitigated to less than significant levels, and that's not happening, in my opinion. We don't have somebody certified. I mean, we have to be an ag inspector, you have to have a college degree in biology. Some to be a building inspector, you have to have state licenses and you have to have 2 years in operation. But to be a cannabis inspector, all you have to have is certification on how to write ordinances. We need more professional help in saying, like mitigation, in outdoor mitigation. They talk about vegetation screening. They don't, vegetation screening, if you have trees that grow 3 foot, you have to be 20 foot. So that mean the poor cannabis guy can't plant for 10 years until the trees grow? But no, they plant and they say we have vegetation screening. Greenhouses are
That is our
20
3
feet
minutes, sir.
above.
If you'd like to close up your comments.
Pardon me, that's it?
That's your 3 minutes, but you can close your comments if you would like.
My 3 minutes are up?
Yes, but you can you can wrap up and do a conclusion if you'd like.
No, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any hands in the Zoom room for this item? Okay. All right, we'll take the first person on Zoom. Looks like the name is iPhone 14. Please state your first and last name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
That's it?
Can you repeat that one more time?
Sorry, I didn't. That was mine.
Pillsbury Family Farms. In reviewing the county's proposed ordinance, I want to start with something that became very clear during the recent Poverty Flats cannabis appeal before the Board of Supervisors on December 9th of 2025. Supervisor Sabatier made an important point. Right now, CDD is operating on internal policies rather than ordinance. Staff claim their goal is to align the ordinance with state law, yet they continue enforcing unofficial rules that are nowhere in the ordinance or supported by state law. This is particularly concerning regarding the proposed use of warrants, live scan results, and background checks as automatic disqualifying factors. The draft ordinance provides no pathway to appeal a live scan disqualification, nor does it clarify whether applicants may request reconsideration from Sheriff Bingham, despite CDD directing me to do so or risk revocation. Any fair regulatory framework must include due process and an opportunity to correct or challenge disqualifications, especially when the information may be outdated, inaccurate, or legally invalid. The ordinance also needs to address expunged records. State law recognizes expungements and allow individuals with expunged convictions to obtain employment and licensing, including in cannabis. County staff acknowledges that a path forward exists, yet in practice,
Applicants like my former business partner have been denied that pathway forward both by CDD and the Sheriff's Department. And the Sheriff's Department should be present here to clearly define the evidence of rehabilitation and to ensure the public that court-issued expungements are recognized by both the Sheriff's Department and CDD. Page 5, lines 26 to 28 are vague about who within the Sheriff's Office notifies CDD, what information is shared, and how it may be used. In my review of internal emails, CDD Director has labeled applicants such as myself as criminals before any verified background determination was made available by the Sheriff's Office. This creates bias and raises defamation concerns and underscores the need for clear rules on information handling, confidentiality, and county discretion. While county often states that LiveScan information is confidential. In my company's experience, a former owner's LiveScan result was disclosed publicly and their social security number was posted earlier this year. This demonstrates a serious lapse in safeguarding sensitive applicant information. This shows a gap in policy. County must prevent unauthorized requests, protect privacy, and ensure compliance within state law. At the state level, disclosure of prior arrest is voluntary and arrest-only information cannot be used as a disqualifying factor. Applicants may also provide context or documentation, yet the county is moving towards a system where arrest and background checks become the grounds for denial, contradicting state policy and disproportionately harming people of color and conflicting with the Racial Justice Act. I also want to make the board aware that ag workers are classified under IWC Order 13 and 14, and right now cannabis workers are classified under Industrial Work Order number 4, which defines working hours and overtimes, which are very different than the ag worker hours and overtime and hours for overtime. We need a modern and equitable ordinance that should align with state law and respect rehabilitation and expungements and protect applicants' rights and provide a transparent appeal process going forward.
And could you just please state your first and last name for the record one more time?
Skylar Lewa, Pillsbury Family Farms.
All right, thank you. All right, we'll take our next hand in the Zoom room. Caroline, please state your first and last name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, it's Carolyn Hillman, Boston Farm, Lake County. Thank you, commissioners, for today. And I'm commenting today on 2 gaps that I see in the current draft ordinance that need to be attention before it moves forward. First, the county needs to provide a clear impact analysis of the proposed setbacks. As written, the new setbacks appear likely to make a significant number of existing licensed sites and pending applications non-viable. Before recommending adoption, I'm asking that the commission to request staff to quantify how many currently licensed cultivation and processing sites would no longer meet the new setbacks, how many applications already deemed complete will lose eligibility, and the estimated loss in canopy, jobs, cannabis tax revenue if those sites are forced to close or withdraw. We already know the legal cannabis sector contributes meaningful revenue to the county, and if setbacks eliminate a large portion of compliant operators, that will directly reduce revenue and destabilize the regulated market. This is a major policy change, and the community deserves mapped data and numbers, not assumptions. Second, the ordinance needs explicit grandfathering for existing and deemed complete projects. Operators with active county permits and state licenses have already invested heavily in compliance, CEQA, infrastructure, and seasonal labor. So to have applicants whose files were accepted as complete under the current Article 27 rules, applying new setbacks to those projects retroactively would undermine reliance on existing approvals, strand significant investment, increase the risk of vested rights and disputes, unintentionally drive compliant operators out of the legal framework, and a straightforward grandfathering clause should allow all current active permitted sites in good standing to continue operating under their approved site plans, all deemed complete applications to continue review under the rules in place at the time they were accepted. And this keeps the ordinance fair, avoids immediate economic harm, and prevents destabilizing in the licensed operators county has already vetted. And in closing, I'm just asking that the Planning Commission to direct staff to produce a setback impact analysis and to add clear grandfathering language before forwarding this ordinance to the board. And thank you again for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your comment.
Chair Chavez, I just wanted to add to that there is a whole article in our zoning code that already handles what are grandfathering, which is actually, we call it legal nonconforming uses. So changes to the ordinance now would not impact already approved projects.
Thank you for that.
Though it could limit their expansion. So we do have stuff on that.
So just to clarify, it would not impact existing projects or even projects that are currently deemed complete. Thank you.
Oh, it could impact any projects that are not approved yet.
Okay.
Commissioners?
Pre-approved, yeah, projects prior to approval do not have any entitlements.
Correct. That's what I was going to say.
So that would apply to.
Word from council first.
Oh, no. So, yeah, no, Director Turner is correct. Entitlements do not attach to any land use project until the permit is approved. And at that point, traditional standard real estate law allows for that use to continue because a person relied on the laws at the time that they were approved, unless and until they want to make a change, in which case they would have to come back and reapply for an amendment. And then at that point, they would have to meet the standards that are current at the time that they reapply. So it wouldn't be an issue for anyone unless and until they wanted to change their use. And that's true for any use under the zoning ordinance.
So my question was not necessarily land use, I understand that, but if, for instance, the change in employee verification of legal status, would that then be potentially available for change and not grandfathered in on the new annual review of the particular project?
No, that would be performed as a part of the annual compliance or annual review. That would still apply.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. But just to be clear, to make sure I understood your question and I answered you accurately, let's say we've got an approved project right now, and they're sending in. We double check their list of employees for our records for background checks every year. If we only needed to do it for full-time employees, that would also apply to the already approved projects. We would not hold them to having all employee background checks, because that's more of a procedural thing.
You did, thank you.
Oh, good, okay.
All right. Do we have any other speakers on Zoom? Okay. Desk guest, please state your first and last name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hope you guys can hear me. I'm trying to keep my voice down and speak loud enough for you. My name is Angela Amaral, and I would like to first off point out if you guys could consider using the speaker timer display that's on the dais in front of Chair Chavez. It's helpful for the public to know for time management purposes. But yeah, and with regards to the background checks requested change to full-time employees instead of all employees, and to echo the concerns of the commissioners, does the county have a definition for a full-time employee, or will one be included here? I don't believe that the state has a specific definition for a full-time employee. Would this be, for example, for anyone working more than 30 hours a week? Another thing during the topic of background checks at the CODIF meetings, law enforcement was present and did request to maintain the current requirement of background checks for all employees. Also during those meetings, law enforcement officials expressed that they do get people that fail the background checks for serious matters and are denied approval to work in the industry. Ultimately, CODIF voted to reduce it to full-time employees only. Now I'm going to be putting on my other hat as an elected committee member, speaking on behalf of Double Eagle Ranch Property Owners Association with regards to the exclusion zones. Double Eagle Ranch POA would like to continue its advocacy in requesting that the Double Eagle subdivision be included in the exclusion zone area. For some quick background, going back to 2016, during the original creation of Article 27, county staff had Double Eagle Ranch listed in the exclusion zone area draft recommendation. Then a person that does not own property nor reside in Double Eagle requested to have the ranch removed from the proposed exclusion zone area. County staff obliged this request and the ranch was removed. Double Eagle has consistently advocated to be listed within the exclusion zone for almost 5 years now. The first project ever denied by the Planning Commission was within Double Eagle Ranch Property Owners Association because the first finding for approval could not be met. Double Eagle Ranch is respectfully requesting once again to be listed within the exclusion zone as it was the original recommendation of county staff before a request to remove it was made by someone that is not a resident nor a property owner, and it was ultimately granted. Please assist Double Eagle Ranch in preserving the area for property owners and residents' well-being and include it within the exclusion zone for the revised ordinance. On behalf of the owners and residents of Double Eagle, thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your comment. I guess I'm looking for some direction from Director Turner regarding a request like that. Would that have to be made to CDD?
I was part of the original work for the article. I was not aware of Double Eagle ever being listed on that. Should the planning, it's not really on today's agenda, but should the Planning Commission want to make some kind of recommendation, I would put that in the staff report.
I would recommend that Director Turner use her judgment.
Do we have any other speakers for this item on Zoom? Okay, I'm going to take one more look here in chambers to see if anyone wishes to speak. Public input for this item is still open, and I see nobody in the chamber, so we'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the commission for further discussion or action.
Comment on that, the last caller that came in is that, yeah, my recommendation would be to do a little research on that and find out whether that is reasonable. So, and then a couple of things before we close out this topic is just as we move forward, and it doesn't have to do with the suggested changes for the ordinance today, but in moving forward, as per the project that we heard earlier this morning, I think it's important to make sure that we do biological studies, and I am going to check that report and find out the dates that I missed from that project earlier today. But anyway, that we do those biological studies and water studies at the critical times of the season, or valid times of the season. And then also has been brought up a number of different times by this body when we've discussed cannabis, is a consistent method of evaluating water usage. Yeah, those are the only two things I have to add for the future.
So I just have a question on just some clarity. It was a couple of meetings ago. You had brought a proposal about doing some in-depth into odor and water, and you had a proposal from, I want to say Playland, but I know that's not their name. Playworks? Playworks, is that who they are?
Placeworks. They did a
right. They made a proposal, and you were going to take that to the board. Remind us whatever happened with that, because that is also could be potentially part of our conversations here, because it was odor and water and roads, I think, is my recollection. There were a couple of criteria that to do a more in-depth study for information, and you were going to take that to the board, which I certainly assume you did. I just don't recall what the results were of that.
I did, yes, thank you. I took that to the board, and they are interested in programmatic EIR regarding water, and not specific to cannabis, but just all water use. But they did not have interest in draft PIR on odor impacts. They said that the increased setbacks were going to be the way that they addressed those.
Okay. So there's potential moving forward with an in-depth study at some point. You'll bring us more information on that, if that's going to happen?
They also wanted me to look into possible other options to deal for odor mitigation, and so that will come to you in the future. Yeah.
Okay.
Probably as part of Article 73.
Okay. Thank you for the reminder of what happened there.
I'd like to add on the roads issue, if you can make a recommendation about that. A number of times we've had lots of neighbors or other road users complain about or be worried about increased traffic. And collectively, it's an issue. Each individual project adds to road issues. We saw this with the most recent Wellness Ranch, I believe, and then there was one up in High Valley where there was a truck that got stuck and blocked access. So I don't know how the county could do that, but I think it needs to be done. And so I'd hope that you could recommend to the Board of Supervisors as part of this that the collective impact of remote location projects is having an effect on our roads, and that needs to be addressed by the county.
Also, the interim Public Works Director, Lars Ewing, will make a presentation on the county road maintenance program to this commission in February.
And he's seated in the room.
Yay! And you can see how thrilled he is. Yes. All right. I think I have some good recommendations then. Thank you very much.
Director,
Chair Chavez, could we take a 5-minute break, and then when we reconvene, could we possibly do the final, the general plan conformity determination item? Because I'd like to send support staff out, and I don't need them for the last housing element item.
Okay, how about we do 10 minutes and come back at 4?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes. Yeah. All right, welcome back, everyone. We're going to continue to item 6D. We are swapping spots with item 6C. So item 6D is our 9:50 a.m. consideration of general plan conformity and initial study for the Cobb Community Park project, PL 25-96, located at 16540 State Highway 175 in Cobb. The APN is 013-056-04. And we have staff with the presentation.
Good afternoon. I was about to say good morning out of habit, but thank you. Yeah, I'm going to pull up the PowerPoint and I will go ahead and share my screen. Michelle Iris, Senior Planner. Beside me is Director Lars Ewing for Public Services Department and technically the Interim Public Works Director as well. I know we've all had a full day, so we will try to make this relatively brief, but as always, feel free to stop me for questions. All right, so before you today is a general plan conformity and an initial study for the proposed Cobb Community Park. This slide shows the project outlined in blue on the upper left there for a vicinity map, and then a closer aerial map on the bottom right-hand side. In the community of Cobb at the corner of Gulf Road and Highway 175. The site is owned by the County of Lake. There's a golf course and restaurant to the north, single-family homes to the east, undeveloped open space to the south, and a hotel and commercial development to the west. The site itself is developed with a commercial structure, parking lot, and 2 accessory buildings in the left-hand side there on the corner. And the site was previously utilized as commercial real estate office. There's a number of zoning designations over the site. It is split zoned rural lands, rural residential, suburban reserve, floodway fringe waterway combining, and community commercial design review. The portion that the main project development will be located in, which I'll get into on the next slide, is within the C2 zoning district. So the Public Services Department has obtained funding to develop the proposed park. It's grant funded. And the project is a phased project that will be developed, if approved, as funding becomes available. Phase 1 would occur in the western portion of the site, known as the primary recreation area that is outlined on the corner there with the hatched lines. And the other phases are identified in the other color blocks on this slide. Phase 1 would include a main parking lot, a restroom, picnic and gathering areas, a dog run, concrete paths and curbs, and reinforcement of an existing turnout. Phase 2 would include construction of a pedestrian bridge, free spanning over Kelsey Creek, and a retaining wall along the trail segment paralleling Gulf Road in the northern portion of the site. And it would also include natural surface trails along Kelsey Creek and northern trailhead furnishings and signage with educational opportunities as well. Phase 3 includes the pedestrian creek, as I mentioned, that overlooks the creek, and removal of invasive species, as well as restoration of native species along Kelsey Creek. Phase 4 would provide the secondary parking lot in the upper right-hand corner and an adjacent concrete walk at the north corner along Gulf Road. Construction activities are planned to begin in 2026, and project construction will be implemented in logical phases, again, as grant funding is available. So diving a little deeper into the primary recreation area, that is the first phase of the project. As I mentioned, there's a main parking lot. It would include 27 parking spaces, as well as bicycle parking and ADA parking, a group picnic area and gathering area available with 2 shade shelters and picnic tables and barbecues, a restroom with 2 stalls, a drinking fountain, utilities, I'll get into in a moment, a playground to provide play opportunities for children between the ages of 2 and 12, the south trailhead connecting to the future trail system is noted. You can see in the orange down at the bottom, and trailhead would be approximately right there on the slide. And the project does include removal of approximately 30 trees within this area that would be replanted at a 3-to-1 ratio for oaks and a 2-to-1 ratio for other natives. There would also be landscaping, as shown in green, an open grass play field area, pedestrian pathways connecting all of the amenities together. Water services would be provided via a new connection to Cobb Area Water County District. The project would continue to utilize the existing PG&E electricity connection and the existing septic system in Leach Field. Similar to other county parks, the proposed project would be unmanned with the hours posted from dawn to dusk, and daily trash collection and cleanup services would be provided. Per Article 2 of the zoning ordinance, the County of Lake development projects are exempt from the zoning code, meaning that a use permit is not required. However, the proposed use is allowed within the zoning districts noted, and the proposal does meet the setback and height requirements within the code. So just wanted to point that out. According to Government Code 65402, which is all of these lengthy words on the slide here, for county development projects, an analysis of the project's conformity with the general plan must be completed. So that is one of the items that is before your commission today. In compliance with these state regulations, staff has identified the goals and policies from the Lake County General Plan, Cobb Mountain Area Plan that support the proposed project. So getting into those a bit more, there's a detailed analysis starting on page 11 of your staff report. For brevity in time, I'll just hit sort of the ones that are most applicable to the project. Most policies pertaining to development of community parks and trails are in the open space conservation and recreation element of the general plan. That would be Chapter 9. This slide contains a list of the goals and policies from that element that are most applicable and supported by the project. These policies emphasize providing community parks with a variety of opportunities for multi-user groups and trail connectivity. Consistent with these policies, the project proposes a variety of trails with different terrain and lengths. The project would also provide connectivity to pedestrian and bicycle paths in the area, an adjacent golf course, and educational signage points along Kelsey Creek and Ridgeline trails. Of particular note is policy OSC 6.3, which contains siting criteria for new parks. And the proposed project meets that criteria because it is 12 acres in size, is located adjacent to the other commercial, residential, and recreational uses. The site is located at an intersection of two main streets, which is identified as one of the siting criterias, has adequate vehicle access, bicycle and pedestrian access, and is not located on an asbestos occurring site. So those are all part of the siting criteria under 6.3. Last thing I wanted to note about the open space element is that there are goals and policies related to preservation of biological resources, riparian areas, and policies in that nature. The project does meet those goals and policies as it's designed to develop the main park facilities in that western corner that is generally flat with an existing parking lot and has had development previously, as opposed to the remaining portion of the site, which is much more steep and vegetated. So while the project does not propose to remove trees within that primary portion, while the project has been designed to avoid trees to the extent possible, as I mentioned, there would be some tree removal, and staff has worked with CDFW, Fish and Wildlife, I should say, on those tree planting ratios and has landed on a 3-to-1 ratio. Additionally, bird nesting surveys are required, and additional tree surveys are required for those future phases that would include more trail development. And of course, the county would also obtain all regulatory permits from Fish and Wildlife, for example, prior to commencing any of that work along the creek. So, as far as general plan conformity, Chapter 3, which is the land use chapter, also contains policies related to compatibility of siting parks near other recreation and residential uses. In this instance, that is the case. As I mentioned, there's residential to the east, as well as other facilities for recreation in the adjacent parcels. The project is also consistent with Chapter 5, Public Facilities and Services of the General Plan. Mostly this chapter of the general plan contains policies related to schools and libraries and like police and fire stations, but public facilities in this case could also include county maintained parks. So the policies are related to siting them next to major thoroughfares. As mentioned before, this is on the corner of two main roads and one highway, Gulf Road and Highway 175. And also has those connections to the other bike path in the area. Lastly, the project also addresses priorities that were identified in the 2024 Lake County Parks Recreation and Trails Master Plan that designates Cobb Mountain as one of the areas needing an additional park. All right, moving to the area plan, since that is part of the general plan conformity. The project's in the Cobb Mountain Area Plan, and the proposed project is consistent with the noted needs, objective, and policies in the Cobb Mountain Area Plan, as it helps address the noted issue in that plan of needing to provide additional recreation opportunities in Cobb. And specifically, the project supports the needs identified in Policy 5.14D 2, 4, and 5 that express the need for community parks adjacent to riparian areas, multi-purpose trails, and facilities along Highway 175. Moving along to the environmental analysis for the project, there was an initial study prepared and was circulated for public review in August of this year, ending in September. Comments received during the CEQA public review period included only comments from the State Water Board. They made comments regarding the need for a public water service permit if you're going to have a certain amount of connections or persons drinking from that fountain, as I understand. So based on feedback received from the Water Board, the county modified it to propose connecting to the Cobb Area County Water District instead of drilling a new well, which was originally proposed. The water agency did provide a will serve letter, and that's included in your agency comments in the attachment. And the IS was revised as necessary to address those changes from moving from a new well to connecting to Cobb water. The changes were minor in nature and resulted in less impacts than previously identified drilling the new well. So as such, the changes did not necessitate recirculation of that M&D, but it is redlined just for transparency in your attachments. Biological technical report, an arborist report with a tree inventory, as well as a cultural resource report was prepared for the project. And the county did work with the Middletown Rancheria, as well as Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians in the early design phase, starting back in 2023, I believe. And we also sent out AB 52 notifications as required under CEQA. We did not get a request for a formal consultation under AB 52, but as I mentioned, the county has been working closely with particularly Middletown Rancheria. Also wanted to note, as I mentioned previously, that the county worked with CDFW regarding those tree mitigation ratios, as well as Caltrans and Public Works regarding parking and access that you may see in the agency comments. So all issues raised have been addressed or will be during the future phases of the project. So based on the analysis, staff finds that the project is in conformance with the general plan and the area plan and has been analyzed appropriately in conformance with CEQA. And findings for approval for the general plan conformity and the M&D, or initial study, mitigated negative declaration, are included on pages 19 and 20 of your staff report. And that concludes my presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Sure, I just had a quick question regarding the application for the Department of Fish and Wildlife regarding tree mitigation measures. So if there was no proposal to replant or to get the ratio for the 3-to-1 that was agreed to, would that apply? Would the rule apply to have that one fine that they have? Like they have like a specific number that if you exceed a certain amount of inches in diameter, I forgot, it was like $25,000 fee.
Yeah, per tree. You
Something
mean
like
for the won't my brain right now. Money to pay and compensatory. I
Yes.
cannot say that right now. To pay into the fund. Yes, that's correct. That's another option. In this scenario, we did talk about that as an option, but went with the tree planting. If possible, the county is proposing to plant on site, but there's also another site at the Middletown Park, I believe it's called, that is already being used by Caltrans, and so that's another potential location.
Okay. Yeah, and I think once you have the whole design for the park, there's going to be water, as you mentioned, there. So implementing that, the replanting of those trees on site or wherever it happens, like it's not difficult to do. I think, I was just wondering because that did come up in one of the previous projects that they could either opt out to pay the fee or
Right.
to do the replanting. So yeah, that makes sense. I had another question, but I'll come back to me.
So run through the different phases. What is your proposed tree removal?
Well, maybe if the commission would allow me, I can provide a little bit, just a little bit more information from this. First off, I appreciate you taking this up slightly out of order. I do have a couple of consultants that are on Zoom. They've been available since the timed item at 9:50. So I'm not sure if they're still available, but if we can promote them, just in case we need to have any questions answered, we do have Jessamine Lett and Christine Fukasawa who may be available. But I would only need to tap into them if we get into the technical questions. A couple things that I think are worth noting that and Michelle did a wonderful job of touching on the project from the planning side. Some of the history on this project without going into everything. There's a few things that I think are worth noting. One is the funding. Michelle talked about grant funded. That is true, and I don't want to be misleading there. The county received a grant for funding for the acquisition phase of the project, which is now behind us. So we purchased the property using a state Habitat Conservation Fund grant, and now for the development phase, we have a grant application submitted to the Federal Land and Water Conservation Fund program. We made it through the first round, and through I'll almost say through the second round. It looks very optimistic. A part of that is what your commission is considering now, and that is checking the box is what I'll say for CEQA. That's do we have that? So that's going to be a critical part of us maintaining our competitiveness for the grant, which has been submitted, and they're reviewing applications now. Another part, the consultants can touch on the technical studies that have already been completed, an archaeological surveys report, a biological survey report, botanists, or at least on the biological side, looking at the trees that are out there. And I'll certainly defer to them for any of that technical nature for the studies. But this is not just a site plan that we prepared and we don't have the background behind it. There's been quite a lot of work done. And on the tree planting specifically, as your commission is probably aware, on behalf of the county, the Public Services Department manages about 24 parks around the county, thousands of acres, one of which is about a 100-acre park down in Middletown, Trailside Park, that Caltrans is currently using for replanting in a similar fashion, mitigation for their highway widening project, or actually projects now along Highway 175 and 29 possibly, but it's two separate projects. So it's tried and true for Caltrans using Trailside Park as a replanting location. For them, I think it's about 12 acres of trees. So we're talking thousands and thousands of trees being planted at Trailside Park. So this would be a bit of a drop in the bucket for replanting. So. I think I'll end there and either refer to Christine or Jesse online, but I'm happy to field any questions.
When you say replanting, how many potential trees are going to be removed?
At a high end, I think we're looking at 30 at most, and we're going to do our best. I mean, for a park, we want to keep trees. I mean, the property is 12, 13 acres, give or take. The area of development where we would need to remove some trees would be primarily for the parking lot, and that's kind of hard to get around the trees for that. But at a high end, 30, and I think that's even on a very high end.
And so those trees, are they mature trees? Are they huge? Or to the point made, are they big girth trees or little guys?
Thank you. I should have noted during the presentation that it does specify on the site plan that trees over 25 dBH will be retained. And as Director Ewing noted, they are going to absolutely make the best efforts to not remove any trees that don't need to be removed. It is a park. We won't know the final numbers and location until the final grading plans are prepared. But so yes, there are a lot of trees that will still be preserved.
And those other phases will come back to us, or
I'd probably defer to Michelle there, but the phases were presented so that we can, for our planning purposes, so we knew where we're going. The funding will dictate the phases. If we are successful in the grant award that we applied for, then we may be doing a number of phases, not immediately, but once we get the grant award. It's a federal grant, and we have to wait for a variety of federal appropriation timeframes. So it may not be 2026 when we start, it may be 2027, but it may be that there are multiple phases that start, in, say, 2027. If we don't get the grant, then we will do our best to, pardon the pun, but to cob together some funds and make some progress on the park so that we can open it up to the public sooner rather than later. And that was the idea behind the phased approach of that developed area. Hey, let's get a playground there. Let's get the parking lot there. Let's get the restroom and everything else for that. What I would say you're a community park as opposed to a bridge over the creek or the trails up in the area. So we're looking to wisely plan out what we believe we would do if we didn't have funds right up front.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you.
I can answer the question of whether or not it would come back to your commission. So it is proposed as a phase project. The general plan conformity covers all of those phases as well as the CEQA. The only reason it would come back to the commission is if something substantially changed that would result in a big difference maybe in that we could no longer support the general plan conformity that is before you today if it gets approved. So just wanted to clarify that for the record as well. Yeah.
I wanted to make a comment. Number one, I'm very excited about this project. Thank you very much for presenting it and for moving forward on it. So I also wanted to share with my fellow commissioners that this is, number one, Trailside Park was a park that was devastated by the fire in 2015. So that's one of the reasons why so many use it for replanting trees, because all the trees there were lost. So it was, just like flattened completely. And this particular area up on Cobb where this park is, I'm very familiar with this location as well. This is an area that was not affected by the Valley Fire. And actually could, while I prefer the preservation of trees, but on the other hand, this is also an area that could use a little bit of thinning. So for fire safety as well. So, so I think, that balance there is very beneficial for the area.
Yeah, well, forest management is important as well.
Yep.
Yeah, and if to that end, what the commissioner mentioned there, prior to the county taking ownership of the property, was privately owned, and there was some tree clearing done. I believe it was through a contractor under PG&E going in, just doing general maintenance. But to that end, because it is heavily forested. We're not talking about 30 trees that we propose to remove on a property that has 31 trees, right? We're talking about thousands and thousands of trees, and while the developed area that was shown up there, we zoomed in on that. That is maybe an acre, half an acre or so among a 12 or 13 acre site that is heavily forested.
Thank you for that clarification. And they're not 31, and you're going to remove 30.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any further questions before I open up public comment? All right, we'll go ahead and open public comment for this item. I see nobody in the chamber, so we'll just double check on Zoom. Nobody on Zoom, nobody in chambers. We'll close public comment for this item and bring it back to the commission for discussion or action.
I have no more questions. You want to make a motion?
No, it's in your territory.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, it's Kelseyville.
It's actually in District 5. It is, but and forgive me, it was the commissioner that recused herself, and I presumed that she represented the district where this is housed. But
That's me.
that would be. Yep.
The commissioner, Miley Field, may have recused herself because I know she has a home
She
right
owns-
there. She owns a home that's right, almost connected to this parcel.
Correct, and I made the leap of faith that she represented that district that she lived there, and so that was a mistake on my part. But it is correct. It is in District 5.
So I'm happy.
That would be me. It's on 5. Okay, so I will make a motion. I move the Planning Commission adopt the mitigated negative declaration and mitigative monitoring reporting program prepared for the Cobb Community Park Project PL 2596, proposed by the Lake County Public Service Department located at 16540 State Highway 175 Cobb, APM 013-05604, based on the findings in the staff report dated December 11th, 2025.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? None, and 2 absent.
Right.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Second, I move that the Planning Commission finds the Cobb Community Park project proposed by the Lake County Public Service Department located at 16540, is that the same address? No, I'm just kidding. State Highway 175, Cobb, APM 013056004, is in conformity with the Lake County General Plan and as required under the California Code of Regulations, Section 56402, with the findings in the staff report dated December 11, 2025.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? None, and 2 absent. The motion passes. Note the applicant or any interested person is reminded that the zoning ordinance provides for a 7 calendar day appeal period. If there's a disagreement with the Planning Commission's decision or recommendation, an appeal to the Board of Supervisors may be filed. The appropriate forms and applicable fee must be submitted prior to 5 p.m. on or before the 7th calendar day following the Commission's final determination. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to move on to our item that we had swapped. So we're going to go back to item 6C. It was our 9:35 a.m. public hearing. Consideration of ordinance to amend Chapter 21, Articles 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 18, 19, 27, and 68 of the Lake County Zoning Code to implement General Plan 6th Cycle Housing Element Policies, HE 38, I don't know if that was a typo, HE 59, HE 60, HE 61, HE 71, HE 72, and HE 73, and a policy for implementation of HE 6. All right, we have the Community Development Department with a presentation.
Yes, thank you, Director Turner. Mireya Turner, Director of Community Development. Similar to our last meeting, when I think the commission remembers I presented you HE 58. These are the remaining outstanding implementation tasks that are required for us to finish up this year as part of our 6th cycle housing element. They address affordable housing. Some of them are syncing with state law, so we're just coming into compliance with state law. And similar to last meeting where we talked about how you didn't really have much option to not approve these, it's kind of similar on this option because the housing element, the 6th cycle housing element, did already go through the Planning Commission for a recommendation of approval, got approved by the board, certified by the state, and now they're just following up and making sure that they're holding us accountable to implementing some of the tasks that we said we were going to do. And so that's what's before you today. We had another table also in an attempt to make it quicker and easier for you to digest. I hope that didn't lead to the same sort of confusion that happened with the Article 27. So we'll just go through these. The first one, HE6, is to develop a policy for expediting permits, qualifying permits for with significant portion of units restricted to low, very low, or moderate income households. Now, this did not require a zoning amendment because it's a policy. So that was attachment 1, the draft policy before you, which talks about how the different ways that we will expedite these projects, a faster turnaround time on processing, as well as the pre-development meetings that we usually always hold already, to help the developer understand from multiple agencies and departments what we will be looking for in their application. Our e-permitting system, which is contributing to the efficiency of our permit processing system overall. And then I think lastly, the building division. We're increasing our number of, sorry, we are looking for, anyway, we're preparing ourselves to increase that housing library of plans that'll be available to include duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes, I think. And that will also help to expedite if they don't have to design their own plans. Next one, county additional residential development and community commercial areas, or our C2 areas. This article, currently we are very restricted in what can be developed for mixed use, but as the commission already knows, in Lake County 2050, there was very strong support countywide for more mixed use options. And so this amendment helps with that. Though we will be taking a deeper dive into it as a result of Lake County 2050. Next one, zoning ordinance to allow supportive housing by right in commercial or other zoning designations that have access to support services. This is to come into compliance with state law. State law, I think it was a few years ago, so we're a little behind the curve, but a few years ago, they required that supportive and transitional housing have no more requirements put on them than just any old building permit, any other residential development. Next one, zoning ordinance shall be amended, for maximum stay for 180 days in emergency shelters, as well as doing away with that buffer that we had saying shelters couldn't be any closer than like 300 feet apart. Again, coming into compliance with state law. Zoning ordinance amended to accommodate ag employee housing of 6 to 12 units or up to 36 beds in all zones permitting agriculture as a permitted use. I don't think this was state law, but this was in our housing element. So that touched on a number of different zoning districts, the Timberland Preserve, rural residential, and rural lands, and ag. Next one. Zoning ordinance amended. So this does address, this was to amend the second story or higher for commercial mixed use, like a commercial accessory residential use. This one, we removed the minor use permit to make it a use by right. Next item, county will amend to remove the minor use permit requirement for multifamily developments over 20 or more units. So we went ahead and did that in Articles 12 and 19, so multifamily residential as well as community commercial. And then again for state law, making revisions to allow low barrier navigation centers. So that is located in C2. That concludes my report. I'm happy to take any questions.
Just say on the HE 71s, say them one more time.
Sure, go back. Let me go back. Okay, so currently our zoning code allows for very restrictive second story development for like a residential, like an apartment over a pizza place kind of things. We're doing away with the minor use permit that's required for that. It's consistent with allowing for more mixed use in our community commercial.
Okay.
By not requiring a discretionary use permit for that one.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
My pleasure. I went through it fast. I'm sorry. I'm trying to be as expedient as possible. But I do entertain any question, or I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. Also, Michelle Iris was very strong staff support on this item, so she's here in case there's something I don't know the answer to.
A question that I have in regard, it's not on this chart here and stuff, but for agriculture, I believe on ag zoned parcels, there is not, residential is not allowed beyond the one home site.
Currently, for agriculture, you can have your one primary residence. According to state law, you can then also have your ADU or your JADU and or your JADU. But then additional residential uses of ag parcels have to be directly tied to an existing commercial ag use.
Okay. Thank you for
Yeah,
that.
we are more restrictive. So it's not like you could put in 100 unit apartment there.
Right. Thank you.
Yes. I feel like I should be filling this.
And what action are you looking for from?
I'm looking for a recommendation of approval.
Okay. So moved.
You may want to have a little public input if there's any.
Oh, yes, you're right. I'm sorry.
There's nobody here.
All right, we'll open up public comment for this item. There's nobody here in the chambers, so we'll take a look in the Zoom room. And there are no hands in the Zoom room, so we'll close public input and bring it back to the commission. I believe there was a...
Okay, well, let me back up then, or whatever. I do have one comment or question from a green sheet or information that we received. So a question that I have is, what type of oversight will ensure that the units remain restricted? So, or, I guess that implies to be used.
That's not usually handled by the county. That is a deed, what is it called? I don't even know the title of it, but they sign like a covenant to keep it in affordable for, it's usually the normal duration of about 50 years. And we do track them because that's part of our housing element, is that we stay aware of those and that we're making efforts to encourage renewals and remaining within affordable housing contracts.
And how does a project become a qualifying project?
Or are you looking at a particular one? Well, I can just tell you offhand, for an ag-related program, it would be part of their project description and part of their resulting permit. So, or for income restrictions, that is also part. We usually see those coming before we ever get our application, because they're cobbling together different grant sources specific to low income housing. And so they need data from us even before we see an application on those.
Okay.
Yeah, they can't just come up and be like, hey, I just want to build some low income housing. There are all these different steps that they do before they ever get a building permit before us.
Yeah. If I could add, there's also is tied back to the definitions that we're adding and the development standards that are included in these updates.
Okay, great. And then just for the sake of clarification for anyone who may be listening or who might listen to this later, can you clarify what being allowed by right means?
Yes, thank you. That means it's ministerial, or also means it only needs a building permit. It does not require any conditional use permits or consequent any conditional like development or design review permits. It would be handled on a ministerial. They go straight to building permit.
Or CEQA.
Similar to a single
Correct.
family residence. Yeah.
So it's by right, by ownership. Thank you.
Yeah, and ministerial projects by state law do not require CEQA.
Okay. Then I am ready to move. Do we close public comment?
Yeah.
Right? Okay, I'm sorry. But I'm ready to move that we accept this as presented.
Second?
Got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
And by accept as present, what I take that to mean is you support a recommendation of approval to the Board of Supervisors for its adoption of that ordinance. Would that be?
Yes.
I'll second
Excellent.
that, yes.
Thank you.
Motion and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? None. And 2 absent. The motion passes. And there's no disclaimer at the bottom of this one. So I believe that concludes our meeting today. Thank you all that joined in, tuned in on Zoom, and thank you to
If I could just do one little quick thing. I noticed on Tuesday's agenda for the board that was just posted at 9:30, there is a county road pavement work plan for 2026 through 2030. So that might be a quick way for you to get a precursor of the presentation that Lars is going to do too.
Yeah.
If you want to attend, that'd be great.
What time?
At 9:30.
On
And at our next meeting, if it's not as marathon a meeting as this one was, we will start the normal department update thing that we're going to do of what you have coming up next meeting. Because I know you guys were interested in having a sort of a
Yeah. That would be helpful.
sneak peek. We'll do that next meeting. Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, team.
All right, so meeting adjourned at 4:43.
Thank you, Pam.